Chapter 261, Divinity and Humanity. Dichi was also secretly pushing for an era of civilization. I don't want a one-sided war. I don't want a situation where one person suppresses the world. I want to see a brilliant world where geniuses of different generations appear. They're brilliant and shocking. They might even come and challenge me. He wanted to be defeated, he wanted the threat of death. He ignored the weak life, thinking that weakness was the original sin and should be harvested like straw, but he respected the strong and gave them the dignity of life. Looking at his long life, only the strong like Su Yunyan and Dao Changsheng could earn his sincere admiration and respect. Is there any living being that can defeat me? I'm really looking forward to it. His voice was filled with longing as he gradually fell into a deep sleep. As expected, he was a blockhead. On the other side, Mumu didn't say anything and just sighed as she looked at the stupid young man, Ajo. These few days, teaching him elementary math was simply as difficult as ascending to the heavens. His combat talent was heaven-defying, but it was probably impossible for him to learn the 9 revolutions' mysterious art in his lifetime. However, after I taught him, I seemed to be very happy after only learning the simplest danshan cultivation and body forging. He was speechless and completely lost his confidence. He left the child to his son, the leader of the human resistance, Arthur, and left. He wanted to find more talented humans, but in the following days, he found nothing. Year 113 of the Yumia Empire. With the Sun Elf's assistance, the entire elf tribe's strength increased rapidly. The Sun Elf tribe had become the holy land of the entire Elven Empire, and many elves had come to visit. On the streets, the luxurious and expensive Hunter Hall was selling many things. Originally, the Sun Elf ancient tree definitely wouldn't allow other elf tribes to get their hands on it and obtain all kinds of mounts and equipment to become stronger. However, it was still persuaded in the end, because it received a very simple answer. For foreign sprites, the purchase price will be increased by 30%. As for the remaining 30%, it will belong to your Sun Life ancient tree. Therefore, the ancient Sun tree, which had long been addicted to the power of paywalls, completely joined in. After receiving a commission, it even worked very hard to help promote the game. Over the years, the ancient Sun Elf tree was addicted to spending money and finally built its own miracle elf building Chimera perch. A terrifying dark blue Chimera beast lived on it. Wah! Is this the Sun Elf tribe? A group of night elves arrived, led by a genius girl named Luna, who was led by a night elf sister who had been here for a long time. Do you see that giant tree over there? The giant beast that lives on it is the legendary guardian beast of the Sun Elves, the Chimera. She then pointed to a female elf knight riding a griffin in the sky. Do you see the symbol on her chest? He's a VIP 5 pay-to-win big boss. Luna's heart was filled with anticipation as she looked at the powerful griffin elf flying across the sky. That's someone who spent 100,000 sun dollars, how strong is he? At this moment, an elf girl with dragon wings welcomed them. Welcome to our city. You're the elf hero Parker who drank the elf race's class change hidden potion. She was stunned. It wasn't that she hadn't heard of this expert. It was said that he had an energy similar to an interspatial ring. He could hide in a different space for a short time and avoid attacks. Luna looked at the badge on his chest silently. He was a VIP 7 Krypton Gold big boss. After several years, this elf tribe had been led astray by others. However, countless elves had gathered here to buy equipment and mounts for the upcoming war. Year 115 of the Yumia Empire. The elves launched a large-scale attack on the Behemoth Mountains. Emperor Yumiya forcefully issued an order to select the most elite 500 of the 3,000 to 4,000 elves. They were equipped with equipment and mounts, and they surrounded and slaughtered a large number of humans. Hiding in the mountains, the women, the elderly, and the children were all killed. The methods were so bloody and the process so cruel that even the elves themselves could not imagine it. Humanity's crisis had finally arrived. They were also unable to hide underground like the demon clan. The bloody war that shocked the entire history, the Battle of the Behemoth Elves, had completely begun, and the entire land was stained with blood. Quickly run! A woman carrying a child ran quickly, but a huge red wind blade appeared out of thin air behind her, and she quickly fell. You guys hurry up and leave! A husband stood in front of his family and picked up a hoe. His entire body trembled, and tears and snot flowed down his face. He blocked the door and roared, "Come on! Come on! I'm not afraid of you!" You actually abandoned us. Some women looked at their husbands who abandoned their families and ran away with their children in their arms. All kinds of ugly human nature, all kinds of true nature, life and death separation, were completely displayed here. Voila! One by one, the moon cavalry held exquisite and sharp moon blades and slaughtered the entire land in a terrifying manner. Whoosh! The griffin archers in the sky were releasing a rain of arrows, which accurately fell on the back of every escaping villager. The elves and humans fought each other, and many lives were lost. The entire town was quickly wiped out, and it fell into a deathly silence. The elves got off their mounts, their bodies covered in blood, and began to rest and eat dry food. Are we really doing the right thing? Luna's body suddenly trembled. For elves who loved peace and tranquility, this was undoubtedly cruel. In fact, the anguished wailing and angry look in the eyes of one of the children just now had pierced deep into her heart. None of the elves around them spoke, and they were all eating their rations in silence. Suddenly, the druid Mycona picked up some food and sat on a tree branch. This is a war between races. We elves, humans, and demons are destined not to live together on the same land. Only one side can die. Do you still remember that your sisters who have lived for hundreds of years were tricked away by those humans? Our population is decreasing. It's either they assimilate us or we exterminate them. Just as the god of the ancient tree of life had said, they had fallen and lost their divinity. They had desires, cruelty, and violence. These humans were reproducing on their own. Generation after generation, the concentration of the elven bloodline became lower and lower, becoming weaker and weaker. From the moment they were born, they became stage 2, stage 1, and even completely turned into the babies of ordinary creatures. They turned into ordinary first-order life forms with short lifespans, cruel and violent nature. Women would fall sick, bleed every month, suffer painful pregnancy, and die during childbirth. We are going to become them? Have I lost divinity? The elves on the battlefield were silent and sorrowful. They could only eat their food in silence. Then, they got back on their mounts, put on their luggage, and walked on the land of death and barrenness. We must hold on. We are the elites sent out by each tribe. We are all heroes that our tribesmen are looking forward to, and they are all looking forward to our triumphant return. There were beautiful elves riding on moon leopards, gently consoling the crying elves. However, were they really heroes? Perhaps the hero of one's own race was just an executioner of another race. They felt numb inside. This war would be a shadow for the rest of their lives. However, they still had a race behind them, and they couldn't back down. They could only continue to move forward and start this war. It was just like how they had sacrificed their lives in the past to wave their weapons and challenge the ancient trees of war. This was the courage that was engraved in their hearts. This was the divinity of the elves. They did not have cowardice, fear, or escape. They only had the good side of life and no evil side. They could recover quickly. This was their natural personality. The blue leaves of the trees were scattered in the sky. A few figures stood on the huge chimera beast, exploring the next hidden human tribe that would be attacked. The elven emperor Yumiya stood on a high ground and looked at the entire mountain range. After we have the griffins and chimera, no tribe can escape our detection. They have no place to hide anymore. It's only a matter of time before we completely eliminate them. The racer of Mount Harana was silent. Can't you just lock him up? He wanted to try and interfere in this war, thinking that enslaving was a good result. At least there was a chance to rise, but he did not expect Ymir to want to go extinct. They're too despicable, lowly, Yumiya said calmly. It must be exterminated, or else it will infect our pure bloodline and cause us to fall. This is what the ancient elven tree wants. Xylan was trembling. What a sad life. Don't you have anything you want in love? She already knew that Ymir was no longer Ymir. This Ymir had been cruel and realistic. He did not even look like an elf who yearned for beauty. He did not have the peace and love of the elven race. What the ancient elven tree wants is what I want. Do you really think that I'm serving the ancient elven tree? Ymir asked calmly. Ymir was calm, and suddenly ordered the chimera to lower its altitude. Voila! A chimera appeared in the sky above the human city. It's the elf clan. Countless people walked out of the houses and roared. They picked up knives, spears, drums, and sticks, threw them into the sky, and shouted all kinds of words, the glory of mankind, and not afraid of death for their families. Guys, take a look. Ymir pointed down and said, "It's the humans. I've observed this race for countless years. They're greedy, brutal, lustful, arrogant, and have lost their godhood. As sinners of God, it's undeniable that they still have their own unique points. They still retain part of our godhood's glory, and they regard their own race as their glory. We are also proud to be elves. Our lifespans, strength, and potential are far higher than humans who reproduce by themselves. We are perfect life forms that far surpass humans. We'll become even more perfect if we turn into humans. I'll immediately go against the ancient tree of life's words and choose to assimilate into humans. Unfortunately, I won't do that. Assimilating into humans will only bring endless disasters to us elves." Xylan was trembling. However, Ymir did not seem to mind at all. He continued, "Even if the ancient elven tree goes against the elven race and hinders our development, I will still find a way to destroy it. I have been fighting for the elves from the beginning to the end. In fact, reality is very cruel. I have observed humans for too long and have come to a terrifying conclusion: if we elves continue to be kind and weak, living in the deep forest and staying away from worldly affairs, we will sooner or later be subverted, destroyed, and even enslaved by the brutal humans. No elf is willing to be stained with blood and fall, and no elf will embrace peace." The elven monarch, Ymir, exuded an astonishing charm. Even her tone of certainty made others feel that she was speaking the truth. If she, Ymir, had not appeared, the elven race would have been destroyed and enslaved. War is inevitable. She's taking the initiative. The racer of Mount Harana's hair stood on end as he turned to look at the elven emperor, whose voice was filled with dominance, charm, and foresight. She had been raised to take over Ymir's position since birth, but she did not reject it. Instead, she gladly accepted it. This was the greatest glory to her, and the meaning of her existence. She was protecting the entire elven race. In every sense, she had truly carried out the great name of Ymir. The watchman was a guardian of the elves' present and future. As the Song of Shadow, it walked in the dark and turned into a fallen, cruel, and bloody elf assassin, protecting every kind and peaceful elf. Where there was light, there must be darkness. Ymir only caressed Celine's trembling head gently, exuding an invisible overbearing aura. "You're asking me if I want it? No one he loved? I'm very greedy, and I love every single one of my people." She let out a long sigh and smiled. She turned to look at Alchemist Coil with a domineering and resolute expression. "I hope you will always be a member of the elves and my friend. Don't do anything strange because of insignificant humans." Year 117 of the Umayyad Empire. The Battle of the Behemoth Elves had reached the peak of slaughter. The entire mountain range was filled with blood. Tens of thousands of humans in villages and tribes were killed, including the old, the weak, women, and children. The cruelty of the brutal suppression completely established the name of iron-blooded and cold elven Emperor Ymir, the Song of Shadow. The elven slayer who walked in the shadows, also known as the Head Warden, the prison of the tree world, the imprisoned fallen elven traders, and all kinds of human powerhouses. Year 118 of the Umayyad Empire. The human tribe sent a letter. The human race was willing to surrender. "If you don't surrender, kill." The elven Emperor Ymir stood on a high ground and looked down at the Moon Knights and Griffin archers. He was cold and elegant, and his beautiful figure was intoxicating. However, his voice was filled with endless blood. Humans are evil and brutal elves who have lost their divinity after falling. Elves Ilfin and Gilna were born after stealing the forbidden fruit of life from Elysian. They are sinners who are ordered by the god of the 11 ancient trees of life to completely disappear. Hwala! The ground was filled with blood again. The massacre continued, and corpses piled up like mountains. Year 119 of the Umayyad Empire. The elders, experts, elderly, women, children, and representatives of all classes, as well as the human ancestor Arthur, came over to surrender and put up a final struggle. The humans were lowering their proud heads. In the military tent, the elven emperor sat in his royal palace and looked at the leaders of the human resistance. Their faces were pale. They originally had the capital to resist, thinking that the human race would rise up sooner or later and ride alongside the elf race. They even optimistically divided themselves into two factions. One faction wanted to live in peace with the elves and marry freely. The other faction wanted to enslave the elves, who were few in number, and control the ancient tree of elves. However, the sudden appearance of many terrifying elven mounts and equipment caused them to be defeated in an instant. They lost the opportunity to rise up and gave up their dreams. At this point, they could only accept whatever request the elven Emperor Ymir made. It was a pity that they were overthinking it. "I won't surrender, I won't kill the messenger, go back." The elven Emperor Ymir's voice was exceptionally resolute. "You are an elf without divinity. An executioner. He even killed children and women." A middle-aged man of the fifth step couldn't hold it in any longer, and exploded. "You don't have the peace, gentleness, and kindness that elves should have." An old man was sobbing. "You killed my 7-year-old brother. God will curse you." An 8-year-old girl was in pain. "God will curse me." Ymir's voice was overbearing and unquestionable. "If the god you're talking about is the ancient tree of life, then it was they who asked me to exterminate you. If the god you're talking about is the god of the elves, then I'm the god. I'm just here to exterminate you mortals. The so-called god is just a powerful creature worshipped by the weak. If you want to punish me, don't use the power of God. Use your own power to challenge me and kill me, humans. I want to challenge you." Arthur, who had been silent all this while, suddenly growled. He could no longer suppress his anger. "Human ancestor Arthur, your courage is commendable." Yumiya stood up abruptly, waved her dark green cloak, and looked around at the human representatives. "This is the scheme of you humans? Are you planning to use the kindness of elves to move me? But you are wrong. I was angry at the crying of the children, angry at the ignorance of the strong, and angry at the cursing of the old. This is how incomplete humans are. When faced with the strong, we surrender weakly. When faced with the weak, we draw our swords cruelly. Because of this, I became even angrier and felt that we should exterminate the human species. You came to beg me, but it only made me more determined to kill humans. Only you. Arthur." Her voice was cold and emotionless. "Human ancestor Arthur, you let me see the light on you. After all, you have inherited part of the elf's divinity. I choose to accept your challenge." Chapter 262, The Night is Coming. Year 119 of the Ymir Elven Empire. The human, Arthur, led the human race to surrender. In this negotiation between humans and elves, the ideas of human nature and divinity completely exploded in the dispute. Emperor Yumiya recognized the imperfection and violence of the human race, and was determined to destroy mankind. The battle between humanity and divinity between humans and elves was destined to be recorded in history. Thousands of years later, people opened the history of the Yumiya Empire chronicles, which clearly recorded this Spelleman conference. The humans are a new fallen race that has been corrupted by 2 elves who stole the forbidden fruit. They are brutal, arrogant, and have lost their divinity. Elf Emperor Ymir intends to destroy them with iron and blood. 3 days later, Arthur challenged Elf Emperor Ymir. This was the last time the humans could resist. Are we going to be extinct? In the countless battles before they surrendered, more than half of the strong people had died, leaving only the elderly and children. In the human towns deep in the mountains, countless women were holding their children. That night, countless towns and cities were in ruins. Wailing and sorrowful cries rang out from the houses in the ruins. The end of the world was coming, and they couldn't keep an eye on Arthur, the ancestor of the humans. Ymir had yet to reach the legendary level 7. After entering the ancient tree of life, he was still at level 6. Arthur was also at level 6, but the difference was too great. As an ordinary human at the 6th rank without any talent, Arthur was no match for the elf hero, Ymir. The apocalypse had arrived, and all humans were in a state of panic. They were curled up in their houses. Some of the good ones hugged their daughters and wives and enjoyed their last dinner. Some of the extremists and evil ones had completely fallen into madness. They burned, killed, and robbed, wanting to do all the evil things before they died. Countless pessimists couldn't help but cry when they saw the scene of these thugs committing murder. Heavens! Were they crazy? At the last moment, they actually attacked our own people. They are simply intelligent, cruel beasts. Perhaps the Elven Emperor Ymir was right. When we face the strong, we surrender weakly. When we face the weak, we draw our blades cruelly. Our race is like a beast with wisdom. Selfish and greedy, in just a short 100 years, our tribes and towns have given birth to thieves, robbers, sexual offenders, and all kinds of insidious fraud. Even we humans who live in the towns have suffered greatly. And in the city of elves, there has never been an evil person. They are perfect, kind, free of disease and pain. They can completely trust each other, open up their minds to communicate, and live together in the forest, living a beautiful life that people yearn for. Our ancestors stole the forbidden fruit of life, Elysium, and gave birth to our incomplete race. We shouldn't have come to this world. It's time to end this. Evil creature. What a vile creature! A white-haired old man cried out in anger as he watched the thugs commit the crime. No wonder the divine general punished us sinners who stole the forbidden fruit and crushed our backbones. The pessimists were emitting a sense of pessimism and panic, and they were even more concentrated on this land of darkness. But before the disaster, there were still those who were determined. One by one, the human masters, who were wearing heavy armor and holding giant swords, began to kill the evil ruffians one by one. Blood spilled as they held their heads and roared at the crowd. The human race has its own glory. We humans have our unyielding nature. As long as it exists, it has a meaning to its existence. We've fallen. It had lost its divinity. But human nature is complicated. There are evil people and good people. We kill the evil people ourselves. I don't believe that we humans don't have any value in existence. Humanity still had its brilliance. He will write a vast historical poem for us. Some experts were spontaneously getting rid of the rioters. Human nature is complicated. It's undeniable that some people have become beastly, while others have become divine. But most of it depends on ourselves. Whether we're gods or beasts, it's just a matter of a thought in human nature. On the night of the final declaration of war, far too many riots broke out. Flames soared into the sky, mad roars, and all kinds of terrifying dark turmoil. Cowardice and courage were two different kinds of people here. Hwalala! The fire flickered in the dark night. Ilfin brought Gilna along as they walked through the town, which was ablaze with fire and plundering. He saw all the changes in the world. A pious white-haired old man knelt on the ground. He had already surrendered to fate and prayed that his race would be exterminated. He saw a huge man with a ferocious face, holding a bloody butcher knife. In a house with flames rising to the sky, he had a crazed and violent expression as he swung his knife at a young mother holding a baby. He also saw many experts in armor, forming their own guards and killing the thugs in a fit of rage. Suddenly, a white-haired old man walked over from the fire. "You are you the ancestor of the humans, Ilfin?" He was stunned and looked at the old man in the disaster for a moment. "I'm not. You've got the wrong person. I'm just an ordinary traveler who fled with his wife." "Oh!" Disappointment flashed across the white-haired old man's face as he trembled and left. Ilfin placed his hand on his chest and took a long time to catch his breath. "I'm too weak. Actually." He looked at the suffering on this land. All of this had happened because of him, but he didn't want to bear and face it all. He was afraid and panicking. He had been scheming since the beginning and thought that he would win. However, he made a mistake and was backstabbed by the ancient life tree. It was good that he won, but he made a mistake. He should bear the responsibility for his mistake and failure. However, he was unwilling to bear the responsibility for his mistake and pay the price. He had created the entire race, but he had failed to create an environment for them, overthrowing the rule of the ancient tree, and putting them in a state of near extinction. He understood that he had always been weak and had always struggled in his heart. He had never succeeded and was a complete failure. In reality, he was a working employee who was bullied by his superiors and colleagues all day long. Therefore, in reality, he swallowed his anger and did not dare to insult others. When he came back from work, he chose to punch and insult the netizens on the internet. He was in high spirits and poured out all his resentment. However, in the end, he still had a very powerful talent. In the game Spore Evolution, he was also able to display it and successfully evolve a species. He laughed bitterly. "I've always felt that God was unfair. He made me fail to meet my talents. But now, I can only admit that not everyone who has talents can become a hero and shoulder everything. I don't have the corresponding courage. I'm so weak in real life that I've even been called a keyboard warrior on the internet. However, this is my mistake. I should bear the responsibility of the rise and fall of the human race and stand up." That terrifying Emir had grown too strong over the years. Now that he had appeared in front of her, he would definitely die. But even so, even though I know I'm going to die, I still have to." His entire body trembled. He told himself that this was a sin he had committed, and he had to pay for it. However, after a night of thinking, the sky welcomed dawn, and his hot blood that was not afraid of death gradually cooled down. He couldn't help but think, "I can't be stupid. I'll only be sending myself to death if I go. It's better to take the remaining humans and continue hiding. That way, I can travel around with Gilna again and live a happy life." He still succumbed to power. He suddenly told himself, "I've endured so many times in the past, why can't I just endure it one more time? That way, I can continue to be with Gilna. My world is too lowly, and they don't look up to me. I can only vent my anger on the internet, but it doesn't matter now. I already have someone I like, and as long as I still have Gilna, no matter what price I have to pay, no matter what kind of infamy I have to bear." He turned around and wanted to pull Gilna away, but she shook his hand off. "You." Ilfin stared at her in disbelief. The gentle and kind Gilna had chosen to disobey him. "I've always thought that Emperor Yumiya, who I once liked, had led the elven race to rise to power. He was brave, fearless, kind, and responsible. But perhaps I was wrong, I was wrong." Gilna looked at him and wailed in tears. "That's our child." The reality was cruel. Not everyone could carry a heavy burden. Mumu was just an ordinary person in reality, not a hero. Throughout the long history of the tide of history, to still stand out in the face of death despite knowing that it was death, one would need extraordinary courage that was 1 in 10,000. And this kind of person could only have two results. The first was to become a hero. The second was to become a martyr. "He's gone." Arthur was wearing heavy armor and holding his metal greatsword tightly. His voice was somewhat lonely. A voice came from the shadow. "Our father." The fact that he could steal the forbidden fruit meant that he was the first greedy, sinful, and intelligent life in this world. It was normal for him to fear death. He was a normal human being because he had a father. "That's why we're here. We're also hesitant when we encounter things, and we have fear, cowardice." "Are you really going to help me?" Arthur asked. A voice came from the shadow. "You're all dead. With Emperor Yumiya's iron blood, the next ones to come will be us, the races hiding underground. Let us brothers fight Emperor Yumiya together for the sake of humanity and the demon race." Cowardice and courage were still two different kinds of people here. Chapter 263, Divinity and Bestiality are all human nature. Bang! 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 The giant black rock was full of cracks. One slash. Another slash. From the time Ajo started practicing until now, it had already been more than 30 years. Day after day, year after year, every day, other than eating and sleeping, he would swing the blade. He was like a robot, swinging the blade for more than 10 hours every day. His saber still looked ancient and simple. It was straight and there was nothing fancy about it. It was so simple that one could see through it at a glance. He doesn't have any distracting thoughts. Swinging the blade can make him happy. That's the only meaning in his life. This was everyone's evaluation of him. It was said that Ajo was a human sent by ancestor Ifron. He seemed to have some kind of combat form and had the same great potential as ancestor Ifron. In the beginning, Arthur took great care of him. After all, he was as powerful as a high elf. The first time he saw him, he had reached the 4th rank. At that time, Arthur saw that the young man liked to wave that ugly axe all day, so he gave him a sharp long knife. Thus, Ajo casually threw down his axe and began to swing his blade. However, he gradually discovered that Ajo didn't seem to have a battle form. He only had this ugly human body. Moreover, after 30 years, his cultivation would drop out of thin air every once in a while, and he would remain at the 5th step. Gradually, Arthur was disappointed in him and didn't care anymore. This was a human with a low IQ, even like a fool. When you talked to him, he just listened quietly and waved his knife without any reaction. This is what we humans are lacking. Not only will they be troubled by diseases, but they will also have some deformed children. Some people looked forward to the perfect form of elves. Even after countless years, some people gradually developed a habit. If they had things that they couldn't communicate with others, they would secretly tell it to Ajo, who was waving his sword. They would act as if they didn't hear their repentance, thoughts, and prayers. They would continue to wave their swords, and they wouldn't tell anyone their secrets. The stupid Audio was a very qualified audience. Gradually, after 30 years, he got the name Listening Audio. Many people would develop the habit of praying and telling stories. Even some thieves and thugs would come to Audio because there was no one to show off. They would tell him about their proud achievements and then continue to steal. Every day, Audio brandished his saber at the same spot on the mountain, forming a beautiful scenery. He could hear many dirty and evil things that many people would never hear in their entire lives, the pure love thoughts of young girls, the repentance of the old, the troubles of the strong in cultivation, the hardships of the poor. Audio had heard so much about the trivialities of life in the mortal world, the good and evil of human nature, but it was as if he hadn't heard anything. His knife was still steady and unaffected by the mortal world. He accurately and repeatedly struck the blade. Wielding the blade seemed to be Audio's entire life. Clang! 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 In front of a huge cliff, Audio was still brandishing his saber. At this time, the end of humanity had arrived. Many people were standing behind him, praying. It was far more than the entire number of people in the past 30 years. The elderly, women, children, and the adults were all praying devoutly before their deaths. This was the psychological comfort that they had developed over the past 30 years, and it still continued. Before this, they had come alone and secretly shared their thoughts when there was no one around. However, in the face of death, there was no need to hide any secrets or care about other people's gazes. Everyone was mumbling to themselves, and there was only one person they could talk to. Audio was listening. Clang clang clang. Audio waved his axe, still not sensing anything. He continued to wave his blade amidst the sounds of countless people. The first day after the declaration of war passed. Countless people were praying and recounting the day's experiences. Some of the thugs had gone mad and burned, killed, and pillaged everywhere, but they were stopped by the human warriors. This was the darkest day of disaster. The second day passed. On this day, the people's safety was guaranteed. People walked from chaos to stability and began to pray for the last time in their lives. In front of Audio, people gradually began to talk to each other, communicate, discuss, and sob. Even the thieves, secret keepers, and bandits were confessing to the crowd, wailing and crying. They also discovered a terrifying thing: there seemed to be more than one Audio. What? There's also a Audio on the mountain in your tribe. He's continuously swinging his saber. Audio didn't escape with us refugees from the distant Mengta mountain range. Instead, he's been here all this time. On our side, there's also an Audio who kept swinging his blade. We all call him the foolish Audio. Let's also talk to him about our worries. That's what we call slow Audio. It's almost the same. Your tribe, our tribe. In total, there are 4 Audios. Clang! Clang clang! Audio was still brandishing his blade. But the praying people fell into a strange state. In the past, the human tribes were quite primitive and scattered in the dense forest, hiding from the elves' pursuit. They were almost not in contact with each other. Even masters like Arthur did not have the time to communicate with all the tribes. Now that the great catastrophe had broken out, only a small number of refugees were left. When people exchanged information, they discovered this terrifying fact. Audio, are you really so foolish? Who is he? The third day arrived. The humans were still praying, but no one was calm, because today was the final battle. Arthur of the human race challenged the elven emperor Yumia, and it would determine the fate of the humans. At this very moment, the sky was shaking, and the leaves were rustling. A faint ray of light shone through the clouds, and a trace of holy white light sprinkled down on the valley like a sharp arrow. The 11 great ancient existences all focused their eyes on this land of the mortal world. The war is about to end. Our hands are stained with blood, but we will spend the rest of our lives in repentance. Countless horned eagles and huge chimeras flew in the sky above Behemoth. They were like huge shadows of wings wandering among the white clouds. Countless elves murmured, but no one dared to get close to the battlefield. No one dared to get close to the pressure of Emperor Yumiya. In the mountain range not far away, countless people, residents of every town and tribe, stood on high ground and looked down at the battlefield in the valley. When our ancestors stole the forbidden fruit. When we were born in the mortal world. When we are deprived of our divinity, immersed in the sea of bitterness of life. A faint folk song passed down in the human tribe could be heard, spreading around the entire valley. The notes trembled and flowed into the sharp ears of the high elves. Almost the entire valley was filled with a sad elegy at the same time. "We don't have a choice." Arthur, a human swordsman in a huge black armor, held a huge sword in his hands and stabbed it into the ground. He looked at Emperor Yumiya and smiled freely. "We brothers will fight together." One of the demons was tall, covered in flames, and had two twisted, spiral goat horns on his head. The demon, Lai, was also standing on the spot. "Yumiya, you might not be able to win against us brothers. Is this your last bit of strength?" Emperor Yumiya's expression was calm. Her legs were bare, and fire spells covered them. Boom! He kicked in the air, causing large amounts of sweat to fall. The sweat turned into ripples and flickered as if he was breathing. It was as if a huge invisible web of pressure had enveloped the valley and pressed down in all directions. Even the horned eagle knights in the sky and the humans on the mountain peak not far away felt a huge pressure invading them. They could not open their eyes and their breathing was stopped. They bent down in pain. Hwala! Countless grey clouds started to roil, forming a thin red mushroom cloud in the air. The mushroom cloud slowly stirred and gathered, forming a face that turned into a massive statue of a black elf girl. The huge statue stood on the ground with a smile on its face. Its hands were wrapped around the wheel of poison. Its whole body was red, clear and exquisite, as if it was the only true god in the world. It was like the Statue of Liberty, an ancient miracle that stood on the valley. All the living beings in the valley felt their spirits shake, and they felt a great piercing pain. The overwhelming and violent air pressure made it impossible for them to breathe. A dragon's might that far surpasses that of a giant dragon, the condensed might. The Song of Shadows. Arthur looked at the invincible elven emperor, the legendary ultimate existence, the god of elves, and his expression turned bitter. They had originally thought that they were qualified to fight, but who knew that they had long been left in the dust. Just this terrifying pressure and the huge condensed form of aura made them unable to open their eyes. Any backup plans they left behind were useless. "I'm not tyrannical. Killing is just to bring peace to us. I'll let the two of you die a painless death, including all humans." Emir's eyes swept across the room, and his cold gaze landed on them. He waved his hand. Bang! Emir's figure flickered like a ghost. Arthur's and Ruhr's bodies seemed to have been smashed by an invisible force, and they were quickly sent flying on the ground. Large amounts of blood seeped out of their bodies, and they were severely injured in an instant. No! A ray of blue light came from afar and landed on the two of them. Gilna knelt down and picked up her two children, blocking the way. Gilna, a complicated look flashed across Emir's face. In the end, her expression gradually turned cold. This was a battle of positions. She knew that she had to bear the name of Iron and Blood, be cold and ruthless, in order to bring peace to the elves. Boom! The huge wind pressure flickered again, and the overwhelming violent attack crushed toward the three of them. In the next second, circles of light appeared in the sky, and the blood-red ripples turned into flames as they rapidly attacked. A tall demon's true form landed on the ground. In the end, Ilfin had come. He could truly become a demon and be selfish, but he still couldn't let go of Gilna. That was all he had. "Let's go," he growled, his eyes bloodshot. The current Emir was already in disbelief. If it wasn't for the fact that she didn't have a path to the seventh step, she would have found her way to the next step. "You've finally appeared," Ymir said calmly. "Hurry up and run." Yrfin roared again. Kakat! In the next second, his entire demon body was sent flying. At this moment, the earth held its breath, and the horned eagle archers in the sky were silent. Seeing this devastating battle, they knew that the curtain was about to fall. On the mountaintop, the mournful folk songs of the tribe came to an abrupt end. Peng peng peng! In a certain mountain village, there were still people surrounding Ajo. Although they didn't know the situation of the war, they were still carrying out their final prayers. Wails, repentance, and all kinds of voices rose and fell. Ajo slowly opened his eyes, as if he had sensed something. He suddenly looked around and asked with a complicated expression, "You guys say? In this world, did God or man first exist?" Ajo actually spoke. Countless people were trembling as they looked at him. Was there a god or a human first? The answer was unquestionable. After all, humans were the lives of gods who had stolen the forbidden fruit, lost their divinity, and fallen. But I've been listening to you talk for a long time. Kindness, love and hate, killing, stealing, and pride. It seems to me that only the people in this world can have a god. Ah Chu's words were simply treasonous. Humans are more complete than gods. Divinity is only one side of humans. It seems that the elves extracted the divinity of humans and turned them into an independent race. Because they were kind, gentle, and brave, they could protect them without worrying about betrayal. It was only when that unique existence appeared and stole the forbidden fruit that they became complete humans. They? Who was he referring to? The surrounding humans were all trembling. Foolish Ajo! The silent Ajo! He never spoke. He just silently chopped the huge rock. However, his words were earth-shattering and earth-shattering. Ajo raised his head and looked at the sky where the leaves were swaying. The mottled sunlight shone down on the earth, and his voice was extremely penetrating, as if it had turned into a beam of light that pierced into the sky. Divinity and bestiality are all human nature. As soon as these words came out, it was as if the world was shaking. All the leaves in the sky started to shake. So it's true. I understand now. A faint voice rang out. Ajo silently stuck several huge blades that looked like red flags on his back, then disappeared on the spot. It's time to end this. At this moment, Ymir suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He felt a transparent figure approaching him silently, bringing with it a bone-piercing chill. She suddenly turned her head and used her spiritual power to sense. She saw a translucent figure hidden in the air, as if there was a translucent air barrier between them. Wind steps. A simple and unadorned blade quickly fell, cutting a huge trench in the ground. Chapter 264, The Mysterious Ajo. Boom! The ground was torn apart, and a huge gully was opened. Ymir turned around and looked in the direction of the fiery blade. What kind of creature are you? She looked at the twisted monster with a ferocious and ugly face. It had a pair of spiral demonic horns on its head, and its eyes were filled with a brutal and cruel light. It carried the extreme evil and violence of the world, as if it was a life formed by pure evil thoughts. How can there be such an evil creature in this world? Ymir felt a bone-piercing cold. This cold wasn't because she was afraid of her opponent's power, but because of the extremely disgusting black aura that she was emitting. It was filled with a sense of aggression and violence. Any living creature would instinctively feel disgusted, as if they were staring into the abyss. Man, are you a demon? Yumia's voice gradually turned cold as she looked at the demon La beside her. This is your backup plan? What? Ruer's face was also aghast. That disgusting aura, he's more like a demon than us. However, our demon race doesn't have a creature like the Abyss Demon. The demon clan was born with a powerful demon form. However, they were born brutal, full of violence, invasion, conquest, and slaughter. They were countless times more terrifying than humans. The ancestor of demons, Ruer, was clear about this, so he didn't let them live on the surface. He brought his own race to live in seclusion deep underground and become underground demons. The evil people of the world. You're actually accumulating the power for your fury. Yumia's expression turned cold. She could feel his anger getting stronger, as if something terrible was brewing. I can't let a terrifying creature like you live. In the blink of an eye, the two figures crashed into each other. Boom! He slashed again. The terrifying man was struck hard. His simple and flawless sword skill caused the entire valley to crack rapidly. Black flames of rage burned all over his body, and his eyes were filled with rage. It was as if all his emotions were burning, and he was not afraid of Ymir's terrifying pressure at all. Wind steps. The monster took a strange step and waved his long blade. His eyes suddenly bulged, and the endless aura of rage that he had accumulated finally reached its peak. It gathered into a force of anger. Holding the blade with both hands, he jumped up and said, "Critical strike!" Buzz! In an instant, a terrifying rage mixed together. Wails, screams, pain, madness, despair, and countless black emotions intertwined, mixing into an overwhelming power. The ground was covered with a sword mark that was hundreds of meters long, and dust was rolling. What kind of power is that? The entire valley instantly became deathly silent. The griffin archers in the sky were instantly stunned, and the humans standing on the mountain peak in the distance suddenly roared in joy. They finally recognized who that was. That's Ajo. Some people were extremely excited. They didn't expect that the slow man who had been swinging his knife at stones for more than 30 years could hide so deeply. But Ajo isn't the listening Ajo? The silent Ajo? The foolish Ajo? Why are you so furious? This is an enraged Ajo? Then. That's Ajo. Not far away, Arthur and Ilfin looked at the blade marks that tore the earth apart. Achu's appearance was a little different now. He looked more like a demon and had 2 spiral horns. Perhaps this was his combat form? But that kind of power was too terrifying. It was a huge chill with goosebumps, a black color with wails and despair, violent and terrifying. Everyone was in awe and afraid. Monster! Yumiya dodged the attack, but her body was covered in thin and dense knife marks, even revealing her snow-white skin. She turned around and quickly flew away. I have to find a way to leave. I'll use my arm to heal the wound. Her recovery ability was very strong. As long as she was given some time to catch her breath, she would be able to recover her combat strength again. The furious Ajo looked at Emir's back, but he didn't chase after her. Instead, he used his fiery red eyes to quietly watch her leave. In the lush forest, the surroundings were quiet. Ta-ta-ta! A figure flew across the land. Elf Emperor Emir had never been in such a sorry state before, and she could not imagine what kind of terrifying creature it was. Human? Demon? Or was he their mixed blood? How could there be such a terrifying and cold life in this world? As expected of a creature that had lost its divinity and fallen. However, it was indeed too terrifying. It was brutal and mixed with the extreme evil of the human world. Just by standing there, the black aura covered the sky and even formed a kind of pressure, which was not inferior to her power. What kind of environment did it grow up in? That's why it's so violent and dark. Human nature is really too complicated and evil. Her delicate and beautiful face pursed her lips with difficulty and took a deep breath. It's far from our single divinity, pure and kind. I must destroy them. I have no regrets, even if I have to bear countless blood and crimes. After seeing such a terrifying evil creature, she became even more determined. This was a battle between different races. There was no right or wrong. Although she was also at a loss these days, she had been telling herself firmly that she was not wrong. The birth of humans would destroy the elven race. Perhaps I'm no longer myself. I've turned into the Song of Shadows, the guardian of iron and blood, or even another violent demon like just now. But so what? She strode forward and began to remove her gloves to heal her wounds. She said coldly, after this war, the elven world will return to peace. I should step down. An elf like me is not worthy of being king. In her mind, she suddenly recalled the words of the previous generation's elven emperor, Emir, when he sat in the elven palace. Those high-spirited words, the king will admit it, the king will allow it, and the king will carry the entire world. The previous emperor Yumiya was full of mettle, but he had not been able to do it, so he had to work hard to advance. She was silent, as if she had only truly understood the meaning of this sentence at this moment. The king is responsible for the entire world, so there is no good or evil. The elves do not have to bear pain and condemnation. I'll make all the decisions, and I'll force the people to do as they please. Suddenly, an even more concealed transparent figure approached. Wind steps. The translucent figure was like an assassin, quickly leaping over. It's you again. Emir waved the wheel of poison in his hand, and a translucent figure appeared. The man this time actually looked a little different from before. He had sharp fangs, and his eyes did not have the kind of brutal destructive look that could destroy everything. Instead, it was a kind of pure wildness, the most primitive instinct of a living creature, or perhaps beast nature. What kind of creature are you? Yumiya's expression turned serious as he fought the monster again. Compared to the previous demonic monster, this wild monster's aggressiveness was obviously much less. However, in its place was a kind of animal-like sensitive instinct, which could accurately predict her every move. Emir had always been proud of his superb combat skills, but in the hands of this man, he finally witnessed what true combat skills were, and the terrifying killing intent that was like an instinct. This battle was extremely difficult. Large areas of trees were corroded, and the entire mountain forest turned into a dead end. However, the pressure seemed to have no effect on this creature. It did not seem like a living creature. Ymir struggled a few times, then quickly left again. The beast-like man with the knife only looked at her quietly and did not chase after her. She once again moved forward like a ghost, and a dilapidated human town appeared in front of her. She hesitated for a moment, then quickly rushed into the town and entered an empty dilapidated hut at the edge to rest. The stove, wooden table, and wooden door were all overturned. It seemed that the owner of the house had met with an accident. She stood up and looked at the streets outside the town through the crack of the window. Under the broken eaves, there were still women holding their children, and middle-aged men trying to find food for their families in the ruins. Yumiya closed her eyes slightly and began to rest her nerves. She had already suffered 2 heavy injuries. If they were to catch up again, she might not be able to escape. What is it? If I had to make a guess, the first man had the demonic nature of a demon, and his entire body was filled with the evilness of the world. The second man was like a wild beast in the mountains and forests, with a pure bestiality. Their appearance was born from their heart, and their looks indeed matched their inner characteristics. She kept thinking, would there be another man? However, the next second, another man with a long knife on his back walked in. His face was flawlessly handsome, gentle like jade, and his whole body exuded a natural and fresh air. It was as if he was bathed in a divine light, making people feel close to him, as if he was close to nature. Ymir was very familiar with this aura. Elf? Feeling this aura, Ymir stood up in shock, his head shaking violently. The man bathed in divinity and did not seem to have any intention of fighting. He only smiled gently, revealing his white teeth. Yumiya, do you want to know the truth of the world? What truth? Yumiya held the wheel of poison vigilantly. At this moment, she suddenly felt that she was extremely weak and unworthy of being the king of the elves. She felt ashamed of her people. The 11 ancient elven trees hide the secret truth of this world, the text of history. For example, Ymir, who are you? The man's voice was also filled with divinity, bathed in the warm sunlight. Ymir, you. Are you really an elf? Chapter 265, Truth of the World. Am I really an elf? Looking at the man's question, Yumiya suddenly had a strange feeling. This creature full of divinity and could even be called an elf would not lie, just like the kindness of elves would not lie. I'm an elf, the night elf Ymir. Ymir said firmly, looking at him warily. Are you really an elf? The man smiled and lit a bonfire in the room. He invited the seriously injured Yumiya to sit down, allowing her to buy time to heal her wounds. If you really are an elf, why are you so ruthless? So cruel? Lead the kind elves full of divinity and start a massacre of other races. Ymir, on the other hand, calmed down and said, because this is a war between species. I have no choice but to not exterminate the human race. With the tyranny of the human race, they will definitely exterminate us elves in the future and make us their slaves. She believed that any intelligent human would not refute the correctness of this decision. If it were from a human's perspective, they would definitely do the same. Yes, there's nothing wrong with this thought. Ajo smiled and used his long knife to stir the bonfire. The sound of the firewood crackling could be heard, as if he was a traveler gathering in a broken house on a rainy night. He said leisurely, however, this correct war decision should be made by humans and not the kind elves. The kindness of elves, even if they know that it is right. They wouldn't have had the heart to carry out such a brutal massacre. Ymir was about to speak. Don't be in a hurry to deny it. Ajo continued, I have observed the history of the elven race. They are kind, gentle, and do not lie. They have gathered the perfection of any life and all the beauty of the world. They are called divinity. They could work hard and sacrifice their lives to protect their mother ancient tree, but if it was up to them, with the kindness of the elves, would they take the lives of other races in order to keep their own lives? No, definitely not. They were too kind to take the lives of others for the sake of his own survival. This was the decision of humans, not the decision of elves. So, Ymir, are you really an elf? Ymir's mind went blank. It was only at this moment that he realized what the real contradiction was. His decision had to be right. However, her thoughts were not what an elf should have. For the continuation of the race, this was the way of thinking. As the elven emperor, she was no longer an elf. Perhaps he was already a person? Her head suddenly shook, and she couldn't control herself. Ajo continued calmly, I looked through the history of the elves and discovered that they were kind, harmonious, gentle, and not greedy. This also caused them to be unmotivated. A long time ago, the elven civilization had not advanced and lived in the forest. They stopped at the age of wooden and stone tools, while greed was the true advancement of living beings. As God had said, strong desire was the original sin of all things, the root of the loss of divinity, the root of all disasters and misfortunes in life, but it would also make living things move forward. In order to get better weapons, he had to learn how to make iron. Learning how to tame a mount for a better journey. In order to better fill their stomachs, they developed farming. In order to become more powerful, he had to develop a cultivation system. None of the previous elves had any of these qualities. They were pure, kind, and gentle like a pool of clear spring water. It was only when a certain elven emperor appeared that he promoted the progress of the entire elven civilization, allowing the elves to cultivate because he had desires. However, success is due to desire, and failure is also due to desire. He stole the forbidden fruit. Ajo laughed and stirred the long saber, causing sparks to flash. Ymir was silent. The elves were too flexible. It was not that they didn't have desires, but that they lacked them. If it weren't for the alchemists who brought the items to them, they wouldn't have taken the initiative to buy equipment and study them. If the mother tree had not ordered them to start a war and bury the enemy's body under the tree, they would not have done anything. She already had a terrifying thought. Due to the special nature of her birth, just like the previous elven emperor Ymir, she had something that should not have existed in the pure divinity of the elves. As the elven emperor, due to the uniqueness of Ymir's body as an elven hero, he had fallen from grace at birth and was no longer the perfect divinity of the elves. Perhaps, he was already a human. As a human, he had selfish motives and began to want to protect those lovely elves, so he started to kill. Her face turned bitter. For a moment, she didn't know how to describe it. When you think you are not you. When you know you are not you, you are you. Do you understand who you are now? Ah Chu's eyes looked at her deeply. This is a ridiculous fallacy to begin with. Elves would not kill, only humans. That's why they kill people. Only humans kill. She opened her eyes wide, and an inexplicable fear flashed through them. The elven emperor was actually a human. If this were to spread, the entire world would be thrown into an uproar. The sensation it caused was unimaginable. Pa! Ajo laughed again. He lowered his head and stirred the firewood. He looked at the bright flame swaying and making a crisp sound, as if it contained the truth of the world and endless mysteries. I have observed for countless years. I found that the elves are incomplete. They are extremely incomplete. You don't have to rush to refute. He glanced at Elf Emperor Ymir and said, as you can see, although they symbolize all the good in the world and have all the perfect characters, it is precisely because they have no greed and desire that they don't want to make progress and will not resist. This may be what the God who created them wanted. Only then would he be controlled. Because humans are greedy and can defy the heavens, but elves aren't. Yumia's eyes flickered as her mind was continuously assaulted. This man was full of charm, as if he was the wisest man in the world who had seen through everything in the world. Who are you? Suddenly, Ymir spoke softly, his voice bitter. The elven emperor Ymir, you say. Divinity or humanity came first? Ajo asked. Ymir did not answer, but his heart was already in turmoil. Was it divinity? Or humanity first? Every word and sentence was like a thunderbolt, exploding in her heart. I've listened to the words of humans for countless years. Joy, anger, greed, darkness, filth. While listening, I have already guessed the truth of this world, the text of history. Ajo looked at the bonfire, then at the ruined town outside. There were some women hugging their children. Perhaps, a long, long time ago, when the world was just created, the ancient tree of life and the ancient tree of war launched a tree world war. In order to protect themselves, they could breed complete humans in their fruits. However, they quickly discovered that intelligent creatures like humans were terrifying and had endless potential. Sooner or later, they would rebel against them. Therefore, they made a decision. They extracted all the beauty and kindness in human nature and turned into elves. However, they discovered that they deprived the fairies of their desires and also caused the fairies to lose their motivation to move forward. They are kind, gentle, and loving like a pool of stagnant water. You can't deny this, right? Greed and desire, slaughter and war, are the true driving force for the advancement of a civilization. Thus, the War of the Elves that we saw after the War of the Tree World appeared. The ancient elven trees began to wage war against each other in an attempt to promote the development of civilization. Unfortunately, they were too slow and did not have any aggression from the bottom of their hearts. Perhaps if this continued as usual, after tens of thousands of years, the elven world would still be a pool of harmonious stagnant water. Ymir's mind was in a state of intense struggle. She knew that she had heard the truth of the entire world, the entire history of the ancient elven tree. Why were elves born? Why did each elf tribe start a war? It turned out that the perfect was the most imperfect, and the elves were not perfect. From the very beginning, it was already partially incomplete. She had always thought that elves came first, and despicable people came after stealing the forbidden fruit. She didn't expect it to be the opposite. In an instant, it subverted the ideas she believed in, and her pride as an elf was shattered. On the other hand, the ancient elven trees seemed to be at war with each other, but they were actually very harmonious and could chat and discuss in the canopy. That was until the appearance of a special night elf hero, who led the elves to develop their civilization. It brought them a surprise, but the surprise it brought them in the end was beyond what they could tolerate. Perhaps the greedy creature who stole the forbidden fruit was guilty, but he eventually became a key in history, and pride opened the beginning of the whole world. The truth of our world is that the ancient trees now want to wipe out humanity and destroy the human race, not because they stole the forbidden fruit, fell from divinity, and became sinners, a race full of violence and incompleteness, and caused this land to lose its happy paradise, Ymir whispered. Yumia's mind gradually came to a realization, and a terrifying thought burst out: it's them. They are life forms with complete human nature. They are complete existences that surpass divinity. One day, people will overthrow their rule. Perhaps the source of this calamity in the world of ancient trees wasn't the war between elves and humans, but a war between divinity and humanity. On the other hand, all of this was the hidden danger that the ancient tree of life had planted when it extracted divinity from the beginning to create sprites. Ymir was completely moved. He stood up and bowed deeply to Ajo. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. Dare I ask, what is human nature? Ymir asked again. I'm guessing that the 11 ancient elven trees of life separated a person's personality into 3 parts, divinity, demonic, and beastly. Ajo said faintly, I only took the divinity in it to create sprites. The rest of the demonic and bestial nature is still stored in the fruit. Back then, when Ylfin stole the forbidden fruit, not only did he steal the complete human nature in the fruit of life, but he also turned into a man. I also accidentally stole a pure demonic nature from the fruit, which is the opposite of the elven divinity. So, one of the children he gave birth to turned into a demon? The demons had pure demonic nature, which corresponded to the pure divinity of elves. One was of utmost good and the other was of utmost evil? Rur was indeed evil. He participated in the war only for the continuation of the underground demon race. He knew that once the human race was destroyed, it would be the time for him and his children to die. With the truth of history laid before her eyes, Ymir could not help but ask, then, what is the bestiality that has not been stolen? Divinity is good, demonic nature is evil. Divinity and demonic nature are both subjective wisdom of intelligent life. Only the bestiality is the most primitive survival instinct of living creatures, like the fierce beasts in the deep forest. Ajo said with a smile. I'm guessing that the ancient life tree has divided human nature into 3 major aspects. What's the proof? Ymir asked. I'm the evidence. At this moment, the demonic man, the bestial man, and a very normal human man with an ordinary face appeared at the door. However, he was like a ruthless machine, very cold. I was originally ugly, and my name was Ajo. My appearance came from my heart, and I gathered all kinds of distracting thoughts and bloodline. The ordinary-looking mechanical man replied, I brandished my saber day by day and listened to people's complaints. The 3 distracting thoughts grew more and more, and finally converged into a mirror image. I then cut off the 3 distracting thoughts: the demon body, the god body, and the beast body. The 3 mirror images started to gather and entered the expressionless Achu's body. His emotionless eyes gradually flickered with humanity. 3 mirror images, when gathered together, I am a human. In fact, Ajo also had the true body of an ancestral sorcerer. However, his true body of an ancestral sorcerer did not transform. Instead, it became extremely huge and had 3 heads and 6 arms. Instead, it split off and turned into 3 mirror images. They were the beast body, the god body, and the demon body. This was the truth that he had comprehended by referring to the rules of heaven and earth in this world, the laws of the ancient tree's operation, the laws of its reproduction, and his own true body of the wizard ancestor. Yumiya looked at Ajo and couldn't help but ask, "How's your true form's combat strength?" Ajo explained, "The mirror image clone's combat power is only 3.5 times that of the real one. Furthermore, its defense is weak. It has to withstand 3 times the damage of the real one. However, the death of the mirror image is not important to me. It will only consume some of my magic power." Ymir's mind went blank. This man clearly had the ability to use violence to suppress others, but he chose to use this method to convince her. As a kind elf, she had chosen violence and brute force. She felt bitter and completely lost her soul. At this moment, she completely submitted to this man full of humanity. Brute force would not make her yield. She was not afraid of death, but this man was wise but appeared to be stupid. He was the smartest saint in the world. The charm of his words crushed her hard heart, making her submit to him wholeheartedly. Ymir is willing to submit. Yumiya knelt down on one knee in front of the man. "The elves are willing to make you king. What if I start a war against your mother tree?" Ajo spoke. "The elves are willing to be the vanguard." As a human, Ymir expressed his opinion. In the 120th year of the High Elven Empire, the human sword saint appeared out of nowhere and subdued the elven emperor Ymir, saving the human race from the fire and water. Chapter 266, Philosophy Changing the World. Ymir clearly knew that there was no one in this world who could stop Ajo. If Ajo had the intention to massacre everyone, the elf tribe and the ancient tree of life would be at his mercy. His clone alone was enough to sweep the world. The elf tribe had already been defeated. The ancient tree of life did not have the ability to fight back. It could only stand there silently and allow itself to be slaughtered. When he said that he wanted to start a war against the ancient tree of life, he was actually waiting for her to express her stance on the ancient tree of life. "He wants to use me as the vanguard." She looked at the man's deep eyes and completely understood his intentions. "He's trying to convince me and weigh the pros and cons for me. Only by telling me the truth about the elf tribe in the entire world will he be complete. Then, he'll use me as a vanguard to convince the ancient tree of life on his behalf. If he wanted to kill, he wouldn't have asked for his opinion. He would have asked for his opinion." Elf Emperor Ymir, you are indeed very smart. You possess wisdom and forbearance that far surpasses that of ordinary people. Ajo laughed. "You'll be able to understand my intentions in an instant, and the ancient life tree will also understand that it's no longer able to stop me. I hope that you can help me convince the ancient life tree." He stood up and placed the knife behind him. His eyes were burning. The ancient tree of life is a part of this world. It's the mother of the entire land. They fear the birth of intelligent life and are also considering their own survival. They're not wrong. However, I can now promise that as long as I'm alive, no one will destroy them or enslave your elven race. However, I also hope that the ancient tree of life will no longer interfere with the world. All I want is a complete and peaceful world. A healthy and intelligent life form, living among the major races, and developing together." On this day, Ymir called a halt to the entire war. She personally acted as the vanguard and headed to Elysium, which was at the top of the tree, to convince the 11 ancient life trees to surrender. She had no other choice, and the conditions she offered were very generous. There was no reason for her to refuse. Impossible. The 11 ancient life trees could not believe the reality. They could not believe that such a powerful human existed. On the ground, a man who was still brandishing his machete, his bronze muscles sweating, suddenly said, "Beast body, go to the sky." High Elves Empire, year 120. The human race's sword saint, Elysian, argued with the 11 ancient life trees for 3 days. He explained the origin of life and weighed the pros and cons before successfully convincing the 13 elven ancient life trees. This land is peaceful. Since there are humans, elves, and demons, there should also be beasts. This is a complete world where humanity is divided into 3 parts, godly beasts and demons. Ajo spoke to the ancient life tree once again and said slowly, "But the last link of this world. Complete the last beast clan and give birth to it." The 11 ancient life trees fell silent. They had no other choice. "Human, remember your promise." On this day, the beastly sword saint of the human race descended from the sky with 10 infants who looked like wild beasts with green faces and fangs. A few years later, the beastly sword saint raised the baby into a beastman and left alone. Tens of millions of years later, the orcs would still write down the power of this mysterious sword saint in their ancient history, and they would respect him as the ancestor of the sword saint, Grom. In this way, this world will move from being incomplete to complete. The human sword saint still incarnated as Audio. He had the combat power to rule the world, but he didn't rule the world. Instead, he continued to hold his knife and cut down trees every day, like a silent mountain man. I'm going to abdicate. I'm not fit to be the king of the elves. On this day, Ymir came again and said to Audio, however, the 11 ancient spirit trees are already reluctant to part with me. They understand that the elves can't win against the human race, so they want me to continue protecting the elf tribe and the 11 ancient life trees. Ymir's expression became complicated. The elves were indeed too peaceful and quiet. Their previous development had been pushed forward. If it wasn't for the mother tree's orders for them to start a war, kill each other, and bury each other under its own ancient tree, they would simply be living their daily lives. If it weren't for the alchemists who gave them equipment, they wouldn't have the motivation to study and become stronger. It wasn't that they didn't have any desires, but their desires were too shallow. In truth, it was not that divinity, bestiality, and demonic did not have other attributes, but that their main attributes made up the majority. The elves also had a small number of other desires. After all, if they were completely pure, they would not be true life. Now, seeing that there was no way to stop it, the ancient tree of life wanted to let the human like Ymir continue to be the elven king. Humans seem to be the most complete, but in fact, they are the most complicated. Audio suddenly opened his mouth and once again spoke of his philosophy, as well as what he had obtained after thinking about it for countless years. I yearn for the peaceful life of an elf. There's no need to scheme against each other. I really yearn for your divinity. It's just like how humans yearn for the good. Ymir looked at the mysterious man. The reason why he is so powerful is because he has cut off 3 mirror images and turned into a pure person who has no self and no desire. He constantly thinks about the truth of the world from a rational perspective and cultivates madly. This has led to his speed, which is almost inhuman. It wouldn't be long before he stepped into the legendary 7th rank. I'm going to retire and become the head warden. I'm going to guard the Elysium in Leaf Vault and all kinds of evil people. Ymir was about to leave when he suddenly turned around and asked, Human, what is your name? Audio. Don't you have a real name? Ymir stopped. I don't have a name, but I have 3 great bodies. There are already people who have given me various names and written various legends about me. Audio said. Then you'll be called the Nameless Human Sword Saint. Ymir said. The Nameless Sword Saint was still the most mysterious ancient existence on the entire planet even after countless years. Suddenly, Audio continued to wave his machete at the huge rock and said slowly, what if I say that our world doesn't only have 1 heaven but 9? There are all kinds of powerful ancient existences and all kinds of intelligent life living on them. Ancient heavens, intelligent life, do you think that's possible? Ymir stopped again. Some things don't exist just because we don't believe in them. Audio continued to swing his saber. He was not accurate at all. I can feel everything. Our world is very mysterious. There are many special and vast spaces. There is a sky in the sky, and that place is extremely dangerous. You want to go on an adventure with me? Ymir was taken aback. She had heard from the mother tree that this world was not as simple as it seemed. It was just that she had been too busy with the war to study the mysteries of this ancient tree world. I'm preparing to set off 3 years later. If you want to come, we can rely on each other. Audio continued to wave his blade. He had already planned to do this a long time ago. The sharp intuition of the beast mirror image made him feel that this world was not simple. Then I'll go. Ymir said. He could finally let go of the burden and do what he wanted. History was complete here, and the historians were also recording everything for this land. Tree World Era, first year of the world's creation. The ancient spirit tree and the ancient war tree were born, and they fought each other. The ancient spirit tree gave birth to spirits, and they became the 11 ancient gods. This part of history was too difficult to investigate. Unless the ancient tree of life personally explained it, no one would know where that period of time had started and how many years it had gone through before it ended. In the era of God's creation, 1 to 236, the major elf tribes fought and hired the ancient tree of war to wage war against each other. In the era of the High Elves Empire, 236 to 356, the Elven Emperor Yumia ruled the world and established the Yumia Elven Empire. Ilfin and Gilna stole the forbidden fruit, giving birth to humans and demons. The Elven massacre began, and the human sword saint appeared. He suppressed everything with lightning speed and gave birth to the orcs, thus completing the world. No matter how the later generations tried to figure out and comment on the history of the development and the birth of the races, there were still some obscure secrets buried in history and turned to dust. No one knew that there were actually 2 elven emperors of Yumia, and who was Ilfin. However, in some unofficial history, some historians had boldly speculated that the true or false Emperor Ymir and Ifron's true origins were infinitely close to the truth. 3 years later, the entire land was peaceful and quiet. Achu's mysteriousness and his swift and decisive actions were discussed with great relish by the people living on the earth. The world had become complete. After that earth-shattering battle, the elf tribe no longer protected their tribe's ancient tree of life. Instead, they gathered together to live. The other 3 tribes also lived their own lives. It seemed that true prosperity had only begun from here. The planet was divided into 4 continents and a boundary was set. At the intersection point, Ajo made the ancient tree of life's leaves no longer block out even the sky. Instantly, a terrifying power scattered down, turning the area into a desert of death and a sea of death. Unless one reached Tier 4, it would be very difficult to pass through the death zone. This world is finally in order and no longer incomplete. The 2 of us are already unrivaled in the world. In a dense forest, Ajo brandished his saber for another 3 years before he suddenly said, "It's time to explore that ancient firmament world." Hwala! Ajo silently sensed everything, then suddenly split open space and stepped into that world with Elf Emperor Yumia. Hwala! Clear water and green mountains, small bridges and flowing water houses, surrounded by mountains, and ripples in the small lake. At this moment, they seemed to have entered a tribe. The ground was covered in blood and the corpses of children and old people. The black-robed cultivators with black hair and black eyes, who had gloomy expressions and were holding a skull magic tool, spoke in a language that no one could understand. The fire barbarian tribe worships fire and is good at refining medicinal stones. Did you kill them all? A few of them managed to escape. Another sinister old man spoke, his eyes flickering with a faint green light. Hiding in the dark, Ymir frowned and couldn't help but say, "This world is too scary. There are 2 level 6 heroes and powerhouses everywhere. We're only at level 6, but we're about to break through. Who's there?" Suddenly, one of the black-robed cultivators looked at the corner. They seemed to have a special aura sense that could sense the emotions of other creatures. At this moment, a smile flashed across Dichi's face. "You're good, Ajo." He was indeed gifted. "Even I can't see through you. This is the greatness and mystery of life, to be able to give birth to flowers that are worthy of admiration." It was supposed to be a wonderful battle, and the earth was going to be bathed in blood. A brilliant era was going to break out in the midst of death, and another world catastrophe was coming. My high cloud had a chance to wake up, but you stopped it. This time, you can't stop it, right? War was the true driving force behind the evolution of civilization. On the planet in the outer world, he used it to breed new races. In the 9 heavens of the inner world, other than the creation era, he still bred the ancestral sorcerer lineage. This was the root he had brought from the ancient world. The ancestors of sorcery continued to flourish over the years, even surpassing the original primordial system and advancing on the original foundation. After 500 to 600 years, there were countless powerful people. However, they lived in the inner space and couldn't locate the outside world. As long as the outside world was strong enough, they could clearly sense that there were 9 spaces in the sky above the ancient tree planet and would find a way to go there. In Dichi's eyes, a great battle was about to break out. At this moment, Ymir's brows were tightly furrowed as well. He was prepared to go on a rampage and capture these powerful beings first. After all, it was not a lie that she, Ymir, was so powerful that she was almost unrivaled among those of the same rank. "Don't do anything." Ajo walked out and looked at the 2 fierce black-robed cultivators. He silently separated a divine mirror image from his body. The divine man bathed in the light, making people feel warm and tamed by his kindness. What kind of mutant is this? The two cultivators were shocked and their hair stood on end. That terrifying aura was not something they could resist. The man in front of him was at least invincible among his peers. The man bathed in divinity and did not seem to have any intention of fighting. He just smiled gently, revealing his white teeth. Although they did not understand each other's language, he silently sent out a thought through divine thought, "Two masters, do you want to know the truth of this world?" "What truth?" The two black-robed cultivators were on guard. "The truth of your world. For example, is the world you live in a real world?" The man's voice was bathed in the sunlight. "Is this world real? Are you really yourselves? Is the you now the you in the next moment?" The two black-robed cultivators were stunned. Ymir was also shocked. He silently recalled the warning that alchemist Koya had given him: "You have to be careful of Ajo. He dragged a good elf like you into the water and made you think that you're a lowly person. He also made lowly people learn from good elves and become elves. This made me remember men's hobbies." "What's your hobby?" "Drag a good woman into the water, and persuade a prostitute to be a good woman." The elven girl had a serious expression. "Did he ask you 3 questions about philosophy? Who are you? Where are you from? Where are you going?" At this moment, Ymir looked at the man, Ajo, who had released the divine mirror image in an attempt to resolve this peacefully. He immediately felt that something was wrong. Dichi was speechless. He was silently sensing his inner world, and now that he saw this scene, his mind was a little muddled. The various disasters and catastrophes he had created were all blocked by Ajo, who liked to talk about philosophy. He suddenly felt his teeth hurt. Perhaps he had met his match. Chapter 267. Ajo was secretly exploring this world of the 9 heavens. Not only were there countless Type 6 experts, but there were also powerful existences that had reached the Type 7 realm. "I want to stay here and continue to swing my blade. The stones on this land are very hard, and I like them very much." After a simple exploration, Ajo felt that this piece of land was very mysterious and interesting. There was the heavenly yin world, the ancient desolate beast world, the magus berserker world. Furthermore, there were many experts living here and they absorbed Joss flames. It actually had the same effect as his 3 mirror images. "Then I'd better go back." Ymir felt that this land was too terrifying. Even though her pressure was terrifying, and if she encountered a 7th grade powerhouse, the other party might not be able to withstand it. However, the other party had sealed off his 5 senses and could still easily kill her. He did not have Achu's terrifying survival ability. Ymir returned to the tree world and continued to live in seclusion, guarding Ilfin so that he could not commit suicide and would suppress him for 10,000 years. As for whether he could live for 10,000 years, it wasn't her problem. In the Spore Evolution Game Forum, although half a day had passed, some species had already received the achievement reward and were planning to enter the primordial world. However, they were stopped by a post that suddenly appeared. Shocking! Allmouthy King saves the world. The moment the post was posted, it immediately attracted the attention of many people. The racer of Mount Harana, cough, cough, cough. "Hello, everyone. I'm here again. First of all, I'll talk about the current situation, which is beyond our expectations. First of all, Elf Emperor Yumiya actually wants to annihilate the human race. This was something that we didn't expect, and I couldn't stop it at that time. When I saw Arthur, Ruhr, and even a certain idiot who tried to save his wife being beaten to the ground, I instantly felt that this game was over. Who knew that Ajo, a nameless human sword saint, would suddenly appear?" Screenshots. Screenshots. Screenshots of terrifying battles were released one after another. To be able to ignore the terrifying spicy smell, it was simply a terrifying existence that was as rare as phoenix feathers and Kylan horns. Everyone was carefully observing, discussing, and observing who this native savior who had suddenly appeared was. "Then, can I eat spicy food?" The racer of Mount Harana replied, "Yes. It's him, it's a hot man. He used his mouth to say a lot of strange great truths, human nature, divinity. The hell?" This kind of philosophical argument actually convinced Yumiya. Screenshots. Screenshots. It was the handwriting of the racer of Mount Harana, the interview with Yumiya after the incident, and the general words of Ajo that he had recorded. There were all sorts of philosophical discussions that went deep into human nature, such as divinity, bestiality, human nature, demonic nature, and the profoundness and mystery. It was simply stunning to watch. Awesome! Who was this native? This game is indeed a game that loves learning. Is it trying to trick me into learning philosophy? As expected of the nameless sword saint. Everyone, tell me, since this thing has been cut open, is it black like Ditchy? I find the mouth of this righteous hero terrifying. A villain who's more talkative than a villain who's going to die. He's not afraid of Emir's secret recuperating and counterattack, serious face. It's indeed awesome. We've lost. We scientific cultivators can't beat philosophical cultivators. No one could stop him when he talked about great principles. Naruto's mouth guzzle.jpg. I have a comment on this. The representative of scientific immortal cultivation, the moon worship sect leader, what was love? Li Xiaoao, the mouth cannon, tells us, endless love, the villain's tear.jpg. In reality, everyone knew that the foundation of one's ability to escape with one's mouth was unrivaled combat power. Otherwise, who would listen to one's advice? However, it was undeniable that persuading people to surrender was also an art of language. However, Ajo was indeed a weirdo. Other people could use their hands, but they would never use their mouths. If they couldn't beat you with their fists, they would reason with you with a serious face. But Ajo, with a serious face, would push you to the ground and crazily instill his glorious and righteous philosophy into you. He was simply too strong. Take this, villain. The art of correct values. Funny face. The strangest thing is that when he's thinking about life, he's cutting stones every day like a merciless stone-cutting machine. It's like he was born in the wrong world. He should be shoulder to shoulder with the moon. The nameless sword saint has a very charismatic personality. I'm a fan, I'm a fan. Philosophical warrior. After entering, I must get an autograph. No one had expected such a powerful person to suddenly appear. His style of doing things was quite flirtatious, just like Ditchy from before. Suddenly, the netizens received a lot of positive comments and popularity. They said that they had become passers-by fans, as if they were fans of the characters in a popular idol drama, and wanted to enter that world to get autographs. At this moment, the racer of Mount Harana continued. First of all, this world has been completely pacified. After the creation of the world, the basic laws have gradually become complete. A single human race had split into 3 races, demons, elves, and orcs. If they were to live on the same land, what would their future development be like? I'm telling you, I don't know. However, I feel that this world is like an incarnation. I have a vague guess about the future. Since humans have been divided into 3 races, is it possible for the 3 races to develop the art of fusion? What kind of ultimate life form would be born? People? Or what the hell? Second, the current magic net cultivation system, the Western fantasy-style planet world, has just been perfected, and the 4 races have been born. The Golden Age had just begun. Under the leadership of the Sword Saint, the 4 races had developed peacefully. The future was bright and the potential was limitless. There were too many mysteries hidden in the world. For example, could the starry sky outside the leaf really enter the stars? Was it a boundless world? Also, Emir and the Grand Sword Master went out secretly. Emir did not say a word when they returned. I suspect that they have entered a new world. That world is so powerful that even our beloved Fairy of Legs is afraid of it. All in all, I'm blowing it. I strongly recommend you to join us and explore the mysterious world under the leadership of the 2 native NPCs, Emir and the Sword Saint. Everyone's hearts burned with excitement. It felt so good. It was so exciting just listening to it. The words of the racer of Mount Harana seemed to have hit the bullseye, hitting the fire in their hearts. Now, the plan could not keep up with the changes. He did not expect that he would die without Mumu saying anything. And now, the world was even more beautiful. The racer of Mount Harana, now, let's get down to business. I have a piece of good news and a piece of bad news. Which one do you want to hear? Good news. Someone said. I've become a man. Screenshot, sungod.jpg. A male elf with a holy halo and 6 copper coins around him appeared in front of her. Everyone was speechless. What happened? Why did you abandon our faith without saying a word? Everyone's eyes were wide open and they were heartbroken. The racer of Mount Harana laughed. You guys are too young. How can I possibly love cross-dressing like you guys? This was my previous plan. I would let the ancient sun tree indulge in spending money, then slowly let it sink in. Finally, at the cost of various benefits, I would let it reproduce me again and turn me into a man. Originally, this plan had a long way to go, and it might not even break through its bottom line for me. Who knew that Ajo would appear? Now that there were men everywhere, he decided to go all out. After I painfully took out 10 druid hidden jobs and a mountain giant, I went bankrupt, and he promised to turn me into a male elf. Attention, it's a male elf, not a man. Screenshots. 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 Elves were indeed so handsome that they didn't look human. I'll just ask, do you guys think I'm handsome? The racer of Mount Harana was extremely pleased with himself, as if he had reached the peak of his life. What's the bad news? Someone asked, wanting to know what the situation was like inside. After all, it was a second life. The racer of Mount Harana, the bad news is that you'll still turn into beautiful elves if you enter. After all, I paid a huge price to get it. Instantly, countless people were speechless. This was a psychological shadow. They decided to die rather than submit and not go in. The racer of Mount Harana, right now, I have a piece of good news and a piece of bad news. Which one do you guys want to hear first? Bad news? Someone asked. The racer of Mount Harana pretended not to hear him. Then, let's start with the good news. To prevent you from turning into beautiful elves, I have a way to turn you into men. He can turn us into men? The crowd was overjoyed and even wanted to howl in excitement. That's right. Why didn't I think of that? The racer of Mount Harana could create life, and its structure was similar to that of the ancient tree of life. It could also produce life fruits. They could also set up the altar of rebirth in the copper fruit of the racer of Mount Harana, allowing him to give birth to an elf. After all, that was how he had created the replica of Elf Ymir. Even though it was a bronze elf, it was still better than the beautiful elf. Big boss, you drive fast, but you have a conscience. Happy. I really love you so much. I almost forgot that you can replace the ancient life tree and reproduce us. Let us transform, Happy. Sexy Prince Charming, online surrogacy. Funny face. The netizens were very happy. This was simply solving a major problem in their lives. In the end, the slogan of women's clothing was so fanatical that only the racer of Mount Harana and Mumu's silence had experienced it before. After all, it was the thinking of a straight man. How detestable! What about cross-dressing only once or countless times? It was all a lie. Mumu didn't speak but started to speak. Big shots, I was wrong, I was really wrong. Can you save me? Trembling. He was imprisoned and couldn't even commit suicide. This game was too realistic. He could not commit suicide, so he could only be locked in there. He did not even have the chance to come out after he died, turn into a spore species, and re-evolve to enter again. Everyone ignored him. What a joke, 10,000 years, that's only 3 months in reality. Furthermore, who can save you? The head warden's terrifying aura was not something that normal people could withstand. They couldn't afford to offend that big shot, nor did they want to save him, let alone save him. In the next second, the racer of Mount Harana ignored the crowd and spoke again. Now, I'll tell you the bad news, which is the price tag. If you use surrogacy here, you can reincarnate into 4 races, humans, beasts, demons, and elves. Even special bloodlines like the elf dragon, the druid, the mountain giant, and so on. Where's Ymir? Someone asked. No. The racer of Mount Harana replied firmly. No running on foot. It would be a wonder if he didn't get beaten up by this big shot for randomly copying Ymir. Although as plants, it's ideal for you to be an elf, you can also choose other bloodlines and I'll fuse them for you. However, I'm not responsible for what form it will take. In short, after the fusion of your potential species, there will be thousands of possibilities. Humans have the lowest fee of 100,000 sun dollars. They are born as ordinary creatures without ranks. Elf, demon, and orc. Due to our special nature, we don't have any character flaws of our race, so we can convert into 3 races. Our starting point is very high, and we also have the special abilities of our race. The starting price for the 3 clans was 500,000 sun coins, which was rank 3 at birth and rank 4 at adulthood. As for the other extraordinary hidden professions, they are all extraordinary bloodlines that I created and integrated. For example, elf dragons, mountain giants, and the like, they start at 1 million sun dollars. We can discuss it in person. The crowd was duped to tears. The prices were more than 10 times higher. This was a living slaughter. Not only did this guy scam the natives, but he also ate human blood buns outside. He's a scammer to the extreme. No wonder he was so crazy about luring us in. Nonsense. The fees for surrogacy were already very high, alright? It's been hard on Daddy to give birth to you, the most favored children of the heavens. There's a 20% discount for the event now, first come, first served. Those who don't have money can pay on credit and wait until they become strong. But if they don't pay up, they'll have to bear the consequences. The species I reproduce have absolute dominance. I can control your lives. The racer of Mount Harana sent another screenshot of the Corium goddess with her arms wide open. Come on, throw yourself into my arms. Corium will make you all stronger. Chapter 268, Ditchi's Doubts. This resurrected NPC mentor was poisonous. Everyone spat out a mouthful of blood. Looking at other online games, which one of them didn't revive after dying and pay a few hundred bronze coins to revive the NPC? In fact, many online games nowadays didn't even need revival tokens for fear of disgusting pay-to-win daddies. Yet, this shameless animal was openly hindering the development of the times. Everyone was very sad. This was going against the flow of time and they wanted to apologize to all the netizens. However, there was really no other way. The resurrection point monopolized the industry. The patent of intellectual property was just that profitable. This game was indeed hardcore. Did they need players to act as resurrection points? There was another problem. The racer of Mount Harana was an alchemy factory, and the species produced by it could control their lives. In other words, if he allowed the racer of Mount Harana to be the surrogate in the place of the ancient tree of life, his life would be in his hands. However, they believed in this person's character. After all, his life would be controlled once he transformed. Instead of letting the ancient life tree control his life, he would rather not let his own people control it. After all, if he wanted to continue doing business, he had to have principles and wouldn't take the opportunity to kill you. However, after surviving the first 2 worlds, the era of the players had still appeared, especially on this planet that had a rebirth mechanism. It was not easy to die, and all kinds of mysteries were far more tempting to them than the previous 2 eras. After all, this was an era that had yet to be developed. I want to go in. I want to choose a demon. He's so handsome. I owe you this debt. I only want the lowest priced human race, but remember to mold me into a Naruto. I'm the champion of the school debate, and I want to practice the art of mouth escape. I want to compete with the nameless sword saint on the summit of the Forbidden City with philosophy. Don't worry, I'll live stream it for everyone, paid live stream. Paid live streaming, was stinginess contagious? Everyone felt that the world was cold, and that there was no trust between people. But to debate with the nameless sword saint, was it possible for a weakling like you to argue with the strongest person in the world? Everyone felt that it was possible. After all, the sword saint's personality was clear. His 3 mirror images followed the path of the heart. There's something to watch. He's crazy. All-mouthy kings battle. At the top of the Forbidden City, the 2 masters were discussing the philosophy of cross-dressing. Was the difference between men and women similar to the difference between human nature and divinity? Funny face. Ah ha ha ha. I think it's very likely that the sword saint will be interested. He's so reasonable, he might accept the challenge. Detestable. You guys really can come up with anything. If I'm really tricked into discussing it, my pride as a sword saint will be lowered by you dumbass, gritting teeth. Soon, the number of people who signed up gradually increased. Some who originally did not intend to enter also began to speed up the reproduction of species. There are a lot of first-time applicants. 7 or 8 of them are like this and are about to enter. The racer of Mount Harana was instantly pleased. As long as they could master the core technology, they would all have to call him Daddy. I'm the otherworld's login device. Suddenly, he sat in his room and looked at the computer screen, mumbling to himself, this is simply the benefit of being a transmigrator. I'll build the game server, guide the players on Earth, create main quests, dungeons, plots, and build cities. I'll use their immortality and dumbfoundedness to embark on the right path of the other world. If he could write this, it would be a novel. His eyes gradually lit up. This is indeed an online game. I can give them a new life, sell them equipment, sell them mounts, sell them Krypton gold skins, right? There was also the service of face and body molding. If they want a bigger one, they'll have to pay more, or I'll cut corners for them. They'll come to me to buy medicine in the future. He laughed silently, and his smile was as bright as the sun. There seemed to be a lot of in-game purchases. Tricking them into coming here and bearing countless heavy debts was only the beginning. However, I have to exploit the natives first. At this moment, Warden Emir had already retired. Usually, it was a meeting of the 11 elves to make decisions for the High Elven Empire. As the Sun Elf hero and one of the 11 decision-makers, he could naturally get close to the 11 ancient elven trees. What, 3 elven heroes are coming? A male hero. The ancient life tree was moved in succession. Now that Ajo was ruling the world, they still wanted power to protect themselves and even overthrow Achu's rule. After all, they were allowed to cultivate in peace as ancient trees and protect all living beings, feeling that life was not in their hands. Gender didn't matter anymore, as long as they didn't get involved with female elves. The one with the highest price will get it. What kind of elf race they are, and which side they belong to will depend on your price. Don't worry about them rebelling, the racer of Mount Harana said. I'll breed them and control their lives. The Sun Elf ancient tree understood and smiled, and I will reproduce you and control your life. This was an indirect way of controlling the other party, so there was no need to be afraid of betrayal. The ancient spirit trees grew impatient. The racer of Mount Harana was doing a two-handed transaction, exploiting both the players and the natives. It was simply wonderful. After that, he crossed the boundary of the desert and walked between the human race, the beast race, and the demon race. What? An undying hero born from the hero altar? We can summon it. As long as we provide an astonishing amount of wealth? The leaders of the races were moved. Ruhr and Arthur knew how terrifying it was, so they used their life's work to buy heroes for their own races. They didn't know that they could have their own heroes without paying. The racer of Mount Harana made a trip and was instantly satisfied. This was true alchemy, the art of mouth-for-mouth alchemy, creating flowers out of nothing. Furthermore, although they are your race's heroes and are part of your race, it's up to you whether those idiots have a sense of belonging. On the other side, Dichi was still frowning. Why isn't the situation developing according to my plan? Ajo has been trying to stop the war, so we have to find some brutal creatures to start the war. As he spoke, he searched the entire surface, as if he was looking for the source of the war. He incited the other party, and his final target was actually a lush forest. What is this? He was puzzled. In the lush mountain forest, there were 2 strange human-shaped green trees. They looked like walking grass. The 2 trees walked shoulder to shoulder, looking very social. Ah ha ha ha, we're finally in. One of the plants was laughing wildly. It also took out a square chewing gum wrapped in green leaves, slowly peeled it, took out the thing inside, and put it in its mouth. It chewed it and said, "Brother, my species is a rubber plant. Have a taste of the gum made from the mud on my body. Is it nice? My body fragrance is very strong. I'm not that flamboyant muumuu who likes to smoke people with my feet." The other plant was stunned. Is this the reason why you use your body odor to smoke people? Looking at this rubber tree, he was stunned for a few seconds. However, it was a species that could obtain the potential to achieve achievements, so it must have its own strength. He slowly took the gum and tasted it. He was instantly mesmerized. You're awesome. This gum is pretty good. It even has a coconut fragrance. The 2 strange plants strode forward, chewing something in their mouths, looking very curious. These 2 plants are not simple. Dichi's eyes slightly narrowed. If he didn't remember wrongly, this scene was very familiar. Previously, Saint Woodcutter had also taken out a thin, green, square, and connate supreme treasure to remove its outer shell. He had taken it out and chewed on it continuously before he could lift the huge axe. It had the divine power to mend the heavens. The creation wood was split into 4 parts to mend the sky. The shape and color were extremely similar. Could it be that these two plants had some connection with Saint Woodcutter? His breathing quickened slightly as he observed silently. At this moment, two oddly shaped trees walked out. Us two brothers, cute girls, an embroidery needle is the fastest. The way we walk must be more arrogant. They laughed wildly at the sky. How many days has it been? Our hair has turned white and our eyes are blurry. We've finally sneaked in. We're also one of the first big bosses to come in. It wasn't easy. He had to act more arrogantly before the rest of them came in. The embroidery needle was a type of rubber tree that could produce a special type of energy rubber that could store energy. The cute girl dream was a special iron tree, but it had a special biological magnetism, like a magnet. A different world, so handsome. She was simply too beautiful. There were all sorts of new plants, all sorts of magical and mythical creatures. I blew it up. This is the big boss's normal living environment. Giant dragons, elves, demons, humans. The two brothers looked around as they walked, like Granny Lou entering a grand view garden. Gradually, a handsome sun elf walked out and welcomed them. Tell me your in-game pay-to-win package. I want to become a demon. One of the embroidery needles was extremely excited. I want to become a mountain giant. The cute little girl, Yukio, was so frightened that she surrounded the handsome sun elf and sized him up, even touching him. The racer of Mount Harana looked at the two country bumpkins. Turning into a demon was still fine. After all, male demons were still very handsome, and they could fly. They were the best choice among the four major races. However, to turn into a large mountain giant, it would cost 1 million sun dollars. It was a huge loan, and to become a non-human creature like this, it was a bit too much. After all, didn't whoever came in want to transform? You don't understand my romance as a man. A big and hard stone man is the most handsome. The cute girl said. The racer of Mount Harana could not be bothered with them. Who the hell knew what kind of strange things these guys had in their heads? He handed them a densely packed price list. I'll have to charge extra for the face and body shape? You're black-hearted. You really think of yourself as a game server? Forget it, we'll take this loss. We'll send you your appearance. I've already figured out who I'm looking for, private message received. After saying that, the two creatures twitched and fell to the ground. The racer of Mount Harana shook his head and muttered, my whole body is twitching when I'm offline. It's like those village maidens on earth who are psychic and summon the souls of the dead. It's like epilepsy, my whole body is twitching, and my head is tilted. The settings of this world are a little strange. When I was in the Magus world, I was lying there normally when I went offline. In fact, his body was twitching because of the long-distance transmission of soul information. And this sun elf, Koya, also threw out an alchemy doll from space. Her entire body twitched and began to fall to the ground. Voila! A powerful sun elf and two plants were spasming on the ground. Strange gurgling sounds could be heard. The three creatures even started foaming at the mouth and their eyelids were rolling out. There was only one alchemy doll guarding him. What is this? Ditchi's mind gradually became muddled, but he couldn't understand the language. When we met and talked, we seemed to know each other. They also belonged to the incomprehensible ancient tree of rebirth clan. But the moment we met, they showed an expression of I have something to tell you, and then fell to the ground and twitched all over? And the other side also laid down and twitched? Are they communicating through some sort of thought? He looked at the three strange-looking creatures that were twitching on the ground. His brain had crashed. He tried to sense them, but he couldn't sense any spiritual will or any trace of Deo techniques. It was too bizarre. It wasn't that he hadn't studied these reincarnation plants before, wanting to learn their reincarnation ability. After all, this ability was extremely heaven-defying. It was just that he couldn't learn it, so he could only remember it in his heart and constantly observe them. He had always been very patient. The fact that he was able to hide in each era and become the mastermind was enough to prove everything. But now, he could not understand the meaning of this strange plant lying on the ground and twitching. Some kind of telepathic communication? I don't believe that I can't learn it. Perhaps their ability to communicate with the mysterious dimensions is the key to their rebirth. Ditchi felt that his dignity had taken a blow. It was fine if he couldn't learn Saint Woodcutter's Deo techniques, but he couldn't even learn it from a few weak living beings. These creatures descended from other worlds and must have their own unique and powerful civilization. This way of communication should be where their strength lies. Even their actions, the way they were chewing on the connate cardinal treasure, could be related to that saint woodcutter. After all, there was no such thing as chewing gum in this world. To be able to keep chewing it in one's mouth, the actions in front of him were too similar to saint woodcutters. Perhaps, their way of communication requires them to coordinate their actions and form a special ritual in order to eavesdrop on their thoughts. As he was constantly thinking and organizing, Dichi naturally placed great importance on Saint Woodcutter. I don't believe that I can't learn it with the divine sense of a god. A golden crow pondered for a while before lying down to try it out. His body twitched slightly, just like the two strange-shaped plants. He even had slight twitching movements, his hands and feet spasming, and his eyes rolling up. It was exactly the same. After all, his learning ability was not an exaggeration. Chapter 269, Daiki's Secret Learning Daily and the Player's March. Dichi didn't care about these things. This was because no one could see his ugly state in his own world. Learning from these strange, unknown, and strange life forms might allow him to learn the knowledge of the foreign civilizations of the mysterious and powerful ultimate worlds. It was worth a try to enter their field of thought. His Daluo Heaven Sutra encompassed everything, so it naturally included these magical domains. Goo 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 goo. A golden crow was still lying on the ground with his eyes rolled back. His entire body was convulsing and spitting saliva. He flapped his golden flaming wings and trembled continuously. He silently adjusted his body, consciousness, and soul, just like those village maidens on earth who were having a seizure. He tilted his golden crow as if he was looking at the soul of the dead. The golden crow mumbled to himself. I see it. I seem to be able to see their images. Su Ji was speechless. He was drinking water, and he almost choked on it. Looking at Emperor Qi secretly learning the technique, Saint Jinyu, who was twitching and frothing at the mouth, couldn't help but fall into a state of confusion. Are you trying to learn from your ancestor, the final chicken? However, it's true. His ancestor, the final chicken, was really twitching in front of him for him to learn from. Su Ji came to a sudden realization. Perhaps this was the legendary karma, the destiny of the heavens. At this moment, a few minutes had passed outside. While they were sending private messages on the forum, 3 days had passed in the ancient tree world. I see it, I seem to see it. Dichi's imitation was so vivid that it was like another vegetable player, who was psychic while twitching. Gradually, he saw some blurry images. In a room, the decoration was quite strange, it was a strange civilization decoration. There was an exquisite poster of a snake-haired banshee on the wall, and a human was in front of a chair, facing a square board, which was flashing with a strange white light. I have indeed succeeded. Kakat. The scene suddenly broke. Dichi woke up from frothing at the mouth and his expression turned serious. I failed. It's indeed an incredible sinkhole world. At that moment, the intelligent sub-brain suddenly spoke in a mechanical voice. An unknown stream of consciousness is trying to disguise the player's thought channels and carry them back to Earth. We've already intercepted it. Su Ji put down his teacup and was immediately rendered speechless again. He looked at the twitching golden crow and could not help but mutter, I thought he was a funny bronze player who imitated the players. Who knew he was still a king? He had actually learned it in secret. They were trying to imitate the player's soul, consciousness, and physical characteristics in an attempt to blend in with the players and become one of those idiots. As expected, the talent of this person who secretly learned from a saint can't be underestimated. Su Ji did not know whether to laugh or cry. They felt that he was unbelievable and could learn anything. It was already unbelievable that he had secretly learned Alchemy Factory, and now he was even secretly simulating players and trying to enter the players' bodies through the stream of consciousness. Even though he did not know about the concept of players and consciousness. But he had almost hit the mark. What a headache, none of them are content. The natives are causing trouble, Dichi is causing trouble, and the players are also causing trouble. Su Ji looked helpless and felt that his days were not peaceful. However, at this moment, the players were all ready and ready to go, and they went online one after another. It's a pity that they've already returned from that communication dimension. We already had some progress. Seeing them get up, Dichi frowned slightly and stood in the depths of the earth with his hands behind his back. He felt that this was a good opportunity. He observed these strange reincarnated existences in secret and might be able to comprehend some unique heaven-defying skills. At this moment, the two plants jumped up and patted the dust off their butts. They were in high spirits and were shouting. "Shameless brat, you actually made yourself look so handsome." The magnetic plant was very indignant. "You still have the face to criticize me? Why did you, a stone man, have an extra leg? You're an impure stone man, is it to wear a dress?" The chewing gum plant growled. "That's my tail." The two of them cursed and swore. Since they had already finished pinching their faces, they were ready to be reborn. However, they were a little hesitant. They were afraid of pain. Before this, Moo didn't speak. As a seasoning species, she had specially removed the pain from her own species and cut herself to cook. However, the plants in front of her were different. They still felt pain. In the evolution sandbox, the sense of pain could be adjusted to 0. They had never been afraid before, but here, they were truly dying. "Shuala!" The racer of Mount Harana threw an axe at them and said, "Just give yourself a quick death. The setting point for the altar of rebirth is already in my copper fruit. You just have to resurrect in there. We can't kill ourselves. As the bright and upright young men of the new era, we won't do such a dark thing no matter how many difficulties and setbacks we encounter. Should we kill each other?" The two of them picked up their axes shakily, looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and hacked down. "It's not like I'm killing someone, I'm just cutting down a tree." Kakat. In the end, they became two crooked trees. They lay on the ground, screaming madly and rolling around. "Holy shit! It hurts. Can't you be more ruthless? I'm still holding on. Aren't you the same? Killing a tree isn't enough for a man." The speed of the car on Mount Harana could no longer be ignored. These two newbies had made too many jokes when they came in. They were simply a disgrace to transmigrators. They couldn't bear any suffering. Fortunately, there was no one around, and no one could see them embarrass themselves. He quickly waved his axe and ended the lives of the two plants. He muttered, "What a mistake. Next time, I might have to bring some medicine that can euthanize and sell it to them to make money. Those who don't pay will die of pain." The advertisement had said, "Are you still troubled by birth deformities? Painless abortion, I wish you a perfect rebirth and the best choice for surrogacy in the belly of a pay-to-win father." As for Ditchy, who was hiding in the dark, he was also stunned. Killing each other? And he even scolded the other party? What a brutal and unbelievable species this is. He had a strange expression on his face. He felt that this strange species was becoming more and more interesting. The logic of its actions was unfathomable. After that, under his witness, two new species were reborn in this dense forest after more than 10 days. One of them was a demon fused with a rubber plant. He even cruelly carved a special scar on his face. "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts." He quickly applied the medicine on the wound. After a long time, he finally sounded the drums and flags again. "It's just as I guessed. My energy rubber body has the ability to store energy and is afraid of sharp weapons. However, it has a high immunity to blunt weapons. In the future, I can even enter the rubber energy explosion state, first gear, second gear, third gear. It's a pity that even though I can transform, my hair color won't change." On the other side, a mountain giant the size of mountain was constantly transforming its body and absorbing some ironware. "I'm an iron tree type magnet plant. Perfect match for mountain giant. I can replace stones with iron blocks. In the future, can absorb iron and replace my body, turning into a transformer. Having the Allspark is a man's romance." Chapter 270, Mirror Image Clone, the problem is whether to learn it or not. In fact, as modern people who had never experienced war, players like them were afraid of pain and death, but they all had one common characteristic, a top student selected from thousands of people. Even if they were all moronic netizens, they were also the group of morons with the best brains. At this time, their minds were naturally full of coquettish ideas, setting up an exquisite and careful plan for their second life after transmigrating. It would be impossible for them to enter the other world without a plan. They might not be good at other things, but they were definitely well planned. "Then, let's begin our plan." One of the embroidery needles said excitedly, "As a demon, I want to fly into the sky and explore the edge of this planet and universe. The Sea of Stars is the Pirate King's romance. I'm the man who will become the Pirate King. Then I, the mountain giant, will transform into another Adolf alchemy giant and dig through the ground to see what's inside. Menmei Yukio was also very excited and happy. I've long wanted to see what the Earth's core is made of. However, in reality, I just wanted to think about it. This fantasy planet in front of me is perfect for me to experiment. I want to dig through the lava and have the stone golems swim in it. Not only did they plan their own race, but they also drew up a detailed route. Thus, in just half a month, they split into 2 groups. Boom! 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 A rubber man began to use energy rubber to make a spacesuit and tried to fly into space. He laughed wildly and said, "Rubber is one of the foundations of modern scientific civilization. Many of the high-tech materials were made of rubber. And I'm the energy rubber. I can explode with unlimited possibilities." He was overjoyed and felt that he must be the protagonist of the times. He started to post. MC player is farming online, making spacesuits and flying in the sky, live streaming, asking Alchemy Emperor for a hand to fly to the universe together. Screenshots. Screenshots. In the image, there was a demon walking in the city, shopping and choosing all kinds of magic beast materials. He planned to start learning alchemy, and his spiral goat horns were actually used as 2 hooks, hanging 2 shopping bags. This person is so coquettish. So the demon's horns are a convenient shopping artifact, shocked. As expected of the rubber demon. He even made plastic bags, funny. 666. I'm here to give you a hand since I can build a computer in MC. Build a spacesuit and land on the moon. Burn, my king's power. On the other side. A mountain giant that absorbed iron and stone began to dig the earth in the mountains. It also started a live broadcast. The sky is endless, but the ground is limited. Today, I, the little expert in burrowing holes, will reverse the heavens and reverse the earth. We have to dig deep into the ground to see if there's lava in the planet. The title of the post was also very flamboyant. The entire forum was extremely lively, and everyone was shocked by their plan. Menmei's dragon evolution was 666. I've already seen through everything. You idiots must have planned to go in, hands on waist laughing.jpg. Learning medicine to save the other world, a small step for humanity, a big step for Earth. Go to outer space and excavate the Earth's core. You've already surpassed the current Earth's civilization. Funny face. Not only them, but even Xiao Noshang Downhill and the Alchemy Emperor Li Shengzhong, who were sitting in front of the screen and reading the posts in leisure, were also very excited. More than a month had passed since the sandbox game Spore Evolution was launched and the players had evolved to this point. Finally, the outbreak of species had begun. Everyone had completely welcomed the tide of evolution. Furthermore, the vast starry universe and the fantasy planet had brought them endless possibilities. Perhaps the best era had come. Boom! 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 A mountain giant kept digging. As a veteran miner, it kept digging deeper into the ground. Large areas of soil were flipped open. It looked for metal to absorb into its body as it dug deeper. Dichi was speechless. He was hiding deep underground. He had lived for thousands of years, but he suddenly felt his teeth hurt. This was a feeling that he had never felt before when he was facing deist Chang Sheng. It was not the sense of danger when he was facing a strong enemy, but a bunch of undying strange-looking creatures that were pestering him. Perhaps his world. The natural disaster had arrived. However, a crisis was also an opportunity. He had already begun to plan if he could obtain huge benefits. These animals. The racer of Mount Harana sat in the hunter's hall and could not help but shake his head. The traditional Western fantasy planet has been completely changed by you guys the moment you entered. Rubber men, transformers, I beg you to be human. They were too good at playing and had so many tricks up their sleeves. It was lost to let them play this game for free. It seemed that he had to think of more ways to cheat people of their pay to win. Su Ji was drinking tea as he sat in his room and browsed through the computer posts. He suddenly did not know whether to laugh or cry. He chose the 2 most troublesome projects at the start, the Space Flight Project and the Earth Core Project. Can you guys do more? The style of the fantasy planet was instantly destroyed by you guys. Dichi will definitely have a headache because of this group of animals with strange brain circuits. Suji, on the other hand, appeared very calm. However, everything developed according to his thoughts. Since he could not bring his own race over to that world and could only use the system of individual power and descend with his own consciousness, he would build a hero altar so that he could be reborn continuously. With their liver nature, they will definitely continue to seek death. They will cultivate to level 5, 6, or even 7. Then, they will die and be reborn to cultivate. The energy feedback from the deaths of the powerhouses, accumulated over time, might be comparable to the energy of a world catastrophe. Furthermore, as a wandering Earth world, the Zerg's advanced spaceships, exploration teams to explore resources, search for planets, and large number of cannon fodder have died. It's unavoidable. If they died, not only could they help him explore the outer environment, but they could also turn into pure power. It was killing two birds with one stone. As for the crazy ruckus they were causing? In any case, let Dichi have a headache and it was none of his business. However, Dichi had indeed been secretly learning and constantly improving himself. He had even secretly learned the Sword Saint Achu's mirror image clone technique. However, although he had absorbed it into the Deluo Heaven Sutra, he did not use it because he already had enough clones. In the Deluo Heaven Sutra, he had seized the ancient god's primordial spirit and split it into 9 primordial spirit clones. Each of them was suppressed in a level of heaven. Dichi doesn't want to learn, but I'm quite interested in it. Suji thought that it would be of great use to him. To be honest, the appearance of the nameless sword saint in the ancient tree world had given him the biggest surprise. Although the 3 doppelgangers only had 30% of the original's combat power and could withstand 3 times the damage, they had their own thinking ability. However, they could gather together and there were no hidden dangers. Furthermore, they could cultivate on their own. The reason why Ajo was so fierce wasn't only because he was diligent and brandished his saber crazily. It was also because he had 3 clones cultivating at the same time, and the energy was gathering on his body. What if I accelerate the time for my mirror image? 3 clones, cultivating for 100 years every day, and the progress of their cultivation will be reflected on my body. I'm just like a sheep's wool, it's simply awesome. He felt that it was a pretty good match. It was an essential artifact for training. However, an even bigger problem had appeared. The energy required to transform into 4 people had increased by 4 times. Although it could not be counted that way, the main body cultivated the true body of Pangu, which contained a world within it, and also cultivated the sorcerer system, which was a bottomless pit in itself. The mirror image that was cut off could not cultivate the system of the main body. It was just an ordinary mirror image of a clone. It could not even be considered a complete living being, but it would require a huge amount of energy. Furthermore, what was the use of having a clone to help increase one's cultivation speed? What was stopping him was not the speed of his cultivation, but the energy required for cultivation. Now, he was cultivating the mental strength sorcerer system, the Pangu golden body system, and the mirror image system. He was simply walking further and further on the road of not being able to advance in realm. To be honest, although the mirror image could cultivate on its own, it could not practice the wizard's power of the will system because of its incomplete power of the will. It could only generate power on its own and absorb external energy, such as incense and the power of stars. In other words, he had suddenly gained 3 bottomless energy pits. But it still smells good. Suji's heart was burning with excitement. He looked at the multi-shadow clone technique, which was the dream of many people. The energy required has increased a lot, but they will have very long-term uses in the future. They can solve the problem of me having to learn the cultivation systems and civilizations of various worlds every time. They can help me learn knowledge and accumulate cultivation foundations. The Baldies are all theirs, and I have nothing. Suji was already thinking of squeezing his mirror image clone dry. Chapter 271, The Opening of the Plane Channel. The reality was cruel. To become an expert, one not only needed to have amazing talent, but also a profound knowledge. Endless years of boring cultivation and learning were inevitable. As for mirror images, they might be able to help him learn. It's normal to lack energy now, but in the future, I won't be so lacking in energy. If the 3 mirror images cultivate and absorb energy at the same time, it will increase my cultivation speed. Why was he lacking energy now? This was because the source was too singular. Su Ji's main cultivation energy came from the mass extinction of living beings, the convergence of countless powerful beings and living beings after their deaths. However, this did not mean that it was difficult to obtain energy. In fact, energy could be found everywhere, such as the sun, which was a huge source of energy. In the end, it's still because Earth is very barren and everyone is mortal. There's almost no incense energy and the power of the stars is thin. And my level is too low. Su Ji said, if I could walk in the universe, or even let my mirror image clone get close to the sun and cultivate around this collapsed cloud of hydrogen molecules, it would be an infinite source of energy. It would be the best cultivation environment. Just look at Dichi. Wasn't this how one cultivated? There were countless stars around him, and he had an abundance of energy. His cultivation speed was not slow either. It seemed like he would be able to break through to the intermediate stage of the Saint Realm in a few hundred years. On the other hand, the wizards Ermin and Medusa did not rely on external energy to become stronger. They generated electricity and cultivated their mental strength. Did they not spend hundreds or thousands of years to achieve a stable breakthrough? Ermin was already a mid-level god. Alright, they had all spent hundreds and thousands of years, slowly cultivating with their own efforts. Their progress was indeed relatively slow, and it was not as satisfying as absorbing the energy of the mass extinction. After all, this was the cultivation method that belonged to the bug tribe Queen Mother. It was impossible to absorb other energies directly and turn them into cultivation. One could only cultivate slowly. However, the energy from the bug tribe's death could be directly turned into cultivation and instantly fused into one's body. This was also why Su Ji did not want to practice slowly in the traditional way. Mirror image clones will cost a lot of energy now, but it's definitely a long-term plan. When I become stronger in the future. If you place 3 mirror image clones around the sun to cultivate, you can also have a guaranteed income every day, just like the saints inside, and can progress step by step. Su Ji made up his mind in an instant. He had to cultivate this cultivation technique. As Su Ji pondered, he looked at the mirror clone cultivation technique that Emperor Qi had improved. In fact, it was much weaker than the original. When Zhou cut off his clones, he would cut off his bestiality, divinity, and evil clones, leaving behind his true body, which was the most powerful ancient existence of being emotionless and unruffled. According to Dichi, this is the scripture of Tai's Hang unruffled love. He was a ruthless and emotionless existence. Only when the 3 avatars returned to their positions could he become a complete person. His strength was beyond doubt. The 3 avatars with special characteristics and emotionless main body would surround him. Each of them had terrifying combat strength. In fact, his mirror image only had 30% of his original combat strength, which seemed very low. It was because his main body's combat strength was too high. One of his mirror images was enough to defeat most of his peers, and one of his clones was able to fight Amir, who was at the same level as him. One could see how terrifying he was. His current combat strength was definitely far inferior to Thulhu's evil god and the 9 revolutions' mysterious art. However, he could still look forward to the future. Zhou would continue to improve and become the 3rd cultivation method with heaven-defying combat strength. However, the mirror doppelganger technique improved by Dichi operated in reverse, cutting out emotionless mirror images and leaving their own bestiality, divinity, and malevolence in the original body. This technique was much weaker and was just a simple doppelganger technique. The essence of the 3 mirror doppelganger was lost, but it was much more peaceful. If I'm going to train in it, I'll definitely have to train in the one improved by Emperor Qi. Su Ji, like Dichi, had his own concerns. I've split my personality into 3 parts. Although they are all personalities that I've temporarily separated from myself and can be retracted at any time, the godly good person is an instinct. Bestiality is an instinct, evilness is cruelty. Once I don't control the 3 clones, they will act according to their instincts and walk on the earth. It may cause a great disaster. Chu's cultivation technique was his own, but it was too extreme. At that thought, Su Ji closed his eyes slightly and began to practice the weakened version. Under the acceleration of time, time moved forward at a crazy speed. After a while, he felt a shock in his head. His body gradually twisted and the true body of the wizard ancestor was gradually revealed. Hwalala! The flesh and blood under his arm squirmed, and an arm grew out. In the blink of an eye, Su Ji transformed into his 8-armed combat form. The true form of an ancestral sorcerer exuded an ancient and vicissitude of a sacred aura. The golden body of the eight-armed Arhat descended to the mortal world. After all, they did look similar. Ajo has the bloodline of the wizard ancestor. His mirror image is a type of wizard ancestor's true body. The other wizard ancestors' true bodies have 8 arms and a snake tail, but he's just a body that fell off from his body. Gradually, his 8 arms wriggled slowly, as if a person was slowly separating from his body. A person's flesh wriggled and crawled out from his shoulder spine, which looked extremely strange. Voila! A man fell to the ground. Su Ji looked at his naked self as if he was looking at himself in a mirror. It was indeed a mirror image. Furthermore, he had once again experienced the terror of the primordial world. The appearance of the ancestor of sorcery in reality was still an incredible feeling. Am I really a human? Su Ji suddenly had the illusion that he had turned into an alien. The 8-armed true form, and some people even separated from him. The impact of the ancestor of sorcery's true form was too great. However, he quickly realized that he was no longer human. Come back. Su Ji opened his eyes slightly. His own flesh and blood wriggled and gradually merged into his body. He found that the first time was always very difficult, but he got more and more used to it later on. It felt like a ball of slime gel, splitting and fusing, very interesting. The first mirror image has already been formed. However, the first one that Ajo slashed out was an evil spirit, while the one I slashed out was an ordinary mirror image without any emotions. It was just like a machine with low intelligence. Achu's mirror image seemed to be a real living person with its own consciousness and even developed its own unique battle tactics. He didn't mind splitting himself into 3 personalities. He didn't like it. He was happily researching new cultivation techniques and felt very addicted. Perhaps, he had already understood the joy of Dichi's love of secretly learning. Then, he continued to think and began to make the techniques he had secretly learned localized like Dichi, turning them into techniques that met his requirements. Ajo will be used in battle, but I don't need mirror images to fight because I'm already weak. I can make them even weaker, such as... If it's smaller, the energy consumption will naturally be lower. The flesh on Su Ji's palm squirmed and a mirror image the size of a fingernail slowly fell out. Go read your books. Yes. Little Su Ji was like a jade sculpture, jumping and skipping on the desk to read a book. Nest Queen, give him the potions system of the sorcerer world, the secret recipes of more than 300 professions, and combat techniques that I've been stuck on. Let him gather all 300 professions into one. Also, let him learn the incense system of the primordial world, the wizard, ancient, human, and demon races, every faction, and the current dragon bloodline system. These were all things that he had not learned in the past. He had accumulated them over time. It was not that he had not hardened his heart and started to accelerate time, but he could not bear it after learning for a year. He had learned so much that he was doubting his life. Su Ji was also a top student, but he still could not bear to study. After all, the world had hundreds of years of intelligent civilization. If you had to study alone, the intensity of this year was even more terrifying than rushing for the college entrance examination. And this is less than 1,000th of a chance. Let you try sprinting in your 3rd year of high school in 1,000 years? The rapid development of civilization was a happy problem, but now there was good news. Su Ji thought about it again. After he's done, let him start learning the 8 languages on Earth, as well as the various technologies and fields on Earth. That's right, those red-named players are currently studying the information from various major research institutes. That's all the essence of Earth's civilization. Make a copy and let him learn everything. I'll speed it up, 100 years a day. I'll set a small goal first and learn it for a week. The Zerg subbrain was speechless. The Zerg subbrain had a low IQ, but it instinctively felt that something was wrong and could not help but say, clones will die as well. He doesn't have any emotions. But perhaps I'll die of exhaustion from studying. Just keep an eye on it for me, subbrain, don't tire yourself to death, this way, I will never fall behind in my cultivation progress. Su Ji, however, squinted his eyes and looked at the back of the mirror image of little Su Ji. I hope you'll study for half your life and return as a teenager. To Dichi and the others, it was of little value. However, this was exactly what he needed. After all, he had to learn a lot to develop the world's civilizations one by one. An emotionless learning machine clone was very important to him. However, its current effects were limited to this. When he became stronger in the future, he would definitely make his clone sit cross-legged and cultivate around the sun. The magical power of the clone system is awesome. It's indeed big surprise for me. Su Ji's eyes were bright as he looked at the current ancient wood planet and expressed his satisfaction. At this time, as a few idiotic players entered one after another, the ancient tree world entered a short period of peace. They're still entering one after another. They're probably going to develop something and cause some strange things. They'll probably have to settle down for a few days. Su Ji muttered to himself for a moment, and an inexplicable look suddenly flashed across his eyes. He looked out of the window at the vast land and was already caught up in a tense dispute. On the contrary, in the past few days of development on this planet, the primordial world and the sorcerer world have ushered in an unprecedented violent change. The world channel has begun to open up. Chapter 272, The Arrival of an Old Friend. The Great Zhou Dynasty, Year 330. After Hu Reneng accepted the two foreign beauties, he was currently cultivating and rising. However, the Great Zhou Dynasty was becoming weaker and weaker. Heroes of the pugilistic world emerged one after another, and the era of heroes in the pugilistic world had completely reached its peak. A piece of news came. Duan Qunyu had reached the rank 6 Grotto Heaven realm. As the sword god of the present world, she wanted to break the void and invite the whole Jianghu to witness the ceremony. A heavenly abode. Sword god has already reached the legendary 6th realm? There's an ancient rumor that in the Western era, when humans and gods lived together, above the Grotto Heaven realm, there was the legendary supreme heavenly emperor Dongsu, an ancient heavenly emperor. Even in the ancient times, the sword god was a famous figure in the holy land of the mortal world. The entire underworld was shaken. Dare I ask, is there a heaven? On this day, the river was long. Duan Qunyu was on the Wan River. She waved her sword, and the thunder shook the world. The sword pointed to the sky, and the light was bright. The power covered the surging river. The sword cut through the void, and there was a faint fairy energy lingering in the broken gap. Jade buildings, palaces, majestic mountains, and rivers, an amazing Taoist charm were everywhere. There are indeed immortals. That's the heavenly palace. Countless people of the martial world looked at the sky and were overjoyed. It was as if there was a celestial being standing in the clouds, shouting angrily at the mortal world, "How audacious, how dare you! How dare you disturb the peace of the heavenly realm!" Bold. Duan Qunyu raised her head and laughed. I have been waiting for this moment for 300 years. The immortal in the sky was high up in the sky. He was wearing a loose Daoist robe and a Daoist crown. He glanced at Duan Qunyu and looked her up and down. He smiled and said, "According to the rules, you should suffer the thunder tribulation when you enter the heaven realm. But you are different. You can enter the heaven realm, enter the purple cloud heaven, and serve me as the heavenly emperor." However, Duan Qunyu turned around and walked away, putting her sword back into its scabbard. I broke through the void just to prove that there is a sky above the sky. All the swordsmen in the world were in an uproar. The immortals in the sky immediately fell silent. Duan Qunyu's cultivation was close to an emperor-to-be. Year 330 of the Great Zhou Dynasty, Duan Qunyu, the immortal of the land, broke through the void and did not enter the gate of heaven. Just to prove that there's a sky above tomorrow. Sword god Duan Qunyu, a demigod. So what if I don't go to heaven? All the martial arts practitioners in the world were fanatical. They broke through the void and regarded it as a legend of the martial arts world. Countless young people entered the martial world and completely entered the era of martial arts. There were fewer and fewer people who studied literature and Daoism, and they gradually became a side sect. After another few decades, the so-called imperial court had completely turned into an empty shell. The imperial court is in trouble. The court is no more. The country will be destroyed. The entire nation's Confucians were wailing. "Teacher, you're awake." In the inn's mortal world, a charming mature woman with alluring eyes was wearing a long green dress and looking at her teacher, Mother Earth. Cough, cough. "Yes, my disciple is well behaved and has quietly protected master in closed-door cultivation." The cute girl quickly got up. Naturally, she would not say that she had gone out to watch a movie and wandered around blindly. She said righteously, "I cultivate the art of mental wander to sense the dragon veins of the earth. I need to cultivate in seclusion often. His disciple, Little Fox, was now called Hu Hai Han. She had a mature charm and was very attractive. She was indeed a vixen. Now that the cute little sister was standing next to his disciple, he looked like a younger sister while his disciple was the mature big sister. Meng Mei began to sit up and listen to what she had seen and heard over the years. The sword god opened the gate of heaven. She was heartbroken that she had missed such a big event. Ah! Meng Mei shouted, her heart filled with rage. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have run out and watched those two idiots travel through the ancient tree world, live streaming them making spacesuits and digging through the core. Then should we help Big Brother Hu Renong? Hu Haihan said. There's no need for that. He'll walk his own path. You're my disciple, so you can cultivate in peace and accompany me to travel the world. You're the sister of the heavenly Dao, and your aptitude isn't any worse than that silly brother of yours. Your future is boundless, and you'll be the main character of the next era. Menmei gave him chicken soup for the soul every day. After thinking for a while, she said, however, since a war has broken out, we can go to the Martial Arts Alliance to take a look and see the legendary martial arts legend, Duan Qinyu. Oh right, what about the two sisters, Alice and Mickey? Meng Mei asked. He went out to prepare breakfast for us. Hu Haihan replied. She was living a good life now. She had 3 beauties with her, and they slept together all day long. They traveled around the world and made a name for themselves in the Jianghu. They were known as the 4 beauties of Jiangnan. This was the life Salted Fish wanted the most. A few days later, Meng Mei continued to travel with the 3 of them. They saw the scenery of the entire southern Jianghu and tasted all the small and exquisite food. Occasionally, they would be chivalrous, and it was very satisfying. However, one day, a strange tattoo gradually appeared on the skin of the 2 magical girls. It seemed to be a teleportation array. What the hell is this? Meng Mei squatted down and looked at the totem on their bellies. She was very curious and looked at it silently. Could it be that some kind of monster has been sealed in your bodies all this time? Who knew that there would suddenly be a flash in front of him, and a stunning beauty would appear? Where is this place? Medusa transformed into a young girl, wearing a wizard's robe, and her endless black hair danced wildly behind her. She appeared charming and moving, and her smile was beautiful beyond comparison. She had a temperament that seemed to have gone through thousands of years of vicissitudes, but her heart was calm. Have I finally arrived? Back then, the god from the other world descended upon our world. We had to spend some time to find her, and she took the opportunity to constantly learn the civilization of our world and extract the essence. And now, I'm going to do the opposite. Before she finds me, I'm going to learn the civilization of this world. She revealed a peaceful smile and quietly looked at the quiet environment around her. This was a brand new world. His footsteps in the pursuit of truth might start from here. She did not come with her true body, but only a part of her consciousness. She had condensed a beautiful girl formed from the organs of the evil god. With the help of Ermin, a heavenly god, she had located the space tunnel and arrived in this ancient world. Wow! A great beauty! The cute girl's eyes widened. Medusa immediately frowned and looked at the woman in front of her. An epic emperor. Looking at their auras, the combat strength of people at the same realm in this world was countless times stronger than those at the epic realm. Although Menmei was weak, she had absorbed a lot of energy and looked unfathomable. This made Medusa more cautious. I've condensed the bodies of countless evil god organizations and naturally reached the demigod realm, which is similar to her aura. Although I'm confident in killing her, the commotion will definitely attract the attention of that god, so it's not easy to make a move. Beauty, your clothes are very similar to the sisters. Did you come together? The cute girl asked curiously and started to pull her hand and touch her. It seems a little innocent. Medusa smiled and looked at the 2 magical girls beside her. She immediately knew why she had come here and replied, yes, I don't know why I suddenly came here. Can you take me around? Sure, let's sleep together tonight. Meng Mei's eyes were bright, and she seemed very happy. Medusa only smiled. Following that, the cute girl led her into the town. Medusa's horizons were greatly broadened by the ancient-style bluestone slabs, the various swordsmen, various taverns, restaurants, tea-houses, and street snacks. Was this the civilization of this world? Her eyes were bright and shining. Eat this, candied gourd. Meng Mei handed over a stick of candied haws to this beautiful young lady. Yes, this is especially delicious. The twins, Ali and Mickey, were also very excited. People from their hometown were always very friendly. Medusa took a sip and felt that it tasted good. Is it good? The cute girl asked curiously. It's delicious. The young girl smiled sweetly. Can you take me to see the sword god Duan Qinyu? I think it's quite interesting. Then we'll have to hurry. That night, Meng Mei brought the four girls to the tavern and slept together. Then, she secretly went offline and crazily shouted in the forum. Oh my god! The Magus world was indeed trying to find a way to connect to the ancient world. Someone had already come, and it was Medusa. I was so scared that I peed myself. She's trying to pretend not to know her. Her fox disciple did not understand, and neither did Nirvana and Mickey, the two natives. This was the demon god from the magic potion era, the origin of all things, the ancestor of all professions, but how could she not recognize Medusa? Screenshots. Screenshots. In the stone town, a cute and quiet girl, a snake-haired banshee, was eating candied haws with her teeth slightly open. The scene was so beautiful that it was sinisterly beautiful. Chapter 273, A Push in the Dark. What the heck? My goddess is here. The entire forum was in an uproar, and countless lurkers were blown up. Although Medusa was not a good person, she was the most popular villain, and many people used her as a wallpaper and became her fans. Many people immediately expressed their opinions and became serious. With Medusa's personality, I'm afraid she's here to invade and destroy this world. Anyway, there's nothing good in her head. As expected, this world is made up of thousands of worlds. They can open up world passageways to pass through other worlds. But speaking of which, the screenshots are so beautiful. My goddess slaughtered the world and treated human lives like grass. The great sorcerer monarch who ruled the dark sorcerer era is actually eating candied gourd. You'll be my wallpaper from now on. It's also my wallpaper. Meng Mei wants to evolve into a dragon. Medusa asked me to bring her around to see the local customs, various things, and explain the power system. I didn't dare to refute her, I was afraid she would beat me to death. But I have Medusa's personal screenshots here, all kinds of pretty and cute. I take her shopping, watching swordsmen fight, everything, 500 sand coins each, the pixel is guaranteed to be super high. Everyone was speechless. You're poisonous. So he was waiting for us here. This damn money grubber was so scared that she was trembling in fear. She didn't forget to take screenshots and sell them to others to earn some extra money. Everyone was furious. Meng Mei was making a fortune from the country's disaster. Was this something a human should do? It's actually not free? Ahem, I want one. That? I want all of them. I also want. Some people began to express their excitement. The large-scale fan peddling scene began, and the cute girl instantly laughed happily. Everyone knew very well that Medusa was very popular, and this was probably the only time that Medusa would be able to transform into this young girl form to eat. They had to treasure this. Suddenly, everyone's discussion about Medusa gradually changed. They began to ask for screenshots of the wallpaper, and some people even shouted that they would pay a high price for the cute girl to trick Medusa into saying one sentence. Zhang Qiang is my husband. This person called Zhang Qiang was obviously a nouveau riche. He said that he could offer 30,000 yuan and could be converted into sand coins to pay. Infatuated men, retreat. The cute girl expressed that it was impossible. Tricking her into eating all kinds of delicacies and witnessing the local customs was already frightening enough. Tricking her into saying strange things. Although this big shot was pretending to be an innocent girl, her vicious character was not fake. If he provoked her, he would be dead in an instant. Her little heart was trembling. Accompanying a king was like accompanying a tiger. The one he was accompanying was the most terrifying great lord of death in the history of the Magus world. He had the chance to become a saint in the primordial world. It would be extremely easy for him to prove his Deo with his aureole. How could he be so reckless? After I die, I don't know how long it'll take for another species to evolve into this world. I can't die. Meng Mei had a serious look on her face. She had already come to a realization and once again entered the ancient primordial world. It was still very lively outside. Meng Mei is going to die. Medusa's Death's Glance.jpg Menmei, she can only pretend that she doesn't know us and lick us with all her might. She won't tell us how she secretly sacrificed her dignity to live on. Funny. Everyone felt that it was very troublesome. Medusa had come, and it was obvious that she had come alone to investigate the market and the rules of the system of this world. However, this world was not that easy to understand. The mortal world had declined and the true main force of the primordial world was in the immortal world. Medusa, you're really fast. Su Ji began to think. The development of the primordial world is still too slow. The dragon veins have not been built, the country has not gathered its fate, and the system of the celestial dynasty has not been formed. How can we fight against the mature system of potions? After all, there was a god in the upper echelons of both sides. If they could restrain each other, they would definitely compare the strength of the lower echelons. If Medusa invaded, the magic potion professionals that had accumulated for thousands of years would form a one-sided massacre, and that was not the desired result. Medusa had come in at this time to explore this world, understand civilization, and then return to let the various countries prepare for war. After all, it was necessary to know one's enemy and one's self. She will only need a few years to explore. Su Ji's expression became calm. I have to think of a way to push the civilization of the primordial world forward again. This was mainly because Menmei's disciple, Hu Reneng, was not strong enough. The ambitious youth from back then had become a great scholar, but he had still not advanced. It was only natural. Although they were both cultivating the path of Joss flames, it had changed its form and turned into a brand new path. He was still exploring, and a new cultivation system was not so easy to open up. At the end of the day, it's because he has a low level of knowledge and is not generous enough. Su Ji turned his head to look at his own miniature mirror image and sighed. If he had the knowledge of my mirror image and the degree of liver cirrhosis, he would have developed it a long time ago. At this moment, the mirror image was holding a wordless book and studying. On the book were words projected by the AI. He walked and stopped. Sometimes he would dance with his sword, sometimes he would mutter, sometimes he would jump, sometimes he would mutter to himself, immersed in all kinds of mysteries, immersed in the ocean of knowledge. This split mirror image had 3 of its characteristics cut off. For example, the coldness of the Tai's Hang Wangqing was left with only rationality. It was immersed in learning and naturally couldn't extricate itself. It also wouldn't feel bored. He only knew how to study and had no emotions. Perhaps, while it was learning with its bald head, it can be of some use. Su Ji looked at the silly mirror image and muttered to himself. The primordial world. A scholar who is useless in every aspect. Weak scholar. People in the martial world kept talking about it, and it gradually became the truth. Over the years, martial arts and Confucianism had started to cultivate at the same time, but there was a fork in the road. The martial arts had the earthly immortal Duan Qinyu, but the Confucian sect still had not advanced. A hero breaks the rules with martial arts. If the path of martial arts is here, then where is the path of Confucianism? Hu Reneng was already a great Confucian and had countless disciples, but he had a bitter expression. All these years, those martial artists and boorish men were illiterate and didn't know how to cultivate their bodies to rule the country and pacify the world. They only knew how to fly on roofs and vault over walls, constantly harming the village, but they had no way to protect the villagers. Mother Earth had prepared the perfect 9 revolutions mysterious art for the little white fox. As for himself, however, he only told him about the dragon vein technique. The rest of the road ahead would have to be opened up by him. Why Joss flames? He went to see his teacher, Su Vafang, who had already retired. Su Vafang looked at his young disciple. Do you still insist on the way of Confucius? Farmer, you have extraordinary talent. Countless martial arts sects in the pugilistic world have invited you to join the martial arts, but you didn't cultivate. You clearly have the chance to become a martial immortal, but you're willing to become a great scholar, wanting to understand the truth of the world. Now, you're a weak scholar, and any swordsman can make you lower your proud head. Teacher, Hu Reneng said firmly, I still insist on the way of Confucius. Please give me some guidance. The old Confucian suddenly said, after comprehending for half my life, I can vaguely see the way forward. If I want to control incense, I will first do it. If I want to rule the people, I will do it for the people first. Hu Reneng gradually understood. In the face of the shock of countless disciples, he chose to dispel his stage 3 cultivation and began to resign from his position. He turned into an ordinary youth, married and had children. He gradually integrated into the city and became a teacher, living an ordinary life and becoming a member of the imperial court who provided incense. Spring went and autumn came. 20 years had passed, and the Hureneng had entered middle age. His hair was white, and his body was covered in the marks of time. He was filled with a steady and experienced air. He wore white clothes and continued to teach in the village. He had experienced the hardships of many ordinary people. Gradually, he seemed to sense something from the joss flames of the mortals. As a teacher, he took in many disciples. The disciples under him gradually followed the philosophy and made a name for themselves in the great Zhou dynasty. Teacher, what should we do? To build a dragon vein. Establish a Confucian sect. Even some of the officials of the imperial court were gradually becoming destitute. They benefited greatly from discussing the Dao with him. Under Hureneng's instructions, the great Zhou began to construct the dragon's vein, gradually alleviating their decline. The great Zhou dynasty, year 330. Something that shocked the whole country happened. The demigod, Duan Qunyu, opened the gate of heaven. The imperial court was in a more urgent situation. Although they had established the dragon vein, it was extremely incomplete. Unlike the Western era, where the people believed in the ancient gods and cultivated, the powerful incense was single and pure. The mortals today provided too much and the incense was mixed, turning it into a dragon vein, but it was still difficult to purify it. Many great Confucians worked hard to cultivate the dragon veins. Although their progress was extremely fast at the beginning, they gradually died due to the chaotic thoughts of the people. The winter of this year was very cold, and many of the great Confucians of the imperial court had died. Hureneng heard everything in a daze and began to weep bitterly. Winter had yet to pass, and Hureneng's wife gradually died of old age. She lay on the hospital bed and told him, "It's not your fault. It's not your fault. They're all Confucian scholars who cultivate to rule the country and establish rules for the world. You've only given them a direction, and they're still fumbling around." Hureneng silently protected his wife until the end of her life, but his expression in old age became weaker and weaker. 3 days later, he lowered his voice and looked at the grave. "My Confucian friends and disciples from back then all cultivated because they believed in me. I could only kowtow on their tombstones that were covered in weeds. Now, I've also sent you away. Is there anything wrong with the Confucian sect's cultivation of the way of governing the country and pacifying the world?" "Father, you're not wrong." The daughter's voice was bitter. A month passed and spring arrived, but Hureneng was still silent. He suddenly received news of his master, whom he had not seen for decades. All these years, his master had been wandering outside with the little fox. "Recently, I heard that master has a new friend. She's a beauty from a foreign land. She's very interested in the way of Confucius and wants to discuss it with me." He naturally respected Green Vine Mother Earth. But soon, due to the successive deaths of the great Confucians, the great Zhou Emperor sent him an imperial edict summoning the great Confucians of the past, Hureneng, the top scholar of the 11th imperial examination, to the capital to be prime minister. The great Zhou Emperor still believed in him, and he was the only one left now. "I won't accept the imperial edict. I want to try again." The Hureneng was still lost. He left his home. He knew that he had witnessed many deaths, and he had to get used to it. The white-haired old man rolled up his clothes, and his old face walked alone on the road. After a few days, in a lush mountain forest, he saw an incredible young man. He didn't show any joy, anger, or sorrow. His rational face seemed to be immersed in some kind of thinking. He held a wordless book in his hand and mumbled continuously. At times, he would be excited and gesticulate with his hands and feet. At other times, he would squat down and use a branch to draw many words for deduction, which contained many truths of the great Dao. Chapter 274, Divine Dao. "You are," Hureneng said. The young man's face was extremely ordinary, and he looked like a lunatic. He completely ignored him and continued gesturing. Hureneng became curious and kept interacting with him. Only then did he realize that he was an extremely strange person. This young man seemed to use the sky as his blanket and the earth as his mat. When he was hungry, he would eat grass and tree bark. He would not answer when you talked to him, but when you discussed things related to learning with him, he would answer and communicate with you. Like a heartless learning tool. Hu Renong's mind went blank. He sighed at the purity and flawlessness of this youth. Back then, he had studied hard for decades, but he had not been as pure and hard-working. His perseverance was admirable. It's as if he was born to study. He has been studying and reading. If you want him to respond to you, I can only exchange knowledge with him. Do you have any thoughts on this question? He suddenly handed over a question. I've never seen this question before. It doesn't seem to belong to this world. Hu Renong was skilled in mathematics and couldn't help but be secretly shocked. They worked together to solve the problem. From learning the fundamental rules to solving the problem, they spent a few days. The young man was very impressed. He seemed a little dull. You're very good. You've solved the doubts I had in my study. It's an equal exchange. I'll give you the corresponding knowledge. After saying that, he turned around to continue reading and left. Hu Renong looked at the book in his hand. There were no words on it, but there seemed to be countless words on it. He was mesmerized and confused. The wordless heavenly book? Then tell me, how should the Joss flames be purified? He could not help but ask. The young man was like a machine. He looked at the book in his hand as if he was looking for something. Maybe it has something to do with personal willpower. Hu Renong's eyes trembled, and he couldn't help but say, if my will is strong enough, maybe it'll work. I have the same idea, but how do I increase my will? That's another problem. Equivalent exchange. The young man walked forward with the book in his hand. If I learn something that I don't understand, you can help me answer it. Hu Renong was speechless. He could only become a passive teacher. Fortunately, his talent was really amazing, and he could answer some of the doubts this young man had in his study. He also obtained some knowledge that enlightened him. In less than 10 days, the young fool carried his book and read wherever he went, eating and sleeping in the open. However, an old man who followed behind him became a servant and followed him silently. A deranged young man and a scholarly white-haired old man followed closely behind, creating a strange scene and attracting many gazes. Is that person the scholar who from the legends who received the imperial edict 7 times but did not enter the capital? If you don't enter the imperial court to become the state preceptor and prime minister, why are you following a young man around as a servant? The Hu agricultural scholar is just a joke. The country has spent a lot of effort to build the dragon vein, but now it's abandoned. The cultivation of the dragon vein has gone wrong. We Confucians are all useless. A Confucian scholar had completely given up and spoke in a drunken state. He's gone crazy. Scholars also want to rule the world. Some of the swordsmen were sitting on the higher floors of the restaurant, laughing and drinking tea. The young man turned a deaf ear and continued to study. The old man continued to follow behind him, asking questions and answering each other. They looked like fellow deists. After 3 months, they had traveled to several cities, eating and sleeping in the open. One day, the white-haired old man, Hu Renong, suddenly roared and cried with joy, "CC! Thank you, fellow deist, for helping me perfect this Dao." The young man continued to ignore him and continued to read. He kept grabbing his hair, and it fell off one by one. Wait a moment. Follow me. I'll give you good food and drink. Don't wander around anymore. Finally, the Hu Renong received the 13th imperial decree and was willing to enter the capital as prime minister. He also announced to the world that all Confucians would preach in the capital. Are those poor scholars going to stinky with their literary knowledge again? Who knows, they're just making a scene. Some swordsmen didn't care at all when they heard this. The day of the Dao lecture finally arrived. Hu Renong looked at the beggar-like crazy youth and said in a low voice, "Fellow deist, please be patient and don't walk around. Stay where you are and read your books." With that, he strode forward and stepped onto the high platform. Below him were countless Confucians and scholars. The way of Confucius is the way of God. The great Confucian sect is based on all living beings and can cultivate the official position of the dragon vein. Hu Renong said. Then how do we solve the problem of the Joss flames being mixed? Someone asked. The incense is too impure, and the human body can't accommodate it. This is the divine Dao, gathering all kinds of thoughts into one body. At the peak of the cultivation, one can abandon the mortal body and ascend to the deity position. With the vast righteousness, one can shock the heavens and earth and make ghosts and gods cry. All living beings worship me and offer me a divine tablet. As long as they think of me, they can be immortal. The entire world was silent. It is rumored that the heavenly Dao is the gathering of Joss flames for all living beings. This Dao, a great scholar said. This Dao imitates the heavenly Dao. It allows the sea of consciousness to reside in the virtual sky and draw in the Joss flames of all living beings. To be the gods under the heavenly Dao. Hu Reneng said, one person cultivates immortality while all living beings cultivate godhood. This is the path to godhood. As soon as he said that, the world seemed to be dead silent. A mere scholar of the Confucian sect disrespects immortals. This is outrageous. Not far away in a restaurant, a swordsman was drinking. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and with a shake of his body, an earth-shaking sword chi broke through the restaurant and swept over the sky above the Confucians. It's the third disciple of the demigod, Duan Qunyu, Su Jueqian. That's a Dao Palace realm expert. The sword chi was terrifying, and it arrived in an instant with a terrifying light. Get lost! With a shout, Hu Reneng put down his book. He was dressed in the black robes of the Prime Minister, and his might was vast. His eyes suddenly opened, and a righteous energy shot into the sky, shaking the world and sending the swordsman flying. Absolute command. All of the great Confucians were dumbfounded. This was an aura that only ancient Daoist techniques had. This was what a great scholar was. With a shout, the righteous chi could ward off ghosts and gods. Su Ji smiled. Let this mirror image learn outside, and at the same time, I used my own knowledge to provide some help to Hu Reneng and did some good things. It's time to take it back. At this moment, on the other side, Meng Mei came with a few people and was dumbfounded. Oh my god, how did Hu Reneng become an old man? Furthermore, what cultivation system did this aura belong to? It's unprecedented. Her eyes gradually lit up and she muttered to herself, I'm indeed the master of the heavenly Dao. He has actually taught another sage who has created an unprecedented era. Pa! She patted the little fox's head, look at your senior brother, he's already one step ahead of us and has created an era. You have to work harder. If you don't invent anything, it's really embarrassing for me. The little fox Hu Haihan looked aggrieved and scratched his head. The teacher didn't seem to teach me anything. He just brought me around and let me learn by myself. Could it be that there's a hidden reason that I haven't comprehended? She clenched her small fist. Yes. Teacher is the green vine mother, guiding each era, he must have his own profound meaning. At that moment, Medusa's eyes gradually lit up. Divine path. The martial Dao in this world is already unfathomable to me. Although the immortal Dao has declined, I can still see its former glory. As for the divine Dao. Interesting. Her gaze kept wandering around. Suddenly, her expression froze as she fixed her gaze on the young man beside her who was preparing to leave with his book. I heard that Hu Reneng studied with a fool for months before he gained enlightenment on this divine Dao. Su Ji was speechless. He seemed to feel that something was wrong. Chapter 275, I think, so I am. The mirror image was an emotionless learning machine. It kept learning other knowledge and was immersed in the ocean of knowledge. In the end, Hu Reneng's knowledge wasn't enough. Now, he let his mirror image clone, who was learning about the civilizations of a few worlds, bring the knowledge to make up for his lack of knowledge and open up a path for the celestial dynasty. Now that the matter had just been resolved, he didn't expect to run into a ghost when he went out. Cutie Pie had actually brought Medusa to look for her disciple. In the end, he had bumped into the muzzle of a gun, and Medusa had targeted his mirror image. Things had suddenly developed in an unknown direction. At this moment, the entire capital was in an uproar and was in an uproar. Impossible! Su Jueqian spat out a mouthful of blood as he staggered to his feet in shock. How could a Confucian scholar who cultivated incense be so terrifying? His teacher, Duan Qunyu, the demigod had once said. In the ancient Western era, humans and gods lived together and absorbed powerful living beings as incense. It was a pure orthodox method. Today, it could only absorb the weak and heterogeneous masses. The higher one's cultivation, the faster one would die. But now, this white-haired Confucian's shout had instantly caused his mind to slacken and his cultivation to suffer a great impact. Hu Reneng ignored him. His voice resounded throughout the entire capital city. Take in the incense of mortals as gods. This is the divine Dao. Incense becomes the divine Dao. As long as the incense doesn't die, the divine Deo won't be destroyed, and you can obtain eternal life. Boom! The entire city was in a hubbub, and everyone began to listen to this road, intoxicated. That young man, I feel like we've hit it off at first sight. Can we get to know each other? At this historic moment, Medusa suddenly shuttled through the seething crowd and slowly stopped the mirror image. In the crowd, anyone who was struck up by a beautiful woman with a pleasant voice would stop, but the mirror image turned a deaf ear. Thump! The mirror image's body sank, and it was instantly confined. Medusa walked over with a smile, as if she had a playful look on her face. She poked her head out from behind and looked at the young man's face. It was ordinary. Did this young man really have such great magic? Who was he? What creature? Where did he come from? It seems very interesting. Medusa was curious and found this new world interesting in every way. After stopping the scholar in his tracks, he was not in a hurry. He continued to smile in the crowd, turning into a member of the common people, looking at the white-haired old man high above. The scene in front of him was the most important. For her, this was a wonderful journey in the other world that was worth cherishing. I've seen this scene a lot, and it might become an eternal legend in the future. This is the charm of time. Let everything be covered in dust, only longevity and immortality can lead to eternity. She laughed. Even Hu Hai Han, the little white fox, and the two beautiful female mages could hear her. The cute girl's breathing was rapid, and it was only at this moment that she realized that Medusa was still beside her. If she wanted to invade this world, killing Hu Reneng now would be the best outcome. Otherwise, once Hu Reneng established the Great Zhou celestial dynasty, the strength of the primordial world would definitely increase greatly. If it was her, she would have attacked immediately and killed Hu Reneng. How could this cruel and merciless great sovereign of death do that? Not good. Her face was pale, and she suddenly turned to look at Medusa. Medusa was already looking at her with a smile, as gentle as water. This is truly an era of favoritism. Medusa did not move. She just turned her head and looked at the old man standing high above. I respect this old man. He has an unbending back. The strong should have dignity and be respected. She seemed to let it go. Voila! The great Confucian talks about the way of Confucius. The imperial court is saved. The capital was bustling with activity, and the streets were empty. Even the emperor of the Great Zhou had rushed over upon hearing the news, and the atmosphere was getting more and more rowdy. Hu Reneng was still preaching. No one knew that they were so close to death. History might be moving toward the Dark Age at this moment. At this moment, a student asked. The immortal divine Deo can obtain eternal life. Is that eternal life? I'm not dead. The old man Hu Reneng spoke indifferently. His voice was not loud, but it was like a thunderclap. As long as all living beings do not forget me, think of me, worship me, and offer me a deity position, I will return from death. Everyone was shocked. This was immortal? In this world, who could claim immortality? Even the celestial emperors of the past had turned into piles of white bones. The heroes had fallen and the 12 ancestors of sorcery had entered the Dalashan to avoid the 5 decays of heaven and man. They had never imagined that the Confucian path of incense could reach such heights. From the incense civilization of the Western era, they had absorbed and worshipped the gods to the ultimate path they were on today, incense becoming God. He would establish a true immortal court and allow the entire country to ascend. May I ask the true meaning of this technique? Countless members of the Confucian sect held their breaths when they heard this. All of the scholars from the Great Zhou dynasty cupped their fists and trembled with unconcealable excitement. I think, so I'm here. Hu Reneng laughed. Boom! The heavens and earth shook as if a bolt of lightning had struck on a clear day. In the 9 heavens, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. The buildings of the celestial palace shook continuously and shattered stones fell from them. They were on the verge of collapse. It was as if the order and backbone of the entire heavenly Deo were rapidly changing. The heavens and earth are shaking. The heavenly Deo has responded and changed. Countless beings of the ancient West era walked out slowly, including the ancient heavenly emperors, looking at the blue sky and red sun in the center. There must be something that will shock the heavens and change the laws of heaven and earth. I don't know if this is good or bad. The group of ancient existences murmured coldly, to meet the heavenly Deo. I'm thinking, so I'm here, Medusa's eyes flickered with disbelief as she praised, the Deo of the heart and the only me. This is an unprecedented Deo. She pondered for a while and smiled. She looked at the scholar who was holding a wordless heavenly book and said, "Let's go. I came here to have an exchange with this great Joe's Confucian saint, but now he seems to be busy. It's not the time." The little fox seemed to be a little reluctant to leave. She felt that it was very exciting and she couldn't miss it. This is history, and we travelers are only responsible for witnessing it. If you live a little longer, there won't be too many waves. Medusa spoke gently to the fox, then looked at the cute girl. The cute girl laughed dryly. Half a day later, they started their journey again, as if they were really just travelers who had shaken the world and opened the golden age of the immortal court in the capital. However, the two sisters, Ali and Mickey, were left behind in the capital to assist Hu Reneng in completely establishing the structure of the Great Zhou. While doing this, the cute girl was still looking at Medusa uneasily, but Medusa only smiled gently and ignored her. We have witnessed history. In a carriage far away from the capital, many people were conversing. Meng Mei and her disciple were talking about the divine Dao just now. Perhaps an immortal dynasty was about to be born. In the carriage, Medusa kept sizing up the scholar who had been reading. She had brought him along on her journey, and now she seemed to have understood some of his style. A person who was obsessed with learning would only answer you when you exchanged knowledge with him. Otherwise, he would ignore you no matter what. Sister Mo Kyulai. What are you doing? Suddenly, Hu Haihan's eyes widened. Ink cloud. The group of people from before had called Mercury the goddess of wisdom, and Medusa had changed her name to Mercury. How did the god of wisdom offend you? Medusa was now gentle and caring like a big sister, as if she was taking care of them as little sisters. She did not look like the Emperor of Death from before at all. I'm doing an experiment. Medusa gently touched the girl's head and cut off the young man's skin. She continued to study it and took out the alchemy table, bottles of drugs and reagents. What experiment? The little fox turned into a curious baby. Human experimentation, do you want to learn? I'll teach you. The cute girl's face instantly darkened. She told her disciple not to ask too much. The more she asked, the faster she would die. She had a deep understanding of this. In the past, when he was a builder tree, he couldn't move for hundreds of years. Every night when no one was around, he would start to tell the green bug on his body his thoughts. When he was in a good mood, he would crush the bug to death. You know too much. And now, they could be little bugs. In fact, he didn't even make a move against Hu Reneng before. There must be a conspiracy. The cute girl felt her head hurt. She tried to chat with the scholar beside her, but her face instantly darkened again. This was a straight man of steel. There were a bunch of peerless beauties in the carriage, but he only knew how to read. I am the green vine Mother Earth, a peerless beauty with beauty and wisdom, the teacher of the heavenly Dao, the strongest existence that created the world. The extremely beautiful fox girl and the most terrifying Emperor of Death, Medusa, were not moved at all. As expected, it's not a real living being. Medusa continued to study the young man's microscopic leather scraps. He seems to be some kind of natural law, even a natural imagination, like a mirage, hurricane, tide. It's a projection of some kind of life, perhaps an existence similar to the Thulhu evil god. Thulhu is born by gathering the evil thoughts of all living beings. It cannot be named, looked at directly, or described. This young man, on the other hand, has no self, only wisdom. He seems to be some kind of learning creature that has gathered endless knowledge and is constantly learning. Is he a phenomenon creature called truth and knowledge? The day passed. As night approached, they stopped in the carriage and found an inn to rest. Meng Mei opened her mouth again. This silly scholar. He only knows how to read all day long. He reads wherever he goes. He doesn't pay attention to what's going on outside. He only focuses on reading the books of the sages. If I don't do anything, he'll probably run away and sleep with us at night. Anyway, and no threat at all. She did not hesitate to share the same bed. There was no threat at all. No need. I'll stay in the same room as him. I'll keep an eye on him and not let him escape. Medusa laughed, took the hand of the young man, and walked up the stairs, as if it was his personal belonging. Meng Mei's face also stiffened. A man and a woman in the same room. This is explosive. In the crowd, just because I saw him once, I could never forget his face. Meng Mei quickly returned to the room with the girls and immediately lay down to sleep. She quickly posted. Shocking. Medusa held the scholar's hand and slept in the same room with him, the loss of morality. Our reporter, cute girl evolved into a dragon and followed Great Lord Medusa, who invaded the ancient world, for an investigation. Today, Great Lord Medusa found a scholar in the crowd and brought him back to his room late at night. There are pictures to prove the truth. The post quickly ignited a huge storm. After entering the room, Medusa laughed in an ancient and elegant room. You are the truth. The young man continued reading. It's indeed a creature formed by the laws of heaven and earth, a symbol of truth and knowledge. Medusa's eyes were burning. This may be the greatest gain I've gained since I came to this land. I've gained a pioneer who is dedicated to pursuing truth and knowledge, or even the truth itself. My path has always been lonely, but perhaps I have company now. She didn't sleep all night, as if she had found a treasure. Under the light, she sat in front of the table, picked up a pen and ink, and began to learn knowledge with this young man. They discussed, studied, and discussed. Suddenly, her eyes gradually lit up. With the truth as my companion, my path may not be lonely. She waved her pen and ink and wrote on the paper. She had been living like this for more than 2,000 years, but now, she might have changed and had a partner. A man and a woman were studying at night with a candle in their hands. They were very pure, as if they were desk mates who were preparing for the college entrance examination and tutoring each other. Su Ji was speechless. He felt his teeth hurt. That was my study tool, not yours. You're treating him as your study partner? Medusa had a look as if she was taking it for herself. She was constantly learning, asking questions, and discussing it together. There was a trend of common progress. Can you tell me if you can deduce the divine path that Hu Reneng deduced with him? Although you provide him with knowledge, you must know the process and record it in your knowledgeable mind. Medusa had a serious look on her face. You have to solve the problem for me. The young man still treated her like a Hu Reneng. He ignored her and treated her the same. Instead, he quietly read. I like equivalent exchange. This is the truth of wizards. Medusa only smiled. She rested her chin on her hands on the table and looked at the scholar with interest, waiting for his question. After a long while, the scholar said in a daze, this Dao technique is too difficult. I can't understand it. Let me see. Teach me the basic knowledge of this system. Medusa sat at the table next to her and became serious. After a while, Medusa finally solved the mystery. She stood up and explained to him step by step behind his back. This is the problem. You have to be more flexible. There are 3 solutions. Medusa was the most knowledgeable ancient existence, the origin demon god Medusa. The only one who could match her knowledge was Dichi, who had been secretly learning from her. Naturally, he could easily answer many questions and basically understood everything with just one hint. It's like this. Did you not hear? If you don't understand, I can explain it again. Medusa explained patiently, and the scholar listened by the side. She solved a question, but she leaned on the table next to her. Her eyes gradually became blurred. I'm going to sleep. You can study for a while first. Forget it, you won't understand anyway. The scholar was still studying. Yes. The strong did not need sleep, but Medusa did. Now that 1,000 years had passed, she had once again improved her longevity bloodline and slept every day. She slept for 18 hours out of 24 hours, which meant that she was only awake for 6 hours. However, although she had already restrained the characteristics of Thulhu's body, any hostile action during her sleep would instantly trigger her indescribable fear. This would cause a terrifying area of effect natural disaster. Can't look directly at it, can't describe it, can't listen to its voice. Even if it was Medusa who was in deep sleep, any creature would die in shock the moment they saw this beautiful sleeping girl. The cute girl was not stupid. She had known from a long time ago that Medusa had the blood of eternal life of the god of creation and the characteristics of the Thulhu evil god. Seeing her sleeping, she did not dare to disturb her, knowing that it would definitely trigger Medusa's Thulhu instinct. Chapter 276, Night Talk. After a few days, Medusa changed her daily routine. She slept in the carriage during the day and talked with the scholar at night. The cute girl's eyes widened as she looked at the scholar beside her, who was still reading. He was still in high spirits, reading and learning with gestures. Beside him was Medusa, who had fallen into a deep sleep. That was the Emperor of Death. How could he be so tired? It was so awesome that it was heaven-defying. What is Big Sister Mo Kyuli doing? Hu Hai Han, the little white fox, said in the carriage. She quickly slapped Hu Hai Han and said, "Children shouldn't ask, they should study hard. This is a matter of having a baby." Oh! The little fox girl nodded in a daze, but her eyes flickered with curiosity. She wanted to find out what was going on. That night in the inn, Meng Mei brought her disciple to her room to rest. Once she laid down and slept, she posted on the internet again. Shocking! The fiercest mysterious man in history. Is this a loss of morality or a distortion of human nature? Our reporter, Meng Mei is about to evolve into a dragon, I'll report to you. The internet was once again in an uproar, and everyone's views were subverted. Countless fans were heartbroken and expressed that they would see him on the rooftop. From then on, they would travel in the carriage during the day, and at night, they would split up into two groups, with Meng Mei and her disciple resting. However, on this day, Meng Mei woke up in the middle of the night and suddenly found her disciple sleeping beside her. She tiptoed out and muttered to herself, "Teacher, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to give birth to a baby tonight." The cute girl opened her eyes and was instantly shocked. She was furious and strode straight to the next room, only to see Medusa, who was exhausted from studying, sleeping next to her, and her disciple, who was constantly discussing and studying with the scholar at the desk. A scene of passion for learning was completely different from what he had imagined. Meng Mei could not help but widen her eyes. "What baby are you talking about?" The little fox put down her book innocently and said, "The study between men and women is a gathering of spiritual knowledge and communication of the mind. It's probably like what the teacher said about having a baby. It can produce new sparks of knowledge." After Sister Mo Kyuli and the scholar finished studying, I sneaked over. I felt very addicted. I can learn a lot of knowledge. I don't dare to tell the teacher. Get lost. It's all my fault for not telling you the difference between men and women. You actually think that learning from a boy can give birth to children? Could it be that Medusa had been simply learning from the scholar all this time? The little fox secretly came to watch out of curiosity and eventually joined in? What kind of straight man was this? The cute girl almost vomited blood, feeling both happy and sad. He was naturally happy that his disciple had not been raped, but he was sad that this scholar was poisonous. They were two great beauties, and he had studied seriously with them for countless days and one night. The cute girl wanted to cry. She left in a daze. My mind is full of dirty thoughts. I'm indeed not pure anymore. Another post was posted. Shocking! The Emperor of Death couldn't sleep at night and was exhausted during the day. My disciple was also addicted to it and secretly went to the man's room in the middle of the night to give birth to a baby. The truth is heaven-defying. Our reporter, cute girl is about to evolve into a dragon. The truth is full of twists and turns. It's so terrifying. After a few more days, Meng Mei asked her disciple not to be sneaky anymore. That was just learning. She asked her to ask questions during the day and exchange and learn from each other. Meng Mei looked at the two of them engrossed in their studies and did not have any other thoughts. I won't be confused by my love for learning. I can become a saint as long as I lie down. It's good as long as you have fun. However, the carriage continued to move forward. Waiter, serve the wine. When Meng Mei brought them to the restaurant for a meal, they were gradually recognized and surrounded. He's holding the wordless heavenly book. That young man is the one who enlightened the Confucian saint, Hu Reneng. Many people came to ask questions and exchange ideas. Equivalent exchange, the scholar continued to speak mechanically. Some people used their knowledge and creativity in exchange. Although few people were taken to heart, there were always a few who had bold and imaginative thoughts that were recognized and answered their own doubts. Ha ha ha. So it was like this, so it was like this. I'm close to reaching the Dao Palace realm. A famous northern saberman's eyes turned red as he bowed deeply. The northern saberman swung his saber in the air. Boom! The sharp saber chi shot up into the sky, and the clouds in the sky above the town instantly cleared up. The northern swordsman instantly broke through to the Dao Palace realm and became one of the top martial arts grandmasters in the world. Silence! Silence! There was a dead silence in the restaurant. After a long time, someone finally spoke and secretly looked at that table. They actually allowed us to listen in. We've also heard such a profound secret. I've gained some enlightenment. Hu Reneng entered the mortal world to cultivate and dedicated his life to the great Zhou dynasty. All his old friends died and he didn't accept 13 imperial edicts. However, he still wandered the world and followed this ignorant scholar, using the sky as his blanket and the earth as his seat. I believe it now. Great wisdom may appear to be foolish. He may seem foolish, but he's actually a virtuous man. Gradually, a strange scholar who was holding the wordless heavenly book with an eccentric and dull personality spread out. He became an all-knowing scholar in the pugilistic world and knew the truth of heaven and earth. There was nothing he did not know. The entire pugilistic world was shaken by him. A legend of a foolish person. They didn't know how to communicate, they had no feelings, they only knew how to learn, and they had endless wisdom. Run! The entire pugilistic world is in a frenzy. The peerless godly weapon all-knowing scholar has appeared. I've finally caught up with the golden age of the pugilistic world. The cute girl drove the carriage and charged forward quickly, laughing wildly. I've picked up a treasure. The pugilistic world was in chaos, and countless pugilistic world swordsmen were looking for wandering know-it-all, wanting to follow him and understand the truth. It was another night. The dark yellow light on the desk flickered. In front of the table, a man and a woman sat side by side, reading and writing. They were filled with a learning atmosphere, as if they were students who were preparing for the college entrance examination. They were doing their own test papers and occasionally exchanging knowledge. There was a feeling that the friendship between gentlemen was as calm as water. A few days had passed since he had started studying, and he had gotten used to it. This time, the scholar's dull eyes asked, "How do I forge an eternal energy, son? To light up living things?" This question is a little too general. Medusa was stunned. This wasn't a question that a normal scholar would ask. It was a bit profound. She thought about it seriously and kept organizing her thoughts. Perhaps we can reduce the loss of energy and form stable energy ball using Magus Mo phase law of circulation. However, we need to study the specifics. For us Magi, this is a new topic. Perhaps that's how it is. Medusa started discussing as usual. However, after discussing for a while, Medusa looked at the young man and said, "You are really the best friend I have on my journey." She no longer discussed her studies, but suddenly laughed, as if she was confiding to someone, "This world's green vine mother may have known who I am, and in order to invade this world, she took the initiative, but she definitely doesn't know why I didn't kill the Hu Reneng. Do you know what I'm thinking?" She was all smiles. The scholar was still reading, as if he was made of wood. "The reason is simple. Why would I kill him?" Medusa laughed. "I had thought that this world was very strong, but I did not expect them to have just experienced a catastrophe. The change of times is not what I want. I want to let this world grow and accommodate their growth. They will continue to grow stronger and even surpass our world. It's unbelievable, right? This is my tolerance after living for more than 2,000 years, the magic medicine era had been at its peak for 1,000 years, but it was already a pool of stagnant water that could not stir up any waves. If they invaded this world and found that they were far stronger than this world, then they would not think of improving. The hymn of humans is a hymn of courage. Only death and predestined circumstances can bring me courage and more surprises. Only an equal opponent is the opponent I want." Her eyes were narrowed into crescents, which were pretty and full of longing. The scholar was still reading. "I want someone to bring me the truth of death. Don't you think that your red blood is beautiful? It's rose-colored, like the flower of death. In terms of the same realm, who is higher than me under the god realm? I'm so lonely, the most powerful celestial emperor Qi from the primordial era and the Hongduan era, as well as Dao Changsheng. Do you know how excited I was when I heard about this world's history?" Her long hair was twisted like a snake, but now it was tied into a black ponytail, which added a bit of gentleness. "If only I was born in the mythological era of the Western era and could trace back to the long river of time. How great would that be? I really look forward to the ancient heavenly emperors of this world. Each and every one of them is a terrifying peerless genius. Just listening to their lives makes me tremble with excitement. I want to see their peerless heroic figures. But now, it's still not too late. The heavenly Dao of this world still exists. I look forward to fighting against Dao Changsheng, who has transformed into the heaven and earth. Either I beat him to death, or he beats me to death. She was so excited that her face turned red, as if she couldn't help but be intoxicated by the thought. Perhaps, it will be the battle between the strongest experts below the deity realm. I'm looking forward to it, and I'm preparing for it. She seemed to rarely confide in others. From a young age, she could only confide in her teacher Circe and listen to her teachings as she grew up. After that, there was no one she could trust. In the eyes of others, she would always be the cruel emperor of death Medusa. If it was a life with intelligence, she would definitely not speak. However, the person in front of her was a wooden man who was reading a book at a loss. Living in the peace of a world, enjoying the supremacy of the world for thousands of years, ruling the entire land as the origin demon god, is envied by countless creatures. But you won't understand, this is not the life I want. She was still in the flickering light, writing on the paper with her head lowered. In the past 1,000 years, I'm becoming less and less like myself. I was sleeping peacefully, and the loneliness seeped into my bones. For many years, I kept dreaming of that figure emitting divine light. I didn't know when it started, but it gradually overlapped with the truth that we magi seek. She looked at the candle flame in a daze, the bright flame dancing as she muttered. I'm looking forward to a beautiful death. Just like how I yearn for the truth. The scholar was still writing like a puppet. I'm going to sleep again. You can study first. Even though she knew that the other party could not understand her, she restrained her expression and spoke out of habit. She began to lean on the paper on the desk, looking at the scholar reading under the light with a quiet side profile, and gradually fell asleep. In a daze, it was as if the face of this dull scholar overlapped with the face of the god of creation who was in high spirits and transcended everything. She suddenly murmured, I'm about to see the truth again. Whoosh! The fire on the wall flickered violently. The wind started blowing. The window kept shaking, as if a storm was coming. The young man who was reading was still as stiff as ever. He held the book and read through the night. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes, put down the book in his hand, and stood up to help close the window. Su Ji looked at the snake-haired banshee sleeping on the table in front of him. She was dressed in black, which outlined her beautiful curves. She gave off a heroic feeling despite her beauty. He couldn't help but ruffle her strange hair and sighed. Medusa is still so crazy. Su Ji, a young man with an ordinary face, stood up. Under the flickering light, he came into close contact with Medusa for the second time and looked at her sleeping face. She didn't expect that she didn't even care about her own world and even waited for the other party to grow. She wanted a strong and stunning opponent to push her step towards the truth. Chapter 277, It's hard to find a Dao friend. Hwalala. The breeze hit the vermilion wooden window, and the raindrops hit the window. Without the wind, the lights gradually calmed down. Behind him was Medusa, who was lying on the table reading and sleeping. Su Ji looked quietly at the window and the scenery outside. He suddenly sighed and said, the solar term of this world is the Mid-Autumn Festival in a few days. Unknowingly, the sorcerer world and the ancient primordial world had both become perfect extraordinary worlds. Although they were located in his own orchard, divided into two levels, the surface and the cellar. The Mid-Autumn Festival was a rare full moon of the year. It was almost 5 o'clock in the morning when he finally fell asleep after studying for an entire night. In the past few days, there were already people making and selling mooncakes on the streets. Smoke rose from the kitchen chimneys, and children from families laughed and jumped around with candied haws in their hands. The streets and alleys were filled with a festive atmosphere, filled with the ordinary and ancient atmosphere. When will the moon be bright? He asked the blue sky with the wine. I don't know what year it is in the palace in heaven. The reason for the Mid-Autumn Festival and all kinds of celebrations was naturally all thanks to the salted fish type of cute girl. This Mother Earth who had made great contributions and brought all kinds of Chinese delicacies had turned into a true ancient era with swordsmen, scholars and the imperial court. Even if it was new to Medusa, Ali and Mickey. After all, they had lived in different environments since they were young. The Magus world had 50 days and 50 nights. The long years had passed, and there would not be such a rule of day and night every day, nor would there be frequent festivals and 4 seasons all year round. My family's orchard is really on the verge of perfection. Su Ji sat at the table by the window and looked down at the golden color below. His palm slowly stroked the hair of the snake-haired banshee who was lying on the table. He could not help but secretly pinch her soft little face. This terrifying great sovereign of death seemed a little cute when she slept. She no longer had that monstrous ferocity. Mirror appalled, Anger will allow me to truly possess the ability to descend into this world. The mirror image didn't show any joy, anger, or sorrow. This was because it did not cut off its three natures: God, demon, and beast. It only had absolute rationality and comet nature. It could be said that it was a cold and emotionless absolute existence of the Tais Hang Wang Qing. It only knew how to be engrossed in learning, and it was even difficult to communicate with it. However, his consciousness could secretly enter his mirror image, such as now. At first, Su Ji had thought that this would be a difficult problem, but he did not expect that he would end up becoming Medusa's learning machine. Maybe this is also good. After all, if I let the avatar study alone in the room and repeat it mechanically every day, I'm afraid he will die. It's better to throw him into the sandbox so that someone can be his study partner to prevent him from overlearning. We can improve together and answer his questions. Su Ji sat on the windowsill and reached out again to rub Medusa's hair. Medusa was in a deep sleep at this time. She had the genes of longevity, and as long as there was no hostility or excitement, her indescribable state would not wake up. It was indeed mutually beneficial to have such a fellow deist. It could greatly speed up the learning efficiency of the mirror image. As for Medusa taking the opportunity to obtain his knowledge of the learning tools, Su Ji did not mind. After all, the 9 revolutions mysterious art, the mirror image clone, and all kinds of top-tier cultivation techniques were all blocked. What she could ask was only the basic knowledge system of each world. She could only use this to create various cultivation techniques. It's good that she's become stronger. Su Ji lowered his head and looked at Medusa, who was sleeping on the table. It was as if he was looking at the high school girl in the classroom who loved to study and fell asleep while studying. She was a completely different person when she was asleep and when she was awake. The pioneers and powerhouses of the age of the sandbox of the supernatural worlds were all their teachers. They used their lives and blood to write the songs of praise for history. They advanced one era after another, from simple to mature, and finally opened up a path for me to learn, as well as various systems. However, in the end, I still lack a teacher in another form, but I also lack a fellow deist who can be my companion. She didn't teach you knowledge or give you a mature power system. Instead, she accompanied you to deduce and support each other on the path of seeking knowledge, allowing you to see the world with a stronger mind and a higher vision. The knowledge that he had learned was just knowledge. He knew clearly that he was only a lucky person. He was smart and far superior to many people in the real world, but he did not have the heaven-defying talent and temperament like Dichi and Dao Changsheng. He didn't stagnate. To become the god of creation, one must have the courage to pursue the Dao. The further one progressed, the more knowledge and experience one gained. The development of one's wisdom, continuous learning, and research would make the strong become smarter. The difference in talent would gradually become less vast. What was important was a lasting heart. Medusa's aptitude was not too high, and was only comparable to Queen of Babylon Lilith back then. It was her own hard work that had allowed her to come this far. She had surpassed many geniuses who were more terrifying than her in terms of aptitude, even the 3 witches who were smarter. Perhaps, in the long years, having a deist friend who could support and verify with each other was the greatest fortune in life. It was his greatest opportunity that surpassed all treasures and could lead him to the ultimate path. However, it looks simple, but it's extremely difficult. At their level, Su Ji said calmly, they're all ancient existences who are above the world and look down on the common people of each era. Who else can be trusted? Who would reveal all of their secrets to others? If the other party has evil intentions and knows my cultivation technique, they will beat me to death. Even Medusa and Ermin did not dare to tell each other their trump cards and true cultivation techniques. In a sense, this was lamentable. The path was long, and they were all moving forward alone. Therefore, it was only natural for Medusa to be extremely happy at this time. It was precisely because they weren't real living beings that they were the most perfect Dao friends. They could leave everything to each other without worry, expose themselves, and move forward together on the long and distant path of truth. That's why she's very happy and confessed her feelings. It's the first time she's slept so blissfully and peacefully. Suji looked at Medusa, as if she was a sleeping girl who had just obtained a treasure that she was satisfied with. Her face was extremely quiet and gentle. This was a win-win situation. They could discuss the Dao together, and with Medusa's habit, they could even ask some of the problems that they had encountered during their daily training. For example, he had just asked how to create a solar energy source. This was the problem that had been troubling him recently. If he didn't have a sun as his primordial spirit, he wouldn't be able to open the food industry. The gourmet world was the promised wizard community. It was a special small world used to encourage players with liver cirrhosis to meditate seriously. Mirror image, I'll leave this learning tool with Medusa for the time being. It will make up for my greatest weakness. To make up for my knowledge, I'm not inferior to Medusa, Emperor Chi, Phoenix, Ermin, and the others. It's not a bad thing. Suji's eyebrows twitched, and he suddenly saw the dense paper on the desk that Medusa was lying on. He could not help but pull it out to take a look and see what she had written. It was a letter for Ermin. Chapter 278, The Letter to Ermin. It seems that her consciousness has descended here, and her main body in the distance has fallen into a deep sleep. She can only use this method to write letters and then teleport back through the space tunnel to prepare for battle. Suji was stunned for a few seconds. Thump thump thump. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. I'm coming in, the little fox Hu Hai-han called out to her out of habit, even though he knew that it was a scholar who only knew how to read and Sister Mo Kai-Yulai who was definitely asleep. The sorcerer world, the underworld, quiet and peaceful. This place was known as the resting place of the dead. It was the most mysterious, sacred, and terrifying place in the world. Countless mortals were terrified of this place and held deep respect for it. There was a fork in the road, Erebus, where the good and evil of the dead were divided. As long as they were kind, humble, and harmonious, they would all walk into the paradise of happiness, the Elise paradise. All those who were brutal, arrogant, and evil would walk to the place of pain, Tartarus. All karma and retribution would be repaid here after death. In the distance, Cocos was flowing, and the wails of many undead came from the river of pain. Ermin was taking a walk in the Garden of Truth, and the mountains and fields were covered with fiery red spider lilies. It was so beautiful that it seemed like the world of immortals. The land of the netherworld was extremely vast, and many ancient sovereigns and great emperors were cultivating here, emitting a terrifying aura. Medusa. Ermin smiled. She opened her white fingers and took out a letter in the void. Sure enough, it's here. That god is too strong. He's a low god, but he can fight me, a middle god. We must know his world and system before we can prepare for the war and inform the epic professionals of the major empires in the mortal world. It's another war. Her eyes were in a daze, as if she had recalled the Babylonian sorcerer mythological era 1,000 years ago. She was still the great lord of Ermin and had waged war against the kingdom of evil witches. She returned to the room that looked like a thatched house, sat down on the desk, and slowly opened the letter. In the letter, Medusa told him what she had seen and heard over the past few days. It included the solar terms here, the rules of heaven and earth, the immortal world, the gods in charge of the sun and moon, the history of the Western era, the current situation of the Great Zhou Empire, the opening of the divine path by Hu Renung, as well as the origin of the god and the Dao Lord. Medusa gave a general explanation, and at the end, she attached the views of this world's all-knowing scholar, as well as her speculations and doubts. The amount of writing recorded was unexpectedly large. The letter briefly explained the foreseeable origin and process, and then wrote, Bai Xiaosheng seems to have come from the void. He has no background and is not a living creature. When I first saw him, I didn't feel that he was a living creature. After studying his organization, I confirmed that he was like a mirror image. I can even define him as a natural mirror image formed by some rules, such as Mercury, the god of wisdom in our world, which symbolizes wisdom. It just doesn't have self-awareness. However, after 4 days of interaction, we patiently answered each other's questions. I studied every night and asked several questions, only to be more and more shocked. The origin of this creature has other secrets that are far beyond our imagination. After probing for several days and speculating for a long time, I finally grasped some terrifying secrets and gained a slight understanding of them. I'll share them with you and hope you can give me your opinions. First of all, he did not stop at the ancient world. He knew the rules and knowledge of our sorcerer world and even other worlds. I'm afraid that this ancient unknown existence has been traveling all over the world and has long stopped in our sorcerer world. He is just like today, eating and sleeping in the open, carefree and relaxed, concentrating on reading, but we have not noticed it. He wanders the heavens and knows everything, but he has no self-consciousness. He is like a projection of learning, constantly learning the knowledge of every world. This has exceeded the scope of our understanding over the past 1,000 years. We continued to question and answer for a few days and nights, and the questions gradually became more profound. Yesterday, I asked him, how am I going to become a god? If he doesn't answer, I'll ask a few more questions. The secret of the real entity of Pangu? A Daolord cultivation technique? He did not answer any of them. At first, I thought he didn't know, or perhaps he didn't travel many worlds and didn't know much about the major worlds, until I asked inadvertently, where could Dichi go to in this world? He can actually answer. Ermin, ever since I came to this ancient world, I have become more and more certain that the God of creation is not the only one. At the beginning of the void and chaos, it transcended time, space, latitude, and cause and effect. The two of us have seen the God of creation as a rank 4, and the God of creation that descended from this world was a rank 6. It was not the same avatar. However, the all-knowing scholar gave me detailed answers, as if he was among them at that time, observing the God of creation and recording his words and deeds. Yi even spoke of the conversation between Longhong Heavenly Emperor and God. The ultimate was real, and the myriad worlds were fake. The myriad worlds stood above the ultimate, like stones embedded in the boundless land. The ruins of End can reveal the mysteries of heaven and earth, and can demonstrate the Mahayana sect, which is detailed and complete. However, the Sanchinj sect was profound and had all kinds of techniques. Ermin was sitting in the underworld cabin. When she saw this, her mind was shocked. This is what the God of creation said to the celestial emperor of that world. We're lucky enough to hear this. With an inexplicable excitement that she had never felt in hundreds of years, she immediately opened an attached page from the letter. The attached page wrote what Go was, as well as the rules and essentials of Go. She stretched out her hand, and a square grey-black stone plate solidified on the ground in front of her. Black and white stones fell into it. The chessboard is the earth, and the pieces are the sky. She picked up the chess pieces on the chessboard, closed her eyes, and entered a state of meditation. This meditation lasted for an entire day and night. Gradually, two shadows seemed to appear on the chessboard, playing a game of their own. At this moment, Ermin felt that the chess pieces on the chessboard in front of her were surrounding and attacking each other. Some were upright, some were dangerous. In the battle, they seemed to have become the sun, the wind, the clouds, the rain, the heavy land, and the endless starry sky. The sinkhole was the chessboard, and the world was the chess piece. In just a few days, her calculations had surpassed the Go level of any Earthling. It had even reached the level of an AI. After a long time, Ermin slowly opened her eyes, as if she had understood something. The way of Go indeed contained some kind of rule, the truth of heaven and earth. The chessboard is ancient and simple. There are chess pieces on it. 129,600 great thousand worlds. This number is one yuan, one era, and there is a catastrophe. She became completely serious and felt a chill run down her spine. She read the letter without stopping. The all-knowing scholar was actually able to talk about the communication between the strongest heavenly emperor and the God of creation. He was able to talk about every detail, as if he was there in person. He is now learning beside me. I am writing, but I am still shocked and in disbelief. He has overturned my speculation about his existence again and again. He is unfathomable. If even the God of creation can come into contact with and listen to him, perhaps he is already the manifestation of the rules of some world. How can he not know how I became a god? The secret of the Panga golden body? Daolord cultivation technique? He knows, but he doesn't answer. I tested him a few more times and found out that this man only answered the basics and not the profoundness. He made you deduce based on this. He seemed to be a natural phenomenon, some kind of projection mirror image, or a projection of some law. Was he an observer of the world created by the Creator? He studies, travels, and observes the worlds? Ermin, you're a god. Although you're not as knowledgeable as me, you have a higher vision. You may be able to give me an answer, but you must reply. The existence of the all-knowing scholar has traveled across thousands of worlds and crossed many worlds. It is not something that the two of us can explore, and it is difficult to see through. It is far beyond our imagination. It is mysterious and unfathomable. It can shock the sky, but it is undoubtedly a supreme treasure. He is not greedy and obsessed with himself. As the best deist friend, he embarked on the journey of seeking the truth with me. I have already taken it as my own and become my personal belonging. With him, I seem to have seen the real way forward. I can perform the Mahayana sect. I'm meticulous and have all kinds of skills. The way of the chessboard secretly combines the truth and falsehood of the ultimate and the myriad world. It's exquisite, profound, and unfathomable. I hope you can study this carefully and perhaps you'll gain something. I invited Mother Earth of this world to play chess with me. She was extremely weak at first, but she opened her mouth in anger and asked for go to attack. Later on, she used some kind of wonderful technique, and indeed, with the help of God, although it took a long time to place a piece, it was on par with my killing spree. In just a few days, she comprehended it. There is already a road ahead without any fog. I'm more and more certain that Bai Xiaosheng does not know. He just asked me to start from the basics. I have already comprehended my own path to becoming a god from the true and false of the ultimate he provided. The chessboard is real, and the chess pieces are false. There are 129,600 worlds on it, and my body is also formed by the 120,000 evil gods. The two are secretly in sync. I may use myself as a chessboard, with 129,600 chess pieces in my body, 120,000 Dao fruits in the virtual sky. Ermin held the letter in a daze and read the last sentence that shocked her. Ermin, I will become a level 8 mythical creature in less than 10 years. Chapter 279, The Mortal World's Jianghu. Ermin had lived for 1,000 years and had long become calm, but after reading Medusa's letter, her heart was still in a state of shock. She knew how difficult it was to become a god, Thulhu. Medusa had been guarding the gate to the underworld for 1,000 years, from the end of the wizard era to the peak of the magic potion era. She had been studying the way to become a god with the characteristics of her body, but she had not been able to achieve anything. The amount of energy required was simply too much. Thulhu was a convergence creature, and its entire body was made up of 120,000 organs. If a creature wanted to break through level 8 mythical realm, it would need a huge amount of energy to break through the realm instantly. With Medusa's terrifying and powerful strength, it would probably need the terrifying energy of 10,000 gods to become a god. However, that was almost impossible. That world is indeed mysterious. That mysterious scholar did not have any joy, anger, sorrow, or joy. It was as if the will and laws of the world had gathered together. It was unbelievable. Ermin put down the letter and looked forward to it. Such a strange existence. I must meet him when I have time. I already somewhat understand her thoughts. From that scholar, she learned that world's unique method of becoming a god. She placed a Dao fruit in the virtual sky and thought through the conversation between Heavenly Emperor Longhong and the god of creation, the truth behind the ruins of End, and whether it was true or false. She wants to turn herself into the chessboard of the ultimate, her 129,600 organs as the 129,600 worlds, as the Dao fruits, and live in the virtual sky. She had divided herself into 129,600 parts and separated them into gods. A saint had a Dao fruit that resided in the heaven void. And her? He alone had 129,600 Dao fruits and was living in the void sky. Such a bold and terrifying idea was jaw-dropping, and only Medusa's madness could have such an idea. Using one's own body to create an era. If she could really succeed, she would definitely be the most terrifying god in history. Medusa did not know the cultivation method of the true body of Pangu, but she could vaguely guess the principle behind it. It was to divide the soul into 9 parts in the 9 apertures, so that the soul would not die even if it was incomplete. As for her, she had to divide her soul into 129,600 parts and evenly distribute them in every corner of her body. Perhaps this was the true undying and imperishable, reborn from a drop of blood. It may seem bold, but it's not impossible. Ermin continued to organize her thoughts. There might even be a feasible opportunity. This is because she has already collected enough energy to become a god, enough to provide one of her organs to become a god. After becoming a god, she can cultivate for those ordinary organs. It was difficult to start, and the cultivation of a god was slow. However, as more and more gods were born, her overall cultivation speed became faster and faster. 10, 100, 1,000. When there were 1,000 gods, they could cultivate together and provide the energy for an ordinary creature to become a god. How simple would that be? The further this went on, the bigger the snowball. This was Medusa's special method of becoming a god. Medusa's ambition was too great. She had never intended to become an ordinary god before, so she had let Ermin become a god. Now, she had directly deduced a path to go against the heavens for herself. Once she became a god, it was simply unimaginable. She also had an idea. In less than 10 years, she might be able to perfect the entire idea and begin to put it into practice, breaking through to become the first god of 129,600 gods. Ermin felt lucky for her, but also a little emotional. Wandering know-it-all can actually see through Medusa and open such an incredible path to godhood. Ermin put the letter away, and her clear eyes flashed with curiosity. She was trying to figure out what kind of existence the mysterious man was. What kind of world rules? He began to organize his thoughts and prepare to reply. The primordial world. Bai Xiaosheng's name became bigger and bigger, forming a hurricane. There were even many Jianghu swordsmen who had evil intentions and wanted to abduct this pure young man who was obsessed with reading and holding the wordless heavenly book at all times. The young man was only studying, but he was innocent. That night, many thieves in the shadows flew over the roofs and walls, whispering on the roof of the dark inn. This group of people is strange. No matter how many swordsmen there are, they will be shaken off in an instant. They lost their way after following them. I don't know what kind of evil art they used. Our 100 Talents Pavilion has influence all over the martial world. We have our spies in brothels, restaurants, and inns. We have sent ordinary people to follow this group for several days. At night, they have been staying in 2 rooms and talking with each other every night. Tonight is the Mid-Autumn Festival, and it is the best time to make a move. Boom! Suddenly, the roof broke open and a few men in black rushed in. Bai Xiaosheng, our pavilion master has invited you. The lights flickered, and a young man and woman were sitting side by side in front of the desk. They were holding paper and a pen, studying on their own. It was a quiet scene. Suddenly, the beautiful woman slowly raised her head. Boom! Everyone's minds were shaken, and they flew out of the inn, turning into several corpses. That is? It's a Grandmaster at the 5th Dao Palace realm, emotionless sword Wei Wuji, ranked 13th on the heaven roll. The eyes of the experts who were hiding on the roofs of the inns widened. They had wanted to take advantage of the situation, but they did not expect such a terrifying scene to happen. That was a great expert whose name shook the pugilistic world. I can't see through this woman. She can't be provoked. Countless people were horrified and quickly retreated, afraid that they would be too late. Medusa only smiled. How could these ordinary people know how powerful it was? Perhaps only the heavenly court of this world and the descent of the heavenly emperor could attract her attention. Otherwise, she really didn't care about these people in the mortal world. He only hoped that she could be given another 10 years to live such a peaceful life and become a god, pushing her strength to the peak. It's to give this world time to rise and for the Hu Renan to completely prosper the celestial dynasty. It's also for me to break through. This is waiting, suppressing that beautiful moment and welcoming the other party with the best form. She smiled. She continued to study with her head lowered. She stood behind the scholar and taught him hand in hand. Do you understand this question? I don't quite understand this part. The scholar replied mechanically. Oh, that's right. Medusa suddenly smiled. Let's continue discussing the topic from before, how to create an energy sun to illuminate all things. All right, he said. The young man nodded and continued the discussion. The next day, the disturbance caused a huge disturbance. The martial arts grandmasters on the heaven roll were the top masters of the major sects. The one who obtains the all-knowing scholar will obtain the world. The cute girl secretly spread rumors in the crowd, causing more and more trouble. Bai Xiaosheng, this scholar has the wordless heavenly book which contains great mysteries. No matter who follows him, with the accumulation of time and listening to the truth of the great Dao, he can become a saint from a mortal, a god, and an emperor. Meng Mei continued to spread rumors in the dark and told the truth, that woman was originally immortal. In the end, she cultivated with him night after night. I don't know what they cultivated, but every day, the woman would be exhausted and doze off in the day. However, his cultivation had increased greatly. At this time, he might be comparable to the demigod Duan Qinyu. Perhaps no one on the heavenly rankings is his match. Instantly, the entire martial world went crazy. Indeed, that woman is so powerful. I've never heard of her before. Could it be that the all-knowing scholar is an opportunity? Many beautiful swordswomen and geniuses from various sects could not help but look around. They wanted to find the legendary wandering know-it-all. This man was extremely mysterious and possessed endless knowledge. He was the dream lover of many people in the pugilistic world. The demonic sect's saintess, Lao Ai, was good at seducing and manipulating people's hearts. There was no man in the world who wasn't confused by her. It was said that she had already left the mountain silently and had come in the form of a pretty girl. It was said that the saintess of the demonic sect had gone down the mountain with the 4 great protectors to bring the source of the turmoil back to the holy mountain and suppress it personally. I called you a straight man of steel. I'll trick a bunch of girls too. The cute girl sat in the carriage and looked at the dull scholar who continued to read beside her. She suddenly felt very satisfied, and her eyes gradually brightened. Medusa asked me to protect her safety when she is asleep. But do you think I have no other way? This beauty in his arms is not a threat to his life, it has nothing to do with me. I can already imagine that even if he screams until his throat breaks, no one will save him. She mumbled and imagined the scene of this stiff scholar. That scene was too beautiful and she didn't dare to look at it. Chapter 280, The Strange Old Man. In less than a few days, the entire Jianghu was in a state of turmoil, turning into the center of a storm. At that moment, Su Ji was tidying up the orchard. However, it was an orchard in his inner world. The shelves were covered with green vines, and they were all full of fruits. On the ground, there were green onions and trees, and one after another, the final chickens were chirping happily. As the mirror image continued to learn, Su Ji's knowledge base finally advanced by leaps and bounds. The last time I entered the sorcerer world, I disguised myself as an anonymous great sovereign messiah. I spent 50 to 60 years in the library, and my head was aching. I've been putting it on hold since then. I'm not willing to start learning again, and my knowledge has stopped advancing. But with the mirror image, I don't have to worry about my knowledge not being able to keep up. It had to be said that a small step for Zhou was a big step for the creator. He would no longer have to worry about his studies. With Medusa's company and discussion, as well as the mirror image's teacher and friend, he had improved very quickly. In particular, he had recently encountered some cultivation problems. He would occasionally go in and pretend to be a mirror image, sitting at the table and discussing with Medusa. It was perfect. This reminds me of my high school days, when I sat at the edge of the window with my desk mate, discussing practice questions and doing test papers together. It's just that Medusa has become my desk mate. Su Ji sensed his body in silence. Now, the 9 revolutions mysterious art had already opened the 5th aperture. In addition, he had some progress with the sun furnace. Everything started to develop very quickly. Su Ji was very carefree. He was living a leisurely life in the orchard, like a farmer's house, until he saw a certain guy who wanted to cause trouble. At this moment, Meng Mei continued to spread rumors in the pugilistic world, adding oil to the fire. The all-knowing scholar originally had 2 great opportunities, which were divided into 2 parts, one for a man and one for a woman. That Hu Renan took one of the opportunities and opened up the divine path, shocking the heavens and earth. On the day of the Dao lecture in the capital city, the gods in the heavens opened the heaven realm to watch. As for the last opportunity, it can only be obtained by a woman. In the pugilistic world, countless women's eyes were burning with desire, while men were heartbroken and hated that they could not do it for their women. Meng Mei quickly posted, saying that the Mid-Autumn Festival activities would be live-streamed online and that everyone was welcome to watch the ceremony. Punishing a straight man of steel online. It specializes in treating all kinds of dissatisfaction. As everyone knows, my species is to become a little sweetheart and let the creator eat it, embarrassed. I came in as a fan chasing after an idol, but I missed the time when the god of creation descended to mend the heavens. It's so far away from becoming a saint, and I don't know when I'll be able to see my favorite male god again. During the Mid-Autumn Festival in the primordial world, my master of creation and I were still far away from each other. It was like cowherd and weaver girl looking at each other on Magpie Bridge. Couldn't help but feel sad. And a certain iron-willed straight man just happened to appear and changed my view of the world. Everyone suddenly understood. Obviously, the cute girl had secretly gone to catch him in the middle of the night in a fit of anger. In the end, she saw a scene of passionate learning. You didn't sleep in the middle of the night and stayed up late to study with a beautiful woman. This person is poisonous. This was like walking right into the muzzle of the cute girl's gun. She was currently angry. Cute girl wants to evolve into a dragon, a certain bookworm didn't even eat the meat that was given to him. He only knew how to stay up late to study with a beautiful woman. His face was hateful, so I had someone rape him to appease the people's resentment. Screenshots. Screenshots. One by one, screenshots of the beauties of Jianghu were released. It was crazy on the forum, and they felt heartbroken. They had never thought that there would be someone in this world who loved reading so much and did not care about external things. He was simply the role model of the entire sandbox who loved to learn. However, they had to put in the effort, so how could they be so willing? They would not be happy to see it. I see. The game producer has put in a lot of effort to set an example for you to love learning. This tells us that as long as you love learning, there will naturally be beauties throwing themselves at you, picking nose. That makes sense. Countless netizens who were watching were ecstatic. They ridiculed it and felt that at this moment, it was going to be on the hot search again. My passion for learning helped me break away from being single. Stupid sister. Why are you forcing me to do something I hate? Let go of that scholar and let me do it. Gritting teeth. To be honest, Menmei's way of doing things is too cruel. This is the evil femininity. They must think that all men are cheap and that there's no man who isn't lustful. They want to force others. When I see this scene of beautiful women surrounding me, I can't help but feel sad. Tears can't stop flowing from the corners of my mouth. Mengmei was secretly proud of herself. She really didn't have any dirty thoughts. She just wanted to see if this Tang Santang was only focused on reading the books of the sages and if he really didn't want to mess with Lu Xiaowai. Anyway, Medusa was in a deep sleep and did not know what was happening outside. And this dumb scholar didn't know how to complain. I'll see if he can continue to study and if a bunch of beautiful women seduce him. I'll even see if a bunch of women will force themselves on him. Mengmei's eyes were bright. I can already imagine his loud screams. In just a few days, the extraordinary women of the pugilistic world, the demonic sex saintesses, and the sacred sex goddesses had all arrived. I hope Fairy Hu will be lenient. Countless people said to the fox girl. Menmei had been resting all this while. However, her disciple, Hu Haihan, had gained quite a reputation by traveling the pugilistic world. After all, he was already at the Dao Palace realm and ranked 7th on the heaven roll. He was also known as Fairy Hu. As long as you don't harm his life or use violence, we can ignore you. We're all people of the pugilistic world. And it's very normal for men and women to have feelings for each other. He doesn't have lover now, so you can pursue him yourself and gain his favor, becoming his immortal Dao companion. Mengmei blinked her eyes and secretly hinted shamelessly, but don't come at night. That woman is very irritable and wants to have him all to herself. Don't appear in front of her. Each and every one of the girls from the major sects in the mortal world were geniuses that were hard to come by in 100 years. How high were their standards? He would naturally not be interested in ordinary men and would even have thoughts of not marrying for the rest of his life. However, Bai Xiaosheng was indeed mysterious and unfathomable. He enlightened Hu Reneng and opened up the divine Dao. That day, Hu Reneng gave a Dao lecture in the capital city, shocking the heavens and earth. Even the heavenly realm opened the gate of heaven, and countless gods looked down at the mortal world. This kind of man is my perfect match. Their hearts were burning with passion, and they first used words to charm him. Bai Xiaosheng held the wordless heavenly book and ignored him. Another day, they were dressed up and showed their charm. They came to ask for advice gently. Their bodies slowly leaned against each other, and they whispered in each other's ears to ask questions. Bai Xiaosheng was still reading the book in his hand. All the heroines gnashed their teeth in hatred and couldn't help but be furious. They instantly wanted to use force and slowly kiss him, but... Peng peng peng. The scholars put down their books. Their faces were all swollen and bruised, and they were sent flying like pigs. The cute girl was speechless. Oh my god! This person was an animal. The beautiful girl disturbed your reading, so you beat her up? Meng Mei's eyes widened. His hands trembled in the process of taking screenshots. This wasn't Earth. The women who cultivated here all had outstanding temperament and were so beautiful that they were hard to find in the world. Even the big stars in his world couldn't compare to them. In front of these fairy-like people, she was just an ordinary woman in the mortal world who needed cosmetics and skincare to maintain her beauty. All the famous figures of the martial arts world and the guardians who were secretly protecting their holy maidens were instantly stunned. What had happened? All of the beautiful women from the major sects of the pugilistic world were the dream lovers of countless pugilist swordsmen. In the end, they were beaten up until their heads were like pigs, and their beautiful faces were so swollen that no human form could be seen. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. There is no man in the pugilistic world who isn't moved by the heavens' pride of the younger generation. This Bai Xiao Sheng is actually addicted to reading and doesn't treat them as women. The female prodigies of this generation are at the golden age of martial arts that is hard to come by in centuries. They are all fighting at the Dao Palace realm, and all of them have the potential to reach the Grotto Heaven realm and ascend to the heavenly realm to serve the ancient celestial emperors. Especially the two saintesses of the demonic sect and the sacred sect. They swept the world and were unrivaled among their peers in the pugilistic world. The Grand Masters of the sacred sects admitted that they were rare talents in hundreds of years. They broke through the void and ascended to the celestial world. Becoming an emperor-to-be is inevitable. He even has the potential to become a great emperor. Countless people in the martial world were shocked. This was too unbelievable. In reality, the tribulation of heaven and earth was about to arrive, and many geniuses were born from the tribulation. They all had astonishing talent, but when they saw that Hu Renong had opened the divine path, they came because it was a better opportunity than the fairy realm. They didn't expect to be beaten up. So boring. What a bookworm. You can't even do this. The cute girl opened her mouth wide playfully. She felt that it was very boring. She did not seem to care about the disputes of the Jianghu at all. She just treated it as a small matter and continued to drive forward. When Su Ji saw this, he shook his head and laughed. You're really naughty. I'll have to write you down in my little notebook some other day. He was at the 6th rank, so it was only natural for him to have the cultivation of the 6th rank after cutting off the ant-sized mirror image. Although he did not have the real body of a wizard in the 9 Revolutions mysterious art, his knowledge was as vast as the sea, and his moves were mysterious and natural. Even ordinary people of the same rank might not be his match. Bai Xiaosheng, this is incredible. The entire underworld was shaken. In a short period of time, there were no more women coming. Meng Mei couldn't help but be disappointed. After spreading the news in the post, countless people in the entire online forum felt a sharp pain in their heads. How could there be such a man? They looked at the screenshots of the bloody nose and swollen face and felt their hearts ache. After a few more days, an old woman who had lost her soul stopped the carriage. One of her sleeves was empty. It was a broken arm. Her eyes were cloudy, and she looked old and desolate. It's fine if she's a genius girl in the pugilistic world. But even an old man like her is here to join in the fun. Meng Mei shook her head. Sitting in the carriage, she was surprised. He definitely doesn't have such a strong taste. The old woman only stepped forward and slowly handed over a thin piece of paper. The paper seemed to be as heavy as 1,000 catties. She struggled for a moment. I hope you can treat it well. Then, the old man turned around and staggered away. The dull-looking scholar glanced at the paper and called out to the old woman, inviting her into the carriage. It's an equivalent exchange. Tell me your question. The old man's body trembled, and he turned his head and said, Can you let me become an immortal? The surrounding sects who were hiding in the dark shook their heads. Breaking the void and ascending to the immortal world, just a piece of paper? How could it be that simple? It was simply wishful thinking. Reach the Grotto Heaven realm? To the immortal world? Please make an equivalent exchange. The scholar replied. Sure enough, he was rejected. The old woman seemed to have gotten used to it and continued to stagger away. The scholar opened his mouth again. This piece of paper can be exchanged for 100 of these questions. Please make an equal exchange. Voila! The entire forest shook. It wasn't that it wasn't enough, but that its value far exceeded that. Could this piece of paper be exchanged for 100 Grotto Heaven Realm old monsters? Wouldn't that mean that he could become an ancient heavenly emperor? Countless martial artists' faces tensed up as they looked at the thin piece of paper. It seemed to contain a terrifying secret. After all, Wandering Know-It-All followed the rule of equivalent exchange, and the item inside was enough to exchange for a celestial thearch. However, no one in the martial world knew that old man, and she had no cultivation. This is an old man without any cultivation. There's no trace of cultivation at all. Menmei, who was sitting in the carriage, started to frown. Although she was a salted fish, she had been the most ancient being in this world since the era of the Dao Lords. Her cultivation base was also at the 7th level of the Heavenly Emperor realm, so it was natural for him to be able to tell. This old woman with a broken arm was not a martial arts grandmaster whose cultivation had been crippled. Instead, she was an ordinary person who had never cultivated and had naturally blocked meridians. Not only did she see it, but all the experts in the martial arts world also saw it. They found it hard to believe. How could he be an ordinary person? The old woman's eyes were cloudy, and tears suddenly flickered in them. My lifetime's effort is worth a celestial emperor? Yes. The stiff scholar replied mechanically. Su Ji had already arrived quietly. He was sitting in the carriage with a wordless heavenly book in his hand. He looked at the trembling old woman in her 70s or 80s and was shocked. I didn't expect such a person to exist in secret. She's just a weak mortal who has experienced old age, sickness, and death. She can't cultivate, but she can secretly kill all the grandmasters in the pugilistic world with her exquisite sword skills. She can even open the gate of heaven with her sword. Chapter 281. The old woman got into the carriage and continued on. Ta ta ta. Dust rose and the pressure slowly spread. Suddenly, the martial arts grandmasters in the dark felt their vision blur, and when they looked again, the carriage had long disappeared. As expected of Bai Xiao Sheng. Appearing and disappearing like a ghost, like a celestial spell. Many people sighed. Menmei, Hu Hai Han, and Medusa were all very low-key. On the other hand, their fame rose because of Bai Xiao Sheng, who taught Hu Reneng. In addition, Menmei had created rumors that Bai Xiao Sheng was the main person in the carriage. The shaking of the carriage actually caused the one-armed old man to gradually fall into a coma as if he was extremely tired. Hu Hai Han, the little fox, caressed the old woman's face. This one-armed old man has no cultivation at all. She's so pitiful. She's only in her 70s or 80s, so she's immortal. Voila! Hu Hai Han began to use his dharmic powers to gradually warm her old body. He continued to sense it. In the early years, there seemed to be an expert who warmed her body. However, she was once seriously injured. It's already amazing that she can live until now as an ordinary person, but she doesn't have many years left. Who is she? Meng Mei could not help but ask Bai Xiao Sheng. She did not believe that this aging mortal would be so ordinary. An equivalent exchange. Bai Xiao Sheng opened his mouth. The cute girl's face turned black and she spat out some knowledge. This was what he had accumulated over the years. Although she was a salted fish, it was impossible for her not to study it. These were her core secrets and the results of her research. However, after these few days, they were almost all squeezed out. That was why she wanted to mess with him. Bai Xiaosheng's expression was calm as he slowly replied, Lu Wenjian, the strongest assassin in the martial world, number 1 on the assassins list. He's an ordinary person without any cultivation. Lu Wenjian, a boy's name. Meng Mei's eyes widened and she stood up in shock. Wait, you're contradicting yourself. They say she's the best assassin in the martial world, but how could she be an ordinary person who has never cultivated? Meng Mei's face was filled with disbelief as she looked at the old lady. A normal person who wasn't even a stage 1 warrior and was even a disabled person with a broken arm was actually the number 1 assassin on the heaven roll? How did she do it? Is this martial arts world crazy? Using ordinary mortals to assassinate Zifu and Dao Palace Grandmasters? One had to know that even a 4th-rank purple mansion would already be considered a powerhouse. In the Magus world, a 4th-rank Magus. The shockwaves from the battle could destroy an entire forest. How could ordinary mortals be assassinated? This was impossible. If it was the sorcerer world, it might be possible. After all, sorcerers had fragile bodies. However, those grandmasters were breathing like dragons and had tough bodies. Even if they were asleep, ordinary people could not assassinate them. A knife could not even pierce through skin, and an ordinary person would be blown away in a breath. This ordinary old woman with broken arm. It must be that piece of paper. Meng Mei's eyes gradually lit up. There must be a heaven-defying secret that could allow an ordinary person without any cultivation to kill a fifth Dao palace. Her eyes were bright, as if she understood the meaning of equivalent exchange. It was indeed worth a celestial emperor. She immediately took out a few pieces of paper that were filled with words. On it, there seemed to be a lot of blacksmith's sword forging techniques. She couldn't understand them at all, only seeing a row of small words, sick sword. It seemed to be a secret forging manual for some kind of weapon. Sick sword. What is this? The two girls, master and disciple, were still in shock as they chattered in the carriage. You mentioned the number one assassin. His disciple, the little fox Hu Hai Han, was shocked. This old woman is the number one in the world, Lu Rentu? My dear disciple, do you know him? Meng Mei asked. The number one human slayer in the world, also known as the human slayer assassin, how could I not know him? The most mysterious grandmaster. I don't know if he's male or female. He once roamed the pugilistic world and massacred several sects in his sleep. Many of the top grandmasters at the Dao Palace realm died in their sleep. How come I don't know about him? Hu Haihan shook his head. Teacher, you're always in closed-door cultivation and sleeping. I've seen her once when I was driving around the martial world. It was in a tavern in the south. What left the deepest impression on me was that he always wore a black cloak and didn't have any strong aura. He was just like an ordinary person. It should be known that no expert could perfectly conceal their own aura. They would definitely be discovered, which was why she was the number one assassin in the world. Perhaps. The number one assassin, she was really just an ordinary person. There's no aura at all. Meng Mei couldn't believe it. She felt that it was terrifying and unbelievable. She looked at the woman. Hu Haihan continued, it was a golden age more than 50 years ago. At that time, Duan Qunyu, the land immortal, had yet to break through the void. Lu Rentu was the first person to break through the void and step into the immortal world. At that time, the news was all over the place, shaking the entire industry. The assassin waved his sword and shattered the void. He shouted angrily at the sky, may I ask if there are immortals in the sky? But it was a pity. In the end, Lu Rentu didn't break the sky. Instead, his long sword was broken and his blood splattered on the ground. He was seriously injured and disappeared. At that time, he had become the topic of gossip. Everyone was glad that he had died and laughed at him for being a moth to a flame, not knowing the immensity of the heavens and earth. Just because of your outstanding talent, you're so treacherous and dare to split open the sky. Lu Rentu was indeed the number one genius in Jianghu. However, he had also fallen. No one has seen his true appearance, not even his gender. At that time, everyone was afraid of the heavens. At that time, the demigod Duan Qunyu was already 200 years old. He had been living in seclusion for 50 years. All the people in the Jianghu were his great-grandchildren by many times. After hearing about this, he seemed to have met the descendant of the Jianghu, Lu Rentu, once. He could not help but sigh. Lu Rentu, if you want to kill others, kill yourself first. He came to the Wan River and stood in front of the broken sword. I've told you before that your body is not strong enough to support everything, but you didn't listen. You said, if you hear the Dao in the morning, you can die in the evening. This sentence is very tragic, but I don't know why, but I always feel that it is very beautiful, so beautiful that it moves the soul. He raised his wine cup and spilled it on the ground. I'm 200 years older than you, but I'd like to offer you a cup of wine. I'd like to offer you a toast to your amazing sword. From now on, I'll be sealed in dust. This sentence puzzled the entire Jianghu. Lu Rentu's aptitude was very poor. No one believed that an assassin who could bring darkness to the martial world and make countless people tremble in fear could be someone with extremely poor aptitude. However, a few years later, Duan Qunyu came out of the mountain and was on the Wan River where Lu Rentu used to be. She waved her sword, and the world shook as she pointed her sword at the sky. Dare I ask, is there a heaven? He had cut open the sky, but he did not enter the gate of heaven. Ignoring the shocked immortals in the sky, he turned around and left. It was as if he was fulfilling Lu Renta's wish and passing on their friendship through space. So, this is the reason why Duan Qinyu opened the gate of heaven? Meng Mei sighed with emotion and looked at the old woman with a broken arm. Could she be Lu Rentu, who had disappeared for a long time back then? The grudges of the pugilistic world and the glints of swords and sabers made her feel a little emotional. The extremely mysterious Lu Rentu was just an ordinary person who had no cultivation at all? Then, how would she be able to rule the entire martial world as an ordinary person? It's strange, too strange. I might have underestimated this martial world. It's already comparable to the mythological era of the Western era, and it's a highly skilled martial world. Perhaps in the future, there will be an amazing martial sovereign who can fight against the celestial sovereigns of the ancient Western era. Now, it's already the era of the secluded Holy Lands, the sacred sects, and a group of geniuses fighting for the emperor. Meng Mei looked at the old woman who had lost an arm. Time had left behind vicissitudes and old age on her body. What secret is she hiding that is worthy of being a heavenly emperor? Tell me everything about her. Meng Mei thought of Bai Xiaosheng. An equivalent exchange. Bai Xiaosheng opened his mouth. Meng Mei's face darkened again. Chapter 282, The Sick Sword. Ta ta ta. A horse-drawn carriage travelled on the earth, simple and ordinary. In the Jianghu of the southwest, there were many martial arts sects. Many of them competed with each other, and their combat power was comparable to that of the Western era. Those swordsmen who cultivated to the extreme could cut mountains and break rivers with one sword. In the end, Meng Mei gritted her teeth and gave her price. She was too curious. Su Ji hid in the mirror image and looked at the guy with great interest. He suddenly felt quite comfortable. He had just tricked someone, and now his heart was in pain. There is only one person in the world who could assassinate all the grandmasters in the pugilistic world and break the gate of heaven with a sword as a mere mortal. He is Lu Wenjian. An indifferent voice sounded from the carriage. It was Bai Xiaosheng who answered the question. As usual, he turned his head slightly and looked out of the window coldly. 80 years ago, in the pugilist world, there was a swordsmithing family, the Lu family. They had excellent swordsmithing skills, but their cultivation levels were not high for generations. They did not have any killing techniques and made a living by forging swords. The clan head of that generation was only at the divine treasure realm, but his swordsmithing skills were exquisite. He forged peerless swords and all kinds of divine weapons for the heroes of the world. He was famous, but he had a daughter who couldn't inherit the family business. Lu Wenjian was still weak and sickly. His meridians were blocked, so he couldn't cultivate. He carried the forging hammer and said. However, Lu Wenjian's personality was a stubborn one. As she watched her father leave with disappointment in his eyes, she hated herself for not being a man and not being able to inherit the family business. Even as a woman, she was weak and sickly and could not cultivate. When it came to forging, she was unyielding and unyielding. She continued to study in the study room and learned everything about her family's sword forging. She was so immersed in it that she had even reached an unprecedented level of swordsmithing. At the age of 23, she had a shocking talent for forging and guided the craftsmen of the Lu family. Even though she couldn't forge personally, it was enough to make the Lu family rise. She had won over a man's body and thought that she had finally made it through and lived through the first half of her difficult life. However, there were villains in Jianghu. A few major sects obtained a piece of meteoric iron transformed from the heavenly Dao bone armor and came to control all the men in the Lu family's manor house to forge a divine weapon for them. Then, once the divine weapon was formed, they killed the blacksmith who forged the divine weapon. Only the old, the weak, the women, and the children were left in the Lu family. Lu Wenjian hid among them and escaped from the disaster. Meng Mei and the little fox lowered their heads and looked at the old and weak woman with a broken arm lying in the carriage. They just listened quietly without saying a word. Then, Lu Wenjian turned into a mad demon. Bai Xiaosheng's face was still cold and emotionless. He slowly said, she hated herself for being useless, not for a man. She hated herself for studying hard, but she couldn't wield the iron hammer. She hated herself even more for being powerless, her meridians blocked, unable to cultivate, and unable to take revenge. She wailed hysterically and actually put her arm into the furnace. She was crazy. She used her hatred, despair, and sorrow to wave a small hammer with blood and tears. In the raging fire, she endured the pain and forged her arm. She threw in all kinds of divine gold and purple copper to clear the blocked meridians. To forge his own flesh and blood into a weapon? Meng Mei held her breath and her eyes were filled with horror. She could not imagine the pain and knew the madness and sorrow she had fallen into. Time and time again, she had tried to struggle out of her fate, but she had been shattered by her rough life. She hated herself for being useless. Her meridians were blocked, so she actually wanted to use this method to open up her meridians so that she could cultivate and take revenge. Her path of forging is close to that of a god. After she opened up her meridians, she cut off her own arm and continued forging. She forged thousands of times and condensed cultivator's dantian in her arm. Every hammer strike was marvelous and landed in an unimaginable position, forging the Taoist connotation. She forged her arm into a divine sword. She couldn't cultivate, but she controlled her sword to cultivate. Swords had dantian, so she continuously forged the sword like a mad demon, pouring hot blood into it. Wandering know-it-all lowered his head and looked at the old woman with a weathered face. She called the sword sick sword to indicate that she was seriously ill. She was a mortal with a mortal body, and she could get sick or catch a cold. With a peerless weapon that could be cultivated and her body strengthened, she could sneak in the shadows and use her exquisite swordsmanship to see through the movement of the other party's meridians. She killed him with one strike and then fled far away to slaughter the sect of her old enemy to take revenge. Meng Mei's voice gradually turned solemn. After hearing this, she had already understood some things. She suddenly said, "She is ultimately a mortal who cannot cultivate and has a divine weapon. She will grow old and die of illness. Her body is extremely weak. Once she is hit, she will die instantly. She has no defense and only has extreme attacks. However, because she is immortal and does not have the aura of a cultivator, she can launch sneak attacks in the dark. She is already the strongest assassin." Hu Haihan the little fox continued, "If she's immortal, then everything makes sense. She was most active when she was around 30 to 40 years old. After that, her body aged and she became as pitiful as a mortal. She had a short life and was like a withered flower. She gradually became powerless and could only rely on her walking stick. Therefore, she wanted to break open the gate of heaven at the most glorious moment, at the age of 40, to leave an eternity for herself. An ordinary person whose battle prowess is as heaven-defying as a cultivator? An extreme sword immortal? However, there were life and death, and the desire to open the gate of heaven before dying of old age. It's a pity that she failed." Meng Mei opened her mouth and looked at the old woman with a broken arm. She sighed, her sword is broken, and her dream of the pugilistic world is completely over. She has truly become a real mortal, old and decrepit. Duan Qinyu knew her, but after she failed, she could not find this young friend of hers. She knew that she was a stubborn and proud person, unyielding to fate. She disappeared into the vast sea of people and would not accept her help. Instead, she died of old age in a corner with no one. Therefore, this demigod chose to break open the gate of heaven and pay tribute to this short-lived legend. Her life was like a weapon. She was polished from a rough embryo, constantly burning in suffering, forging step by step, breaking through her own self, and then encountering new difficulties. Thousands of refinements, the edge of a sword was honed from the grinding, the fragrance of plum blossoms came from the bitter cold, but in the end, she still did not win. The heavens are unfair. I have to find time to go back and beat up the heavens. Meng Mei lowered her head and looked at the old lady. Now, she has come to our place. It was hard to imagine that she was really a mortal who had forged a sword with terrifying willpower. She had been plagued by bad luck all her life, but she had struggled all the way. It was simply incredible that she could reach this point with a mortal body. She was already sick, and she hoped that she would not be too sick, but in the end, she could not escape this old age. Su Ji was also sighing. He had not known of this person's existence before and had almost missed him. This was the lack of metricness of the intelligent sub-brain. In her judgment and big data screening, this person was just a low-level mortal. Her intelligence was not high, and she did not have earth-shaking talent. Her aptitude was only above average, and she was not even as talented as the saintesses just now. One was either talented or intelligent. This was a true expert. Perseverance and obsession would allow one to create an incredible path. "Teacher, what should we do?" The little fox Hu Haihan asked. He really admired such a legend. Of course, we'll follow the previous rules. Meng Mei replied. She looked at the unconscious old lady, then at Bai Xiaosheng, and revealed a strange smile. Chapter 283, Young Student Qiao. With Hu Haihan's help, the old lady's body gradually awakened. You're awake. Meng Mei's eyes were bright. Lu Wenjian stood up in a daze and looked at the others with his aged eyes. This person's heart had died. Meng Mei looked at her and her heart sank. Her eyes were cloudy, like the wind and sand of time had clouded her heart. She felt the sadness of a hero in his twilight years, with a hint of death. Lu Wenjian's life had been full of ups and downs. It had been full of suffering, and there had been no sweetness in it. She continued to pursue him, but she kept falling. She had been learning blacksmithing since she was young, and when she finally succeeded, her family was destroyed, and she lost an arm in her madness. She endured hell-like suffering to take revenge, but she was already old and had no joy in life. She wanted to open the gate of heaven, but she was defeated and completely lost her illness and sword. She became an old woman with one arm and lived on the streets for 30 years. She could fail once or twice, and continue to climb up from the rough road and rush forward, but she had failed too many times, and she could no longer climb up. The most bitter thing in the world was a girl's white hair and a hero's end. You want to reforge your arm and regain your youth. Meng Mei's heart sank, and she suddenly revealed an endless might. A terrifying and heavy pressure pounced over, and she couldn't help but give her confidence. I am the Green Vine Mother Earth, the oldest existence in this world. Lu Wenjian was stunned, and his entire body trembled. He had naturally heard of the legend of the Green Vine Mother Earth. There was Mother Earth first before Heaven Dao. According to the records of the ancient myths, Heaven Dao was the disciple of Mother Earth, and this majestic and ancient vast existence had actually appeared in front of them. No one would not be excited. I can regain my youth and repair my broken arm. Lu Wenjian's voice became hoarse. No, I can't do it. Meng Mei smiled and said, the celestial emperors in heaven are basically muscle maniacs. It's easy for them to regrow their own limbs, but it's difficult for others. Our mantras can't do this either. Your body is too weak. You're an old woman, and your meridians, blood and flesh are as fragile as a wet piece of paper. They'll break with a touch and can't withstand powerful mantras. According to the understanding of the people, it probably means that the void can't be supplemented. Lu Wenjian's eyes dimmed. Even the celestial emperor of the ancient Western era couldn't make up for the loss of a mortal. But someone can do it. A civilization from a foreign era that likes to study the human body. They're so exquisite that they can probably help you grow another arm. It's normal for you to regain your youth. The cute girl laughed. What civilization? Lu Wenjian asked. I don't know what civilization it's called. Meng Mei smiled and looked into the distance. Perhaps, in our eyes, the world of magic potions can be called. In the demonic world, each of their powerhouses had inherited a part of the chaotic, brutal, and indescribable evil dark aura. The person we are asking for is their supreme demon god, Medusa. She was called by the supernatural world. The origin demonic god, where all experts were separated from her body, would return to her body after death. She was the mother of all living things, and also the home of all living things. You can't describe her, you can't look at her directly, you can't listen to her voice, and you can't even try to understand her true body. All of them will go crazy. Lu Wenjian was stunned. This was an ancient existence that she couldn't understand with her current vision. Meng Mei looked at her with a smile and pointed at the scholar beside her. You're here because you know about us. You're choosing a Dao companion for the all-knowing scholar, learning from him every night and obtaining opportunities. You've done what those beautiful saintesses can't do, so do you know what you're going to do next? Lu Wenjian, who had always been calm, suddenly lost his voice. I was a girl since I was young, but I had a man's heart. I've never thought about marriage. I'm already a disabled old woman. Even an old man would not be interested in me. He's still a teenager. It's fine. He's a straight man of steel. He doesn't reject anyone and isn't afraid of men or women. Meng Mei gently blew into Lu Wenjian's ear and teased him, you're only in your 70s. Even to my disciple, you're still a young girl. You're just a young boy, you've worked hard all your life and have no time to talk about love. The local mother felt that the heavenly Dao was unfair and personally arranged this marriage for you. Bai Xiaosheng didn't despise you, so why don't you try to accept it? Tonight, go to his room and start studying. Lu Wenjian immediately shook his head. Su Ji was speechless. Are you a staff maker? He wanted to kick this bastard away in an instant. It was rare for him to come here, and it could be considered a vacation for him while he was studying. Right now, he was also concerned about Lu Wenjian's matter. After all, it was a new system. He could support it, and it might even bloom into rotten flowers. Who knew that cute girls were full of obscenities all day? Ha ha ha! Meng Mei laughed wildly. I was just teasing you. I thought that your heart had completely given up. I didn't expect it to still stir up waves. That's true. How can true love be produced between two men? I'm only asking you to go over to study every night. You really need to go to the room tonight and ask the God Fiend if he can save you. At night. Su Ji sat in a daze in the same room as the old woman, feeling a little awkward. The main reason was not that Su Ji was embarrassed. After all, he was hiding in the mirror image, and the mirror image was reading by itself. His knowledge was more casual, so he was just curious and came to join in the fun. The one who was embarrassed was the old lady, Lu Wenjian. At this moment, she was a little restless. Su Ji, however, looked at her confusion and loss, feeling as if she weighed 1,000 tons. He sighed in his heart. When Lu Wenjian was young, she had faced difficulties and struggled time and time again. However, after she failed to break open the gate of heaven, she had been muddle-headed for more than 30 years as an old man. Her body was completely old, but was her heart? With Medusa's cold personality, she might not help Lu Wenjian. If she saw her appear in her room, she might even kill her instantly. So, how could she avoid this? What if he asked her to help Lu Wenjian? Su Ji was vexed. He was the creator of this world, but he could not interfere much with it. She was a talent that he could not give up on. At present, Medusa's field of wizardry was the only one that could help her treat her illness. It involved death and rebirth, and only she was best at the wizardry experiments that involved human bodies. Perhaps Ermin could do it too. After all, she was in charge of the life ripple domain, but it was too far away. Medusa looks down on people who have given up on their hearts the most. They might kill her in an instant when they see her. Su Ji suddenly picked up his pen and paper, and as if he was trying to comprehend something as robotically as he usually did, he wrote down a passage on the page. Standing alone in the cold autumn, Wan River to the north, North Shu continent head. Looking at the red mountains, the stained forest, and the blue river. Bai Xiaosheng, what are you writing? In the inn's mortal world, the lights flickered at night, flickering between light and dark. In the uneasiness, the old woman Lu Wenjian suddenly focused her mind. In the midst of her uneasiness, her turbid and grey eyes flickered as she focused her consciousness on the scholar's brush and ink. It seemed to be a poem by a great scholar. She had seen a lot of them when she was wandering around the world. Her literary talent was amazing. It seemed to be about the scenery. She had never seen such a short and exquisite poem. This was a literary talent that even the great scholars in the world did not have. However, as she read on, her face gradually became touched. The style of the painting gradually changed, bringing with it a certain kind of high-spirited spirit and mind. Hundreds of birds fighting for the stream, eagles soaring in the sky, fish flying at the bottom, thousands of kinds fighting for freedom in the frost. What an imposing sentence! She gradually read on and collected her thoughts, as if it had aroused some heart that had been silent for a long time and fell into a state of dullness. I'm sad and lonely, asking the vast earth, who is the master of the ups and downs. This sentence was wrapped in a terrifying belief. Her mind suddenly shook, as if a scene came into her eyes. It was when she was wandering in the pugilistic world and cut off her arm. As a mortal, she could reach that step and even dared to open the gate of heaven. Her entire body trembled, and even her old body could not stand still. Her breathing became rapid, like a drunk old woman, her face flushed red, and something seemed to be waking up in her heart. As she continued reading, the scholar's pen continued to write the last sentence. Do you remember hitting the water in the middle stream, and the waves stopping the flying boat? She felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Suddenly, something in her heart was completely awakened. At that moment, Medusa slowly opened her eyes and saw an old woman who was learning from the all-knowing scholar. A fierce look flashed in her eyes. The all-knowing scholar was her personal belonging. Suddenly, she became affectionate and asked in a gentle tone that she had never used before, "Who are you?" Lu Wenjian put down the piece of paper and quickly answered in full detail. Medusa looked at her quietly. Mother Earth Ivy was indeed a smart ancient existence. She knew his character and would definitely be interested in this old woman. However, she didn't know that she was interested in powerhouses and not these former powerhouses. "Lord Demon God, if I can't recover my body, then I will," Lu Wenjian hesitated. She was a genius of the entire pugilistic world. It was indeed hard to imagine that a mere mortal could reach such a level. However, she was still filled with respect and fear when facing the most powerful existence in the world. Medusa continued to look at her quietly. At this moment, this limping old woman with a broken arm seemed to be old and in her twilight years. Her eyes were full of dead ash. She had hope, but she felt more despair. It was as if the hot-blooded passion of her youth had been exhausted. It wasn't difficult for such a person to help her recover her cultivation, but to charge into the sixth grotto heaven realm and the profound void realm. Medusa shook her head. In the long 2000 years, she had never been the most talented, but she was the most hard-working. She had experienced tribulations that far exceeded others, failed, and was suppressed for hundreds of years. She had experienced that kind of depression. However, this kind of person had already been crippled. The edges of his respectful tone had already been ground away. "Why don't I just kill her?" She grinned. She had never been a good person. Just as she was about to kill the old woman in an instant, she suddenly looked down at the poem and her whole body trembled. Recalling the past and the years, just like a student's youth, in the prime of his life, with the spirit of a scholar, I am unrestrained. A vast aura spread out from it. It was written by the scholar. But the scholar would never write these things himself, unless it was an equivalent exchange. Was this old woman asking him about regaining his confidence? Only then did he exchange this poem with her? She was pretending? He clearly had such great ambitions? She's pretending to be respectful, pretending to be afraid of me? Take out the real you and talk to me. Medusa stood up coldly and looked at her calmly. If you were young and even dared to open the gate of heaven, unafraid of ghosts, gods, and death, why would you be afraid of me? Lu Wenjian was stunned. Medusa looked at the poem, and in an instant, she understood something. The other party had misunderstood. That's right. That timid taste, timid and hesitant, was that me? She tried to recall what had just happened, but she couldn't think of the words she would say. She had been lost for more than 30 years. Perhaps, she had completely turned into an old woman with a broken arm who was wandering and begging in the mortal world. A sharp glint gradually flashed in her eyes, and she bowed slightly to Medusa before saying in a firm voice, "Lord Demonic God, I want to regain my youth, if you can help me." "All right." Medusa laughed and looked at the sharp-eyed old woman with a broken arm. "I promise you, I will restore your youth. I will be in charge of the death domain, and I can regrow your broken arm." She gestured for Lu Wenjian to sit down and her eyes flashed with praise. "Your ambition hasn't changed and you even asked the all-knowing scholar about regaining your confidence. I think this is very good. I've always thought that mediocrity and ignorance aren't scary. The scary thing is not having the courage. Even ordinary and stupid people like us can surpass geniuses. After all, wisdom can be learned. It will grow with time, but courage will decrease with time. Let me ask you again, is your original heart still there?" Lu Wenjian's cloudy eyes slightly darkened. "If your original heart is no longer there, can you use your pain, your will, your flesh, and your bones to shatter it and reform it?" Medusa asked. Lu Wenjian's eyes gradually became fiery. "I understand." Medusa gradually laughed and grabbed her shoulder, causing Lu Wenjian to faint instantly. When Lu Wenjian woke up again, he found himself lying on an alchemy table surrounded by bottles and jars. There was a round wooden basin in the inn next to him, which was already filled with blood water and all kinds of blood-stained metal knives. "I'm already fine," Medusa said. She stood up and looked at the mirror in a daze. In the mirror, her white hair had turned into black hair, turning into a young girl with above-average looks. She was wearing a washed-out old man's shirt, and had a transcendent and valiant aura. "I'm going to find a sword-smithing manor. Wait a moment, I'll let you reassemble the sword. I'm very interested in your sword." Medusa suddenly disappeared from where she was. Lu Wenjian stood in a daze. I'm back. She looked at her young and energetic body in the mirror. Her whole body trembled, and her expression changed. She laughed as if she had gone crazy. I'm finally back. Her eyes gradually became sharp, as if she was rejuvenated. Her face was gradually covered in tears, and she remembered the past. I was originally a coward. I climbed up again. I have already. Her eyes were as sharp as a sword. No mortal had ever had such an aura. It was as if he was carrying an absolute belief and was extremely overbearing. This was the real Lu Rentu, who had killed countless people. He was a madman who dared to think of ascending to the heavens and opening the gate of heaven with his mortal body. You were helping me just now. She looked at the scholar who was still reading, picked up the piece of paper, and put it away like a treasure. She asked coldly, because of that poem. This demon god let me go and chose to help me. The scholar didn't seem to have any consciousness. He was still sitting at the desk and reading. Did he do it on purpose or on purpose? Didn't he lose his mind? Lu Wenjian was stunned for a moment. Without saying a word, he suddenly knelt down and kowtowed a few times, causing his forehead to bleed. No matter what, he would never be able to repay the kindness of rebirth in his life. You will be my teacher for life. Thump thump thump. She continued to kowtow and knelt in front of the scholar. At this moment, she had never thought that she could return to her youth. Do you remember hitting the water in the middle stream, and the waves stopping the flying boat? She suddenly mumbled to herself and smiled. She was filled with emotions as she looked at the scholar with a complicated expression. Thousands of emotions were brewing in her heart. Young man, once we find the sword forge manor, I'll take you to reforge a new sword. Medusa grabbed her, and the two of them disappeared. The scholar was still flipping through the books, looking as dull as ever. Su Ji continued to flip through the book. The gentle sound of the pages flipping rang out, and he said calmly, the intelligent sub-brain is a little ruthless. The knowledge points are so dense that I feel scared after learning for 2 days in place of the mirror image. Chapter 284, The Sword Immortal is Born. The two of them left, but Su Ji was very calm. He continued to read at the desk, the light flickering. Such an ancient scholar's life was very emotional and cool. In fact, Medusa's character was too ruthless. She did not care about human lives and killed people according to her mood. She hated those who were dispirited and lost their drive. If he did not help her, she was destined to die. He kept flipping through the pages of the book and looked at the moon outside. He smiled, Lu Wenjian, you've come back to life in this world. I hope you can bring me some surprises and push forward an era for this extraordinary vast world. Medusa was not the only one looking forward to 10 years later. He also hoped that when the two worlds completely collided 10 years later, he would be able to show his most brilliant side and let a beautiful flower bloom. The collision of the two civilizations would be epic. At that moment, in a sword forge manner, the flames in the furnace continued to burn. Hwalala! All kinds of divine gold and purple copper in the world were placed in front of him. Reforge the heart of the sword. Medusa smiled and made an inviting gesture. All right. The girl smiled and strode forward. Once again, she put her fair and delicate arm into the high-temperature flame of the furnace. The intense pain reached the limit of the world, but she waved her small hammer to reforge the sick sword. Clang clang clang! She seemed to be reborn in the flames. She wanted to ruthlessly shatter her bones, her heart's blood, her dreams and pursuits, and then recondense them into a transparent celestial sword and cast herself into it. It contained her beliefs in life, her journey to the peak of the pugilist world, the suffering of the sword immortal sect, and her 30 years of being sealed and lost in the mortal world. The images merged into the flickering bright yellow flame. Clang clang clang! Deo voices started to circulate in the sword forge manor, and they gradually grew louder. The night was dark, and an old blacksmith in the villa was instantly shocked. He suddenly stood up and walked out of the house. Someone is forging a peerless divine sword. It's as if there are tens of thousands of gods in the celestial world hammering away at the sword. Whoosh! At this moment, in the nearby town, the swords of countless swordsmen on the streets buzzed and made a soft sound as if they were trembling. What a strong sword intent! The king of weapons has a peerless divine sword. The broken sword is reforged, and the butcher returns. The cute girl smiled and looked into the distance. Medusa is really an extreme person. She came up to me and asked me to repair her arm, then let me break it again. You're simply an animal. The little fox, Hu Hai Han, looked at his teacher. He did not dare to slander his teacher's name, but he kept saying bad things behind his back. Meng Mei's face was filled with longing. As a Chinese, how could she not dream of becoming a sword immortal? The imperial sword comes with the wind, eliminating the demons between heaven and earth. The girl's eyes flickered with a raging flame. This is the true sword immortal, the extreme path. He cultivates the sword and not the body. The body of a mortal is like an ancient blacksmith sacrificing his own flesh and blood to the sword. He has to endure the pain and use a long sword to cut through the sky with a rebellious intent. The path of a sword immortal was filled with a sense of defiance from beginning to end. It was defiance for mortals to defeat the strong with their weak strength, and it was defiance to endure the severe pain of losing an arm. Bang! Lu Wenjian cut off the arm and continued forging. With blood, flesh, and bones as the core, and divine gold and purple copper as the handle, it was forged thousands of times. He kept hitting the small hammer, turning the red sword embryo. Boom! Gradually, once the divine sword was formed, its sharp intent shot straight into the clouds. In the capital of the Great Zhou dynasty, a white-haired old man dressed in a black court uniform was working on a table and arranging documents. 2 disciples followed behind him respectfully. Voila! Suddenly, the lights flickered. Hu Reneng suddenly put down his official documents and stood up. He walked to the window with his hands behind his back. An extreme sword intent has erupted. It's shocking. A peerless swordsman has appeared, and the Swallow emissaries have rushed to the southern region to investigate this matter. Yes, Your Excellency. In the Earth Immortal residence, a middle-aged elegant man was drinking wine under a tree. Behind him was the ginseng fruit tree and 2 children. He suddenly stood up and laughed. It's her, Lu Rentu. If you want to kill someone, you have to kill yourself first. She's back. Many people sensed this sword essence, but it disappeared in an instant and became a legend in the pugilistic world. A month later, night time. A girl with one arm carried a long sword on her back and was studying at the desk. There were 3 people sitting side by side, with wandering know-it-all sitting among them. Medusa was on his left, and Lu Wenjian was on his right. They were studying together, as if they were 3 people in a classroom. The 3 of them discussed the Dao. Your teacher is Bai Xiaosheng, not me. He is the best teacher and fellow Daoist for anyone. He is pure and flawless. Medusa laughed. Over the past few days, you have gradually made up for your own deficiencies with his knowledge. Although your body is blocked, you can live in symbiosis with the sword and nourish your lifespan. You can also extend your life a little. What is a sword? Medusa suddenly asked. The one-armed girl said, everyone says that the sword is a gentleman, but no matter how well it is beautified, the sword is still a weapon, a tool for slaughter. If you want to kill others, you must first kill yourself. If you don't have the determination to kill yourself, it's not good to kill. What is a sword immortal? Medusa asked. The one-armed girl replied, the sword immortal lineage only fights for the present world. Their lifespans are short. As the beauty of mortal's life, they don't seek eternity in the future. They can battle the heavens and earth and kill all things in the world. They can even kill a celestial emperor with their mortal bodies cultivated to the extreme. The sword immortal lineage was not limited by realm. This was its most terrifying aspect. For living beings to cultivate, they had to wait for a long time and proceed step by step. The sword had a sword heart, which was also the Danshan, what cultivators often called the inner world. It was also like other living beings who could cultivate and become stronger, such as the Purple Mansion, Dao Palace, Cave. It didn't need to be like living creatures. As long as the energy and materials were sufficient, the sword could reach the level of Celestial Emperor in a day. However, the sword and the man were one. Once the mortal died, the sword would also break. On the path of sword immortal, the sword isn't affected by the realm, but it is affected by the swordsman. After all, like ordinary people, to enter the Grotto Heaven realm, one needs to have the insight of the Grotto Heaven realm to break through. Although you are immortal, your own sword realm has limited the realm of the sword. What level have you reached now? Medusa said. Although I'm immortal, my sword intent has already reached rank 6 Grotto Heaven. The one-armed girl said, I only need a month. With enough materials and energy, I can reforge the 6th sword and make it reach the 6th rank again. All right, he said. Medusa smiled as she watched the girl who had lost her arm that night leave. She got up and closed the door. Then, she smiled at Bai Xiaosheng and said, "What an extreme way. As long as she reaches it with the intent realm of a mortal, she doesn't need to cultivate for a long time. After all, this is a tool. However, her lifespan is too short. I hope that she can fight with me in her lifetime before she dies of old age. A magus is an equivalent exchange. Her body, arms, and everything else were all lent to her. I will take them back sooner or later. Including the knowledge she got from you." She smiled faintly, looked at the scholar who was studying, and spoke her heart again, "I want to beat her to death." Several years later, a piece of news spread throughout the Great Zhou dynasty. Year 337 of the Great Zhou dynasty. The great scholar Hu Reneng turned into a commoner. After experiencing the life of a mortal, he finally opened the divine path and assisted in the reform, absorbing the dragon veins and establishing an official system. With the establishment of an official token and a deity position, the imperial court's strength greatly increased. The great Confucians of the imperial court suppressed an area and prospered everywhere. In just a few years, the cultivation levels of the great Confucians that had stagnated for countless years on the existing dragon veins began to soar. Many Dao Palace realm and even Grotto Heaven realm old monsters appeared. "There's a demigod standing in front of us. Can we win?" The emperor of the Great Zhou Empire murmured in his study. "How would we know if we don't try?" Hu Renong said. The Great Zhou Emperor announced to the world. "A hero breaks the rules with his martial arts. All the sects in the world should be put under control and can't act on their own. There will be great Confucians from the imperial court to stand guard and be tried in court." There were many sects in the pugilistic world, and the martial arts practitioners of the sects were unconvinced. Swordsmen travel the world with their swords and naturally have a sense of pride. When they see injustice on the road, they will kill the evil. Why should they listen to the jurisdiction of the imperial court? All the major sects formed an alliance of the pugilistic world. The land immortal, Duan Qinyu, came out of seclusion and became the leader of the alliance. In less than 7 days, the sects were scattered across the land. Hu Reneng led the Confucians to break through the various sects, causing heavy casualties. "Alliance Master, what should we do?" The imperial court is simply the world's largest cultivation sect. They use the commoners as the foundation of their cultivation. The sect masters and leaders of the major sects couldn't help but look worried. "Assassinate that dog emperor!" A brawny man stood up in anger. Duan Qinyu laughed. The Great Zhou Emperor, Zhou Chang'an, and the Great Zhou's Prime Minister, Hu Reneng, have established the Dragon Vein. In the future, the people will definitely live and work in peace and prosperity. It will be difficult for the local Confucians to have evil officials. If they are tyrannical and do evil, the local people will be filled with resentment and there will be insufficient incense offerings. You can see the corrupt officials at a glance. Beside him was a charming woman holding a sword. She laughed and said, "I heard that there's a like and good system. That's a good policy." Beside him, a big man with a big waist said in a muffled voice, "I didn't read much, but that dog emperor and the Prime Minister of the Great Zhou are indeed good. They reformed the state policies, especially the good reviews from the people. This is the foundation of their cultivation. This way, they can't just take the latrine pit and not do anything. But we still can't surrender." A middle-aged man said in a refined manner, "How can we, martial artists, defeat those scholars? We've stepped onto the martial path, and we're filled with hot-blooded chivalry. We don't want to be bound by those rules and become the court's dogs." Duan Qinyu sat on a high place and looked at the crowd. Her eyes were firm and she smiled, "As long as I'm here, the imperial court won't be able to bring peace to the sects under the heavens." Most of the disciples of the sects were less than 100 people. Instead of being surrounded and annihilated, Duan Qinyu ordered them to move their sects to the northern border area to fight against the imperial court. One day, the emperor of the Great Zhou, Zhou Chang'an, said, "In the northern border of the barbarians, there is a province that is not under the jurisdiction of the imperial court. The people are tough and chivalrous. The dragon vein cannot be extended, and the Great Zhou's iron cavalry trampled it. Your subject is willing to go." Hu Reneng's eyes were deep as he took a step forward. Zhou Chang'an said, "Duan Qinyu, the legend of the martial arts world. He's the only one who knows the way of the sword. He's the entire pugilistic world. Do you have confidence? Great Zhou Dynasty, year 338. The imperial advisor, Hu Reneng, led an army of 10,000 men and countless Confucians from the imperial court to attack Bayan. The ground trembled as the army swept over. They were a black mass that gave off a killing aura and the smell of golden spears and iron horses. Form the formation. Hu Reneng stepped forward. Heroes are bandits who have disrupted the imperial court's system. They should all be suppressed. With a wave of his sleeve, waves of thunderous Dao techniques formed in the sky and were about to attack the martial arts alliance in front. A swordsman was shocked. This Hu Reneng could actually release such a world-shaking might? Duan Qinyu, who was standing on a higher ground, laughed and said, that Hu farmer slowly advanced, setting up camps and camps at every step. He led a large number of troops, not to fight, but to lay down the dragon's vein along the way and attract the fate of the country to come and fight with me. He is not someone that can be stopped by human strength. The surrounding people held their breath. Carrying the fate of a country, how prosperous was the fate of Great Zhou? How could a martial arts swordsman single-handedly take on a country? Of course. Duan Qinyu suddenly laughed. As long as I'm here, the imperial court will not be able to bring peace to the sects under heaven. But perhaps, this is no longer our era. He slowly pulled out his sword and looked at the old Confucian. The moment he pulled out the sword, thunder rumbled and endless flames rolled up. He collided with the fate of the country. Duan Qinyu, the sword god, and Hu Reneng fought each other, and both sides unleashed their emperor-to-be realm. 100 miles away, a one-armed girl was washing her sword with wine in her room. Even though she had a mortal body, she already had the grotto heaven intent realm of an emperor-to-be. Her body was washed by the sword wool and the impurities were removed. She gave off the first faint fragrance of flowers. Although she still had the life and death of a mortal, and her body was extremely fragile, her eyes had become extremely clear and beautiful, making people unable to help but feel close to her. Sword immortals don't cultivate their bodies, they only cultivate their swords. She continued to wash her sword with wine. Suddenly, she looked out of the window, laughed, and strode out. Whoosh! She jumped onto the long sword, which turned into a stream of light and flew across the clear sky. As a mortal, it was difficult for her to ascend to the heavens, but she could fly on a sword. After flying for a while, she suddenly saw the two groups of people on the ground. Hu Reneng and Duan Qinyu were fighting. Hu Reneng could be considered her senior brother, and they were both Bai Ziasheng's disciples. As for Duan Qinyu, she was his senior in martial arts, and he was indebted to her. Hwala! She suddenly jumped up, holding the sword in one hand, and fell from the sky. The wind whistled in her ears, and she slowly swung the sword to the ground. In an instant, the wind and clouds gathered. The massive sword qi immediately condensed into a physical substance. It was as if this sword had cut down from the sky and contained an endless world of flowers, birds, insects, and fish. It was as if it had separated the two worlds and formed a huge barrier. Boom! The ground was split open. It rose up inch by inch, turning into a rugged, towering, and continuous mountain range, cutting off the two opposing forces. Chapter 285, The Sword Breaks the Shu Land, everything within 500 miles is Shu Dao. Hwalala! This sword was too terrifying. As the sword fell, a huge crack appeared in the ground, turning into an endless abyss. The two sides rose up and turned into a concave, which extended for hundreds of miles and turned into a mountain range. The heaven realm hidden in the void was also torn apart. He could vaguely see immortal palaces and pavilions, majestic mountains and rivers, and amazing Dao runes everywhere. A few mighty miracle gods, who were guarding the south heaven gate, stood high above in golden armor as if they had existed since ancient times. Who's in the lower realm, breaking through the void again? It was a war in the mortal world. In such a long mountain range, there was such an earth-shaking monster in the mortal world. This was the cultivation of an emperor-to-be. However, this power is far beyond that of an ordinary emperor-to-be and even close to that of an ancient heavenly emperor. However, you should be held responsible for blaspheming the heavenly court. A mighty miracle god murmured. Just as he was about to descend to the mortal world, he saw a cute green-robed girl who was silently eating candied haws among the group of swordsmen. She was constantly clapping and cheering. It's Mother Earth. Don't provoke them, or they'll make life difficult for us divine generals of Southern Heaven Gate. That mortal is powerful anyway. She doesn't have any cultivation, but her body is strengthened by the divine sword. Unless the Heavenly Emperor descends to the mortal world, no one is her match. If we go down, we'll be killed instantly. The golden-armored divine generals bathed in the divine light and suddenly felt that there was no one in the mortal world they could provoke. They silently repaired the void and continued to hide in the Southern Heaven Gate. In the horror of countless people, the clouds mixed together, and a girl with a broken arm, a beautiful face, and a calm face, sat on a glass immortal sword suspended in the sky. The sword was like a peerless divine object. The body of the sword was as transparent as a mirror. The body of the sword shone on the entire earth and was actually plated with a layer of gold. Even their clothes were dyed with the glow of the sun. She said indifferently as she looked down at the two armies. There should be a cross-border between the imperial court and the Shu lands. I cut down 500 li of the mountain range with a single sword strike, making it difficult for us to communicate. This is the Shu path. The path of Shu is sparsely populated and barren. It's hard to pass through. I should set up a celestial gate on Mount Shu. For sword immortals, they can cut off a part of their body and turn it into a sword to cultivate. The person will still be immortal, and there will be life, death, old age, illness, and death. Cultivating this sword can cut down the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers. In addition, our sect doesn't accept martial or Confucian cultivators. We only accept mortals who can't cultivate. His voice instantly resounded through the entire area. Countless grandmasters and even the imperial court were shocked. Who is this woman? One sword to split a mountain range, cross 500 li, and change the world. He cut across the northern Shu lands and guards the Shu road. Sword immortal? A mortal without any cultivation, born and died of old age and illness, but could sever the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers, and even enter the immortal world? Her battle strength is far beyond her peers. No one in the Emperor-to-be realm is her match. Impossible. How can a mere mortal fight an immortal? Countless people were shocked. This sword immortal's existence was too inconceivable and unfathomable. What was even more strange was that she had no cultivation, so she couldn't sense her aura and lock onto her existence. Her sword had amazing power, but it was an inanimate object. It was hidden in the scabbard and had no aura when it wasn't activated. Who could block her sudden sneak attack and sudden sword attack? Sword immortals were assassins. Countless people started to feel a chill down their spines. In the recent 100 years, something seemed to have been suppressed and was constantly exploding. First, there was the great Confucian Hu Reneng who established the dragon vein and the birth of the divine Dao. Now, there was the sword immortal of Shu Dao and the era. Perhaps it had completely changed. The huge mountain range cut across both sides, and the fighting on both sides could only stop and fight. 3 days later, the news gradually spread, and mortals came after hearing the news. The huge rugged mountain range that suddenly protruded out cried when they heard these words in the small town, tears covering their faces. It's actually true. We mortals can also have such great power. This was the suffering of mortals. They couldn't resist and could only accept it. As the eras changed, they would always be at the bottom, going with the flow. Many people did not have the talent to cultivate, and their meridians were blocked. After all, only a small number of people could cultivate. They could have perseverance, determination, and talent, but they could not embark on the path of cultivation to pursue their own dreams and pursuits. For the mortals of the world, open the Shu gate. To the martial world. To the world. In the inns and restaurants, more and more people were talking about it. A future legendary emperor-to-be was suddenly born in the mortal world. Suddenly, the whole Jianghu was in an uproar, the imperial court was moved, and even the ancient celestial emperors in the heavenly court began to hear about it. Furthermore, the Mount Shu sword sect was established on Mount Shu. Mortals like us with blocked meridians can also cultivate and walk the path of sword immortals. Mortals can't live forever, but they can obtain world-shaking power. I don't think it's possible. We mortals have blocked meridians, so how can we cultivate? I remember old Li's son, who lived next door to our town, went everywhere to find a master, but he was cheated until he lost all his wealth. But I heard that the Mount Shu sword sect only accepts mortals who can't cultivate. I've already found out that the one-armed young lady, sword immortal, was the one-armed old woman who blocked the carriage back then. She's really blessed. Ha ha ha. The saintesses of the big sects were all talented, so wouldn't they go crazy? An old mortal woman had taken advantage of him? What a joke! What a joke! That wandering know-it-all might be an ancient Xiantian existence from the ancient Western era. One of his followers opened up the divine Dao while the other became a sword immortal. It's the place where the world's fate meets, where the wind rises and the clouds surge. There were more and more discussions in the pugilistic world, and the reputation of the wandering know-it-all was getting bigger and bigger. Everyone looked forward to it, thinking that they had just missed an opportunity. However, they never thought that those two people were mediocre. If it was him, would he have any achievements? At this moment, some mortals couldn't help but want to climb Mount Shu and search for the legendary sword Immortal Destiny on the misty peak. If I don't cultivate longevity, wouldn't it be great if I could control the sword and roam the world? On the rugged and towering Shu Road, many mortals' eyes were burning with passion as they made up their minds. The Shu Road suddenly stretched across 800 miles, turning into a huge mountain range that cut across the Shu land and the imperial court. Ever since then, the dragon vein in the northern Shushu region had been cut off and was difficult to reach. It was a land of barbarians, where all kinds of swordsmen prevailed and the people were fierce, not under the jurisdiction of the imperial court. The great Zhou dynasty could no longer sweep through the Shu lands. They could only change their direction and send out their Confucians to sweep through the man-eating ancient race. However, there were very few of them and they were all very powerful. They were hidden in the depths of the mountains and were difficult to sweep through. The great Zhou dynasty targeted the sorcerer tribe of the south. Who knew that the descendants of the sorcerer ancestor were all tall and built like the great Zhou dynasty? They established an imperial court, named it the Nanzhao Kingdom, established an official position system, and appointed an imperial advisor. Instantly, their strength was divided into four sides: Nanzhao, the barbarian, the great Zhou, the martial artists of the Shu path, and the ancient race of demons and monsters of the Great Marsh. A new era had arrived. It was an era that belonged to martial arts, Confucianism, and sword immortals. Year 339 of the Great Zhou dynasty. In June, the sect leader of Mount Shu was recruiting disciples. Her voice resounded throughout the land of Shu. The human Dao is boundless, the immortal Dao is boundless, the ghost Dao is joyful, the door of life, the immortal Dao is life, the ghost Dao is death. Summoning the demons and spirits, cutting the six ghosts, the chi of the heavens, my Daoist days will be prosperous. This is the first entrance examination for the Shu faction disciples. If you have the chance, come to Mount Shu. In a day, the Shu Dao traveled thousands of miles. Countless mortals carried their bags and stepped onto the Shu Dao. However, the path of the Shu Dao was truly difficult. There was no limit to one's talent in cultivating to become a sword immortal, but one had to have astonishing willpower. There was the pain of losing an arm, and many people could not even climb up the Shu Dao. They could not endure the hardships. Some people even exaggerated that it was harder than opening the gate of heaven. As such, some people said that the path of Shu was difficult as ascending to the sky. Chapter 286, The Unprecedented Mortal Heavenly Emperor. The white-robed sword immortal Lu Wenjian's name resounded throughout the world. Countless mortals yearned for the rugged and steep Mount Shu mountain range. After more than a year, some sects and the imperial court also began to search for information. That Mount Shu is indeed weird. Their disciples all have broken arms and have to eat coarse grain. In the middle of every month, they ride their swords down the mountain and go down to buy food and vegetables. They are sick and suffering. Even now, some low-level disciples who don't have sword chi to enhance their longevity and are sick actually seek medical treatment from doctors, no different from ordinary people. How can you be so weak? Cultivating the sword and not the body. Many holy sects and hidden martial arts sects had entered the saint realm through martial arts. They could break mountains with one punch and their bodies were indestructible. They were already comparable to the holy lands of the Western era. When they cultivated to the extreme, they gradually didn't have to suffer from the pain of mortals. As long as they didn't consume spiritual chi from immortal roots, they could even abstain from food for months, not eating mortal food, and their bodies would be free of dirt and sweat. On the other hand, the Shu Mountain faction was like an ordinary sect. On this day, at the foot of Mount Shu, countless mortals in the town looked up at the blue sky. A five-colored light flashed by and someone flew on a sword. A loud laughter resounded through the sky. The imperial sword comes with the wind, carefree in the world. His voice reverberated throughout the entire Mount Shu mountain range. It was the sect leader of Mount Shu, Lu Wenjian. Every few days, she would ride her sword and travel far away to exchange ideas and insights with Bai Xiaosheng. It was not strange for the nearby mortal towns to look up at the sky, and many people were envious. Some of the children held onto their rattle drums as they pointed at the sky and shouted, "Mother! I want to be as carefree as her in the future. Sister Sword Immortal is the pride of us mortals. I want to go to Mount Shu." "You should call him the sect master of Mount Shu," his mother warned him. It was night time at the inn, and the streets were quiet and quiet. "I'm here again." Lu Wenjian strode forward and sat beside Medusa and the all-knowing scholar. The three of them once again studied together. With the all-knowing scholar as the center, they asked and discussed questions without interfering with each other. "How's my sword intent?" Lu Wenjian suddenly asked. "Very good," he said. Medusa lowered her head and flipped through the book, her voice soft and calm. "So what if I want to kill you?" Lu Wenjian's eyes lit up as his sword intent soared into the sky. He coldly said, "My teacher, Bai Xiaosheng, I want to invite you back to Mount Shu. I won't enter the mortal world, the celestial world, and I definitely can't follow you back to the devil world." She already knew that the demonic realm would open a world passage and invade in less than 10 years. This origin demonic god had already descended and was exploring this land. "You're still not good enough. Don't seek your own death now." Medusa looked at her with a smile. "I cherish you very much. You are a unique mortal, a swordsman in the mortal world. You are sharp and have a short life. Even if I help you once, I cannot help you a second time. Your remaining life will not exceed 100 years. Sword cultivation was an extreme dao. If one cultivated it, then one would not be able to cultivate other things. Blocked meridians would not allow one to cultivate the meridian system, but it would also not allow one to cultivate the meditation and potions extraordinary system of other worlds." Medusa's eyes were filled with joy, as if she had seen a precious jewel. She gently stroked the black hair of this ordinary-looking mortal girl. "You have murderous sword aura and an amazing fighting spirit. You are really a beautiful flower that will disappear in flash. Your path is very unique and contains a sense of defiance. Although it is limited by time, it is not limited by time. I hope that before you die of old age, you can catch up to me, who has lived for 1,000 years, and fight me. Don't touch me." The mortal girl glared at her, her eyes filled with ferocity. "All right," he said. Medusa laughed. Medusa's cultivation had actually stopped moving forward. Although she had lived for 2,000 years, when deist Changsheng, who had cultivated for less than 300 years, fought against Diqi with the real entity of Pangu and shattered the world, his combat strength was already close to her, the evil god of Thulhu. After Dao Changsheng reached the peak, he also stopped. Hundreds of years had passed since he fought against Diqi, but his combat power had also stopped. They were stuck in the demigod realm. No matter how invincible they were in the same realm, they would be caught up by the people who came after them unless they broke through the 8th realm. Only then would they have greater potential and heights to expand. The clash of auras filled the entire room with killing intent. The cute girl and his disciple, who were hiding at the side, started to feel very scared. These two people were actually fighting over a bookworm who had no self-awareness and only knew how to study. As expected, my passion for learning makes me popular. The cute girl muttered to herself. The little fox Hu Haihan felt goosebumps all over his body. Ever since Lu Wenjian turned back from an old woman, she's been so fierce. Was this the true human butcher of his youth? It gives me the feeling that it's so overbearing that it even dares to fight against a demon god, but why is Sister Mo Kyulai so happy after being scolded? You're too young. The cute girl lying on the windowsill shook her head. She's a serious masochist. Those who were afraid of her, kneeled before her, or feared her, she would beat them to death. As for those who scolded her, and those who a vice president wanted to beat to death one day, she would laugh very happily. Ah! The disciple's eyes widened, indicating that she didn't understand the pursuit of the strong. Meng Mei put her hands behind her back and looked at the three people who were sitting at the desk and were passionate about learning. My disciple, if you reach the peak of the world one day, you will have the dreams, money, and power that everyone dreams of. Then, you will understand what they are pursuing. Although men could understand them now, she couldn't understand them. However, this act was indeed satisfying. As expected, the little fox Hu Haihan's eyes suddenly sparkled. He admired his master even more and became a curious baby. Then, teacher, you've gone through several mythological eras since the beginning of the world, lived for 1,000 years, and reached the peak of the world. Is sleeping every day your only pursuit? The cute girl was speechless. My pursuit is to go out and catch up on movies and watch shows, okay? I've only lived for 60 years. She was still a baby, a young girl, younger than you who had lived for hundreds of years. Menmei felt like she had received a critical blow from her disciple. In less than 6 years, another piece of news came. In the Mount Shu sword sect, Sword Immortal Lu had broken through to the 7th Void Realm. Before she was weak, the 6th sword was already a divine sword of the 6th realm. Now that the broken sword was reforged, and after 30 years of being immortal, her state of mind was already at the 7th profound void realm. She could push the 6th sword to the 7th realm. When the sword intent arrived, the realm of the sword could be synchronized quickly. However, she still needed the energy of a celestial emperor and all kinds of precious treasures and divine materials to forge a sword. She traveled to the imperial court and various sects in the pugilistic world, plundering them ruthlessly and instantly gathering all the materials to break through to the celestial emperor realm. The sword immortal lineage is a large resource consumer. Lu Wenjian's expression became calm as he continued to hammer the sword within the flames. It's like a bottomless pit. Furthermore, its battle prowess is heaven-defying, but it's not eternal. It only has the short lifespan of a mortal. The world is fair. I don't cultivate the next life. I only ask for the price of this glory. Then let the world know that I once existed in this world. The Great Zhou Dynasty, year 345. The sect master of Mount Shu, Lu Wenjian, broke through to the celestial emperor realm. The heavens and earth shook and the gate of heaven opened. A mortal becoming a celestial emperor? This is simply unbelievable. The heaven realm and the mortal world shook violently. A mortal actually had the battle prowess of a celestial emperor? However, no matter what, the sign of the golden age of the Eastern era had appeared. The first unrivaled heavenly emperor who could suppress all the heroes and talents of the world had appeared. An unparalleled emperor had begun to suppress the new era. In the ancient immortal world, all the heavenly emperors and gods descended upon Mount Shu and gave them treasures to celebrate. On the earth, all the major sects in the mortal world, the Confucian Grand Master of the imperial court, and the land immortal, Duan Qunyu, came to congratulate him. Their power was at its peak and unparalleled. Boom! The human Dao is boundless, the immortal Dao is boundless, the ghost Dao is joyful, the door of life, the immortal Dao is life, the ghost Dao is death. On the sword-washing platform of Mount Shu, the ground was paved with green square bricks. It was simple and ancient. Dozens of Mount Shu disciples in long Daoist robes were practicing martial arts with swords in one hand. The momentum was shocking and sword wills soared into the sky. All right. Countless martial artists were watching from the outside. In the inner palace, many ancient existences were discussing. They were the heavenly emperors of the ancient era. A white-robed female sword immortal with a broken arm and a glass divine sword on her back exuded a monstrous killing intent. She was peerless and otherworldly, ethereal, and sharp. Celestial Emperor Su Wei couldn't help but say in admiration, "You only cultivate your combat strength, not your longevity. Your combat strength is actually approaching our level." He would probably surpass them in a few years. However, it's only natural. We're still in our prime, and you've just entered your prime. There was some regret in her eyes. Life was relative. In a sense, they were both heavenly emperors, so they were the same age. Lu Wenjian was in his prime, and so were they. They were about to enter old age. However, in less than 20 years, Lu Wenjian was about to enter his twilight years. In less than 100 years, this Sword Dao heavenly emperor with shocking battle prowess would fall. They had long lifespans and were about to enter old age, so there was still a long time before they could do so. The burning sore heavenly emperor was bathed in divine light as he smiled and praised, "Such an extraordinary woman, unprecedented in history. What an extreme way to go. Cutting her own body as a sword, defying the heavens. She only seeks for the present world, not eternity." Thank you for the compliment, Lu Wenjian replied. After a moment's hesitation, Su Wei opened her mouth and handed over a book. This is the 9 revolutions mysterious art that the heavenly Dao has ordered us to deliver. Previously, there were 2 paths to cultivation in the heaven and earth. The first was to gather the meridians and open the sea of consciousness in the mind. The second was to gather the meridians and open the danshan in the lower abdomen. Your sword Dao is to use the method of forging swords and forging weapons to forge your arm and open the blocked meridians of a mortal. Then, you will condense your danshan in your arm and chop it off. Your mind and heart are connected, and you will enter the Dao with weapons. As for the art of the sword, since it's for the arm to form the danshan, perhaps we can also learn from the 9 revolutions mysterious art. Cultivating the 9 revolutions mysterious art with the sword can open up 9 heavens and earth within. Fen Teng added with a smile, your combat strength is already heaven-defying. In addition, you have cultivated the Binji sword of the 9 revolutions mysterious art. You have 9 apertures in your body. Then, you can walk your own mortal path. Perhaps, in the future, you will be comparable to the real body of Pangu in his strongest form. The 2 heavenly emperors invited her to stay in the 9 heavens and become a heavenly emperor. This was the ultimate honor for mortals, but she rejected it. She wanted to stay on Mount Shu and continue teaching her disciples. She did not have a long life. Since she was a mortal, she was reluctant to part with the mortal world. After chatting for a while more, the celestial thearchs left regretfully and returned to the heavenly palace. Lu Wenjian strode out of the palace hall. Kill! The sword light flashed. At this moment, Lu Chengfeng, the head disciple of Mount Shu, was fighting against the heavens' favorites from the other sects. Some sects were not convinced. Although the Mount Shu sword immortal could allow mortals to cultivate, it was too extreme. Furthermore, they were only mortals who wielded swords. No matter how strong they were still mortals. Their physical bodies would shatter with a touch. They did not believe that they had strong combat power. In less than a few moves, they were all defeated. Only then did the current sect leaders of the holy lands of the pugilistic world realize how terrifying it was. They looked at the eldest disciple of the Mount Shu sword sect and said, although he has a mortal body and is supported by the divine sword, he is still extremely fragile. He will die with a single strike, but we can't hit him. What a marvelous sword technique! One sword can break all techniques. The sword can shatter any Dao techniques or long swords that approach. Even spiritual attacks can't get close to his mortal body. Of course, as long as we break through his line of defense, even the weakest attack will kill us. Extreme attack, extreme defense. And NBSP, this, the Sacred Land sect leaders found it hard to believe. The eldest disciple of Mount Shu had amazing talent and was even exaggerated. However, his meridians were blocked. If he were in a big sect, he would be eliminated from the first test. After all, no matter how talented he was, what was the use? It would be a waste if he couldn't cultivate. A mortal's body was destined not to be able to cultivate. Even a powerful expert would not be able to open it. After all, there were tens of thousands of meridians in a mortal's body. How could it be possible to open them up delicately without hurting the body? This is what a precious jade is. As a mortal, he has experienced a lot of pain and has forged himself to be able to bear the pain of losing an arm. He is not ordinary. He is much better than the spoiled geniuses of our big sects. The sect master of Mount Shu, a mortal heavenly emperor, is indeed a peerless existence. As woman, she was able to suppress the entire world as mortal. It's really shameful for us men. The potential of the Mount Shu sword sect is limitless. They sighed. Then, they saw the arrival of the sect leader of Mount Shu and the end of their conversation with the celestial emperors of the immortal world. Who would have thought that a young girl from an ordinary family with above-average looks would have such an appearance? In the entire mortal world, who knows how many people with this kind of appearance would die out? Women, will they ever get married? I wonder who's lucky enough to marry such a peerless and beautiful sword immortal celestial emperor. SHH. How could such a person marry a man? They were all discussing. They knew that in every era, there would be a heavenly monarch that suppressed the era. In the West era, there was heavenly monarch Dichi who suppressed the 12 ancestors of sorcery, heavenly monarch Duan Tian who suppressed the 4 races, and then there was heavenly monarch Dao, who shocked everyone. Perhaps, at this moment, a new era of the celestial emperor had arrived. As time passed, time continued to flow. In another 3 years, Bing Yujian also cultivated the inner world's 9 revolutions mysterious art. He gradually integrated into the mountains and rivers, entering an incredible realm and taking in many Shu people. An endless world seemed to be contained on the transparent glass body of the sword. One side of the sword was carved with stars, the sun and the moon, while the other side was carved with mountains, rivers, and plants. One could vaguely see farmers, livestock, and smoke rising from kitchen chimneys. The sect leader of Mount Shu had reached an unbelievable level in the art of sword play. As a mortal, she experienced life and death, needed sleep, and needed 3 meals a day, but she had the battle strength of an immortal. She ruled the world alone, and the world bowed to her. There had never been a mortal heavenly emperor since ancient times. The sword immortal emperor was revered by the entire world as the ancestor of mortals, the founder of humanity. Everyone knew that a new era had arrived. This was the arrival of a new era. Some people started to feel sorrowful. They knew that this era might end soon, so they didn't have a good impression of it. I've heard that this mortal heavenly emperor only has less than 100 years of life left. He has experienced life and death, and his lifespan is as short as fireworks. It's a pity. Duan Qinyu and Hu Reneng are also in the Emperor-to-be realm. Maybe they will break through in 100 years. Their lifespans will become longer and longer, and they will have 900 years to live, just like those ancient heavenly emperors. Someone laughed bitterly. That's right. What's the use of only fighting for the world? No matter how beautiful and invincible you are, you'll still be a gravestone in 100 years. Duan Qinyu and Hu Reneng are the true victors of time. Moreover, Hu Reneng cultivates the divine Dao. It's said that when he cultivates to the extreme, his lifespan will be far longer than ordinary celestial emperors, and he may be immortal. Bai Xiao Sheng taught 2 people, one has an extremely long life and the other has an extremely long life. Is there any deeper meaning behind this? Be careful with your words. The line of sword cultivators only fights for the world with a rebellious intent. If I'm allowed to live for 100 years and become a peerless heavenly emperor who can suppress an era, I'm willing to die. The wheel of history finally leaned towards mortals. They no longer needed talent in cultivation, only the courage to seek the sword. If the Western era was the era of deities and ancient gods, then the Eastern era was the era of sword immortals for mortals. It belonged to all living beings. In the later generations, there was a passage recorded in the East era. In the northern Shu sword-forging Lu family, there was a mortal woman Hu Wenjian. After many twists and turns, she acknowledged Bai Xiao Sheng as her master. Her sword cut the land of Shu and turned it into the 500-mile Shu Dao. She became the sect master of Shu Mountain and ate 5 grains. She died of old age, sickness, and death. Her mortal body could kill the heavenly emperor. The era of mortal-immortal cultivation has arrived. Sect leader of Shu Dao, that Lu Rentu. Because of my idea at that time, I actually borrowed Bai Xia Sheng's help. I didn't expect that I would be able to reach this stage after my ambition was stirred up again. Su Ji was sitting on a chair at the entrance of the courtyard. Even though Lu Wenjian was a woman who was innately weak and sickly, she was determined and stubborn. She rose up step by step from a mortal who couldn't cultivate to become the sword immortal emperor. She created the Mount Shu sword immortal lineage and destroyed the Shu Dao with a single sword strike, bringing the era into a prosperous era for the Mount Shu sword. However, she was a mortal who couldn't cultivate and her meridians were blocked. If she walked the path of the immortal reversal, sword cultivation would be too extreme just by relying on the reverse intent. She would be the shortest-lived mortal celestial emperor in history and would die of old age and illness. Think about it, fate is really wonderful. If I didn't help, history would have gone the other way and the era of Mount Shu wouldn't have appeared. Su Ji's thoughts stirred. Perhaps, a historical wave like this has buried countless heroic figures who have yet to rise. In fact, if it were not for the knowledge of the all-knowing scholar, she would have definitely been able to reach this point. He had casually chosen Lu Wenjian. What if he had chosen Duan Qinyu? With this person's talent, he might be able to replace Lu Wenjian and become a heavenly emperor in some way if he were to push the fire. This is fate. Su Ji laughed and got up calmly. It's just like when I created the bug ape and casually stepped on many of the animals running in the forest when I entered the Grand Canyon. At that time, I said that this was the survival of the fittest and natural selection. It's also my choice. He got on his scooter and felt that he had acted pretty cool. He drove leisurely along the village path, planning to get some drinks from the small supermarket while enjoying the scenery. When he came back, he looked at the wizard community that his father didn't care about and had ignored since it was built. In the wizard community, the streets and alleys were filled with shops and storefronts. It was very lively, as if it had already become a small virtual town game. The first PvP tournament has entered the finals. Chapter 287, The Wizard Community Competition. The wizarding community welcomed its first golden age. As the god of creation NPC, he should indeed attend the ceremony and not be absent. It was not as if there had not been any combat tournaments before, but they were all privately held. After all, the wizard community had only been open for a month. This was the first large-scale combat tournament, and it was an official one at that. It was only the content that had been updated in Suji's last update, and there were even tournament rewards. The purpose of entering the world of gourmet was to stimulate their passion for liver cirrhosis, which was to meditate madly. After going through countless preliminaries and semi-finals, the finals had already begun. If Evolution Sandbox was a game with a small audience and was only open to more than 300 special players, then the wizard community was a popular game for the public. Each person was online for 30 seconds a day, and a total of 1,000 character accounts could be logged in at the same time. In fact, in 24 hours a day, there were nearly 3 million people who took turns to log in. What did 3 million people mean? It was already equivalent to a very popular online game. There was no doubt that the social and open nature of the wizarding community had become a part of many people's lives. Some foreign players even tried to enter the community game through various channels. There are 3 million people coming in every day, and each of them took 3 hours. With all sorts of scams, each of them took an average of 1.5 hours. The effect is very exaggerated. Suji's expression was calm. I don't even know how many batches of 4th grade wizards have been changed. The strength of the body tissues of the entire Thulhu evil god pet is now close to that of Medusa's main body, which has been working hard for God knows how long. The degree of liver cirrhosis of a player should not be underestimated. Of course, this was only close. Medusa's body was a grade 6 or grade 7 organization. After all, powerhouses from the magic medicine era had died one after another. On the other hand, Suji's side was a unified grade 4, and they were true Thulhu evil gods without self-consciousness. The Thulhu evil god was originally not meant to be compared to Medusa. It was just a mechanical tool pet without intelligence. Suji looked at the wizarding community and stroked the head of his little pet from the dark brown Rubik's Cube orchard. He was holding the dog food happily. It only has its instincts. Every Rubik's Cube creature is emitting chaotic and violent emotions, but it's constantly improving its level. I'm almost done with 1/3 of the 17,000 Rubik's Cubes. Perhaps he would have to increase its size, like Medusa, and make it 129,000 Rubik's Cubes. However, with that, its body size should be the size of a normal person, similar to Medusa. Suji laughed and said, when the time comes, I'll make a personal guard puppet? No, forget about the puppets, but the Rubik's Cube motorcycle can even transform into an airplane. What about a mount? No matter what, a creature formed from blocks that could be randomly pieced together and had an internal space. Just thinking about it, there were endless possibilities. The sorcerer community was definitely one of the most important parts of the game. Therefore, Suji had to make a trip to the sorcerer community combat finals. At this moment, there were 1,000 little lives moving back and forth on this piece of land that was only 30 square meters in size. They were shouting and shouting around a circular bird's nest building that looked like a football field on the edge. Out of the 3 million players, only 1,000 of them could go online at the same time. Those who couldn't go online at the same time could enter the special competition's guest mode. They could enter the perspective of 1,000 characters to watch, but they couldn't control that character. There were many beautiful women in the venue. They were all wearing exquisite wizard robes and were giving off colorful sorcery energy. They were dancing to the Elysium with sexy steps. Pretty, 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 pretty. I was so touched that tears kept flowing down the corners of my mouth. As expected of the big shots of the Community Housing Committee. Each of them has superb planning skills. Out of 3 million people, they found a bunch of cute girls who can dance. I'll blow it up. It caused a wave of cheers from the audience. A group of Magus girls danced with all kinds of colorful spells. Such a beautiful opening ceremony would definitely cause many people to be excited. In visitor mode, we can even watch the dancing girl characters. Ha ha ha. I also realized that I can go over and watch myself dance in first person. While I dance, I can also watch you dumbass audience members. Some people laughed wildly. Does that mean that during the competition, we can watch the players in battle from a first-person perspective? Cool. He was one of the top 8, the top professional fighter among millions of players. Look at how they fight. You can freely switch the perspective of the players on both sides. That's what watching a real match is like. The entire game forum was usually dominated by the Evolution sandbox. At this moment, the screen was flooded with this rare golden age. It was full of content in the wizard community. Countless people cheered, as if it was a grand competition in the competitive circle. It's time to go over and take a look. At this moment, Suji had just returned from the supermarket. He put the electric scooter down at the entrance of the courtyard, picked up a chair at the entrance, and then took out a few apples from the plastic bag in the supermarket. He strode over the bird's nest building. The host was Bai Xiajun, the one who had exposed the production team's good intentions. She was also a well-known big shot in the wizarding community. This is a competition hosted by the officials, Bai Xiajun shouted. I just received news that the god of creation has come personally to attend this competition. In addition, the officials would release Easter eggs and rewards. The officials have always been kind, so they definitely won't be bad. The god of creation has arrived? Countless people were instantly overjoyed. Bai Xiajun continued to speak loudly, cough, cough, cough. I believe most of you already know this, but I still have to give you a little bit of information. As you all know, there are 3 million players in the wizard community, but they are subsidiary dungeons of more than 300 special players in the Evolution sandbox. According to the background design of this game, the village chief NPC, the god of creation, is the only existence that can cross the universe. In other words, in terms of setting, he is the highest existence in this game. Blow it up! Countless people were excited. The god of creation. They had never seen it before. Because of the background of the Evolution sandbox, the 300 people had a special benefit. After all, they were spores in the courtyard of the latitude of creation and had never appeared in the wizard community. The wizarding community is a stepmom's property. Many people had cursed him before. Boom! 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 Suddenly, while everyone was discussing, a giant with a vast and hazy radiance slowly approached. He was carrying a rattan chair. It's here. It's an epic divine artifact, the chair of the god of creation. Wah! It was a chair dungeon that wiped out all the first beta players. Look at that domineering and heroic posture, and look at that domineering air when he walked over with a chair. His sighing eyes, his sexy stubble, that perfect figure. My Prince Charming is actually here. My sisters in the fan club, come quickly. I'm about to faint. Countless people raised their heads to look. The boundless feeling of a giant, the epic magnificence, and the sky-covering feeling was unimaginable. They were all very excited, as if they had seen their idol. Suji was speechless. Damn, I'm just here to watch the ceremony. It's like attending some meetings. I'm just here to sit in front and be a judge. Why are you guys so high? He put the chair down and sat down. The entire bird nest-shaped arena was built on the edge of the sandpit, so it was convenient for him to carry a chair and sit down. The feet in front of him faced the entire arena. This proportion was like a person sitting on a chair with a round foot washing basin in front of him. Countless people in the bird's nest stadium looked up excitedly. Suji, on the other hand, was sitting calmly in his chair. He was already used to being madly watched by these guys who were making a big fuss. There was no fluctuation in his heart at all, and he even had the illusion that he wanted to put his feet into the foot wash basin in front of him. After some chaos, the first community PvP finals of our wizard community has officially begun. Under the gaze of the god of creation, Bai Xiajun said loudly, "First of all, thank you for your participation. After all, there are thousands of people working hard for each character. Some are in charge of meditation to improve the character level, some are in charge of alchemy, exchanging sand coins for materials and making alchemy equipment, some are fighters to practice fighting skills, and some are wizards to practice all kinds of spells. Now, let's invite the contestants onto the stage. The finals, the top 8 contestants. The first one, Dichi. Along with the applause, Dichi slowly walked out with his hands behind his back. Please issue your battle declaration. The microphone was handed over. With his hands behind his back, Dichi looked down at the world with a profound gaze. He said, what's yours is mine, and what's mine is still mine. Voila! The surrounding arena instantly became heated. 666. Big brother, you're awesome. Secretly learning the Celestial Emperor, #1 in the world. Dichi's face must be full of question marks. Someone's actually secretly copying me. If Dichi sees this fake Dichi will be beaten to death. Then, the next contestant entered the stage. It was actually the recently popular sword immortal Lu Wenjian. She was a beautiful woman who wielded an alchemy longsword. After all, the wizard community had improved a lot. As long as most of the people applied to change their appearance, they could change their appearance by paying a lot of sand coins. At this time, of course, he had to create the latest and most popular mortal heavenly emperor. Sword immortals are the #1 in the world. The mortal heavenly emperor's rebellious intent. The story of this mortal girl has simply pierced my heart. Many people in the audience were making a fuss. One day, I want to enter Mount Shu as well. Forget it, you'll have to cut off your arm. Ha 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 ha. I'm not afraid. I'm most afraid that losing an arm will make this sword immortal not handsome enough. I chose to break my leg to forge a sword. I placed it in a furnace and hammered it over and over again. Then, I chopped it off and cultivated it into an immortal sword. Watch as I, a pure Yang sword immortal, strike my enemies tens of thousands of miles in the sky. Shua! The venue instantly became deathly silent. Many of the lively people turned their heads from their seats and looked at this young man as if he was a pervert. The young man was speechless. It was so embarrassing. He had just realized that he had been too excited and had exposed the depths of his heart. At this moment, one by one, the hot topics appeared. There were countless fans, and they were all shouting and wrangling. Countless people were in high spirits. They felt that this was a golden age for players, and it was rare for them to be so happy. They are indeed talents, but they are combat-type talents. Su Ji sat on a high spot and looked down at his feet. He took out an apple he had just bought from the supermarket and began to eat it in big bites. The entire stadium was in an uproar again as they looked at the giant eating the apple. It appeared. It's a classic scene from the legends, the god of creation eating an apple. Su Ji ignored them. He had too much liver cirrhosis and overused his brain. It was understandable that he was not in the right state of mind. The next contestant is, Bai Xiajun's voice gradually became stiff. She looked up at the god of creation, who was gnawing on an apple. After a moment of silence, she said, the next contestant, the creator. A contestant who was shrouded in a hazy light walked out shakily. He looked at the sky while trembling. The face of the huge giant who was eating an apple was as white as paper. Bai Xiajun's voice was hoarse and nervous. She stuffed the microphone into his mouth and said, "This. Contestants, please. State your declaration." This contestant was stunned. The oath that was supposed to blow up the entire audience was now very uncomfortable. He did not expect the god of creation to suddenly appear. He could only take out an apple and slowly put it in his mouth. With an extremely uncomfortable and embarrassed expression, he wanted to cry but had no tears. He secretly looked at the sky. "I am the creator, I love to eat apple." Su Ji nibbled on the apple and looked at him, speechless. Chapter 288, Victory and Reward. Young man, you're on a narrow road. Su Ji sat in his chair and ate his apple leisurely. He looked down at the trembling contestant and did not know whether to laugh or cry. These guys are imitating people everywhere. They've even started imitating me. I'm the god of creation. I like to eat apples. When he heard these words, he felt a headache. He was not so narrow-minded. However, in the following matches of the top 8, what made Su Ji speechless was that this professional fighter's mental state was instantly unstable and he was eliminated. The entire arena was in an uproar. "I'll throw. Piangzi Shi is a low match. God of creation, you're a piece of trash, leave the group." The crowd was in an uproar. The god of creation personally came to watch, but you fell? Give me some face, will you? Even some of the Goddess of Creation's fans were not convinced. They cursed and said that they would wipe out their guild group tonight. The contestant wanted to cry but had no tears. He was definitely an elite professional fighter, but in a fight, there were many changes in the blink of an eye. The mentality was very important when casting spells. A moment of hesitation would lead to defeat. Su Ji watched for a while. This final match was a point-based competition. It was divided into 4 rings, and the opponents were constantly changing. 4 of the top 8 were quickly eliminated, and they were now in the top 4. He is indeed powerful. Su Ji could not help but smile when he saw this. They were all true combat geniuses, not players like Sandbox Evolution could compare to. After all, those players were biological experts who studied evolution, which meant that they were top students. They basically had no talent for fighting. Even if they entered the sandpit, the racer of Mount Harana, the cute girl, and the others would find it difficult to be the protagonists of the era. This was the reason why. And these geniuses are the most outstanding professional fighters among millions of people. Behind them, there are geniuses in charge of meditation, helping them to crazily increase their realms. There's a genius who's good at alchemy who can help them make equipment. Everyone here is an all-rounded genius. Meditation, alchemy, and combat were all integrated into one. The level of a 4th-rank wizard is enough to make people feel that the fight is very exciting. As a matter of fact, combat techniques could be improved limitlessly, and the viewing pleasure was also great. This was one of the reasons why the wizard community was so popular as a competitive game that tested one's skills. After all, competitive games had always been a large category of online games on Earth. The real combat in front of them was simply a street above other games such as tower pushing, firearms, and PUBG. At this moment, after the quarterfinals had ended, a system notification rang out. The top 4 contestants will be rewarded with 5 million meditation coins. Voila! The entire arena was in an uproar. So many! The game planning team really has a conscience. 5 million sand coins was an astronomical figure. There were nearly 3,000 people standing behind each contestant, and each character was equivalent to a server of the game. There were 1,000 servers in the game. Right now, it could be considered a battle between the district servers. However, if the 5 million were to be split equally, the server player of that character would also be able to get a considerable profit. The top 4 already received such generous rewards. Production team, I'm blowing my own trumpet. Ha ha ha, our Daiki district has advanced. Some people were cheering, while others were feeling down. The Batman district has also been upgraded. That's a server that's basically filled with foreigners. Mother! I'm so angry. This game is at the entry port of our country. Out of 1,000 servers, 8 of them are foreign players. When the 500 new slots were opened for the second beta, those bastards got wind of it and went to the official website to fight for the VIP slots. We have many people and fast hands, but they still managed to snatch some of the slots. Now, their foreign servers are gathered in 8 servers, and they still advanced to the finals. I have to admit that they also have experts. There are only a few people, but there are elites. The professional fighter Casey who controls Batman is indeed a monster. He has a terrifying keen sense of battle, and his players call him the Beast Casey. Woo. Kun Kun from our district has been eliminated in the top 8. Damn it, our creator's zone has been eliminated. Some people took off their VR equipment in front of their computers. The district server that everyone worked so hard for had been eliminated. It was like losing a guild war in an online game. They felt a deep sense of loss. However, in the competition, the winner would be happy, while the loser would be disappointed. It was inevitable. At this moment, this wizard community game not only covered social interaction, leisure entertainment, but also competitive games. It had become a global hot trend. After that, there was a half-an-hour break before the top 4 fighting matches. Suddenly, they heard a notification. The semi-finals have begun. The venue has been changed to the Storm Zone. Everyone in the arena was shocked. Was this the official surprise and Easter egg? Just as everyone was about to say something, the 4 contestants and the host, Bai Ziajun, were suddenly swept up by a gust of wind. The wind wrapped around their bodies and they quickly flew into the sky. Hwalala! The 4 of them landed. When they came back to their senses, they found themselves standing on a black platform high in the sky. They were surrounded by strong winds, and there was a scorching sun above their heads. White clouds were swirling in the blue sky. A high-altitude environment. The four of them were shocked. This black platform was the flying pet of the orchard. It flew into the air. Meanwhile, in the arena, the audience noticed that the four combat players had disappeared from the combat ring. In their place was a translucent screen projection, showing the four players entering the sky. The battleground has changed. Lousy game producer, come out and get beaten. Can't you inform us of the competition's schedule in advance? Wah! It wasn't satisfying to watch from the audience, so I went offline to look at the accounts of the players. They're really in the arena, so cool. I'll go and take a look too. The storm is very strong and will affect the battle. It depends on who can adapt better. At that moment, the team behind the top four, all the players in that server, including the person in charge, started to worry. The match was held in the air. The four starfighters, each of them had an amazing number of fans supporting them from behind. Their fights were also very exciting, with all kinds of desperate turns and even many hidden cards emerging one after another, making people feel very satisfied. After each of them had fought for a round, it was time for the second round, which was the battle between the top four. At this moment, another message was sent. Change of terrain, lava zone. Hwalala. A storm engulfed the four contestants. When they opened their eyes, they found themselves standing in front of a huge, pitch-black circular ring. Su Ji blocked the line of sight outside the black circular ring. Then, he placed the black pan on the gas stove and turned on the fire. Boom! The high temperature slowly baked the black round arena. Hot, hot, hot! As expected of the lava zone. The four contestants couldn't help but feel that the organizer was very thoughtful. It was another round of competition, and the venue was constantly changing. Gradually, they entered the final venue. Change of venue, waterfall area. Hwala! In the blink of an eye, a gust of wind swept through. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself on a piece of land that looked like cement. Su Ji turned on the tap. Hwalala! In the sky, there was a vast waterfall and river. Pure white water splashed down from the sky, splashing countless water droplets. The terrain has become more complicated. A huge waterfall makes it hard to see clearly. It's a test of one's spiritual power to sense the terrain. The opponent is hiding in the waterfall and trying to sneak attack me. This is too difficult. It'll be difficult for the others too. At this moment, the four of them were still in the competition, but after calculating the points, the top two were basically already determined. It would be one of them. Kexi, the player from the foreign server, and the legendary professional player from the Chinese server, the recently famous 18-year-old genius Yuan King Hua. No one had known that he was so fierce and had emerged as a new force. The two of them were competing for the championship. Hwalala! As the snow-white waterfall sprayed down, the two of them crossed each other, as if they were assassins and wizards in the shadows. Drib! Drib! Hazy raindrops fell on the ground. This operation is amazing. Countless people felt as if their hearts were being squeezed. In just a dozen minutes, all kinds of shadows moved forward, assassinating, and the two people's god-level operations were stunning. In the end, Yuan King Hua defeated the other party by a slight advantage and won the championship. We won! Ha ha ha! We've won! Everyone cheered, and many people in the audience hugged each other. Su Ji, who was sitting next to him, also showed a faint smile. The wizarding community had never had any rules, and he rarely paid attention to them. He let them develop freely, but he didn't expect it to be so perfect today. The wizard community's first full-service combat competition had finally come to an end. The entire forum was filled with cheers, and many people were excited during the process. There were many comments on the forum, which made people feel emotional. Even after the game, the host did an interview with the players. The creator's face was full of tears. I didn't perform well. I couldn't suppress my excitement when I saw the god of creation. I'm sorry to the players of our server. I had a chance to be in the top 4. I'm sorry, but I can only leave with regret. Then, he interviewed one of them. He was originally the favorite player to win the championship, Noob 052. He was the most likely to win first place, and even the default champion. Everyone had seen his exquisite operation, but in the end, he only got third place. Many people felt that it was a pity and felt that it was not worth it for him. He had not performed well. Otherwise, he would not have let Kexi and Yuan Qinghua, two people who had once lost to him, surpass him. He said, I realized that the competition and the usual are two different environments. I'm a person who is afraid of strangers. When I stand on the stage and face the expectations of nearly 3,000 people in the district behind me, that kind of oppressive and torturous sense of destiny makes me very nervous. I hope that the next competition will be better. I will come back. What were your original expectations? Bai Ziajun asked. I've already thought it through. As long as I'm not in second place, I won't feel like I'm missing out on first place. I can accept it. I can accept that I'm in third place now. He said, mentality is also a type of strength. Without strength, you're a noob. There's nothing to quibble about. In esports, being a noob is an original sin. Countless people were silent, feeling touched. This fighting legend of the wizard community, Noob 052, a battle monster with a winning record of 173 consecutive wins in the PvP arena and a winning rate of 97.3%, had been pulled down from the altar. Next, the host, Bai Ziajun, interviewed Kexi, who was in second place. He said, fighting talent is important, but understanding the opponent is even more important. Our team used big data analysis, reviewed the combat, and analyzed each and every opponent. We studied the combat system and rationality of the characters, and formed our assassin and wizard tactics. However, I cannot deny that you players from the Huaxia server are very strong. There were too many monsters. This is already my full strength. I don't regret not getting first place. Yuan Qinghua, who was ranked first, was very calm. Our server is also studying personal systems and tactics. We also read all kinds of unorthodox fighting styles on forums and Taiba. Even the alchemy equipment fighting style of our 3 Sky Eagle ring is learned from the forums. One by one, the interviews came to an end, marking the end of this golden age of combat. There were 1,000 servers participating, and each server had close to 3,000 players. It was equivalent to a war of 1,000 servers. The players of each server were working hard, hoping that their server and characters would win. In a competition, it was destined that some people would be happy, while others would be disappointed. Even during the closing ceremony, when a group of beautiful and cute girls danced and presented awards, people kept leaving in the middle, directly going offline, and quietly posting on the forum. After all, this was the glory of someone else's victory. They had worked too hard, and it was still a little difficult to accept. In one of the posts, it was very touching. I believe that many people have taken leave in real life to watch the finals of this game. Although this game has only been released for more than a month, I believe that everyone loves the flow of time in it deeply. We can't deny that we have to thank this great game. It had amazing social elements and a mysterious and realistic second life. Although there are only 1,000 people in the community with the same appearance, the souls under each other's skin are different every time I go online. We can abandon our real identities and talk freely, play together, play chess, chat, play Summoner's Rift together, and even go to the arena PvP. There are new experiences every time. There were too many unexpected results in the first fighting competition. I am also a fan of the legendary player Noob 052. I had originally been silently writing a celebratory post about him winning the grand finals, but I saw that he was not performing well and made all kinds of low-level mistakes, so I silently deleted the post. To be honest, I'm also very sad. He was actually defeated by Kexi, who he once lost to. A foreign server took the second place. Our gap is big, but his gap is even bigger. Many people are scolding him and bombarding him. I don't think it's necessary. To be honest, Kexi's various tactics are indeed amazing. He's a powerful monster, and his positioning is too coquettish. Fortunately, Yuan Qinghua suddenly emerged and won the first championship of the Fighting Grand Finals. Otherwise, if we let someone from the outer server win, we'll really be slapped in the face, cry. The post was very moving. There were many analyses and updates, from screenshots, the fighting habits of each player, and the alchemy equipment of the team behind the scenes. They were dissected layer by layer and caused a great response. The first wizarding community competition gradually came to an end in this night of joy and sorrow. During the closing ceremony, a group of pretty girls was still dancing and singing on the stage. Su Ji was sitting on a chair, munching on an apple. When he saw this scene, he smiled. The wizarding community has been cultivated by them, but it's true that there are all kinds of geniuses with more people. There are geniuses in all kinds of fields, combat geniuses, meditation geniuses, alchemy geniuses. In the future, they can be used as reserve troops. Of course, Su Ji did not care about that at the moment. Geniuses in meditation, combat, and alchemy weren't important. In several worlds, the natives would constantly give birth to geniuses like this. They would rise and be nurtured in each era. And what he lacked the most was still species with extraordinary potential. He needed more and more creatures with potential to be projected into the various worlds. This was the most important thing. Hence, his focus had always been on the evolution sandbox. However, the reward still has to be given out. As Su Ji thought of this, a piece of news spread throughout the arena of the entire wizard community. The top three are Batman, Demon King Bicker, and Patrick Star. The three people from the district server have received the reward and entered the food industry. Voila! Instantly, everyone was in an uproar. Entering the food industry was the promised reward. But to let a person enter a different world? What did this mean? In the wizard community, each character was a game zone. Everyone took turns logging in, and each zone had nearly 3,000 people. In other words, all the players in the same area would enter the other world together. Countless people were breathing heavily. It's so cool! Ha 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 ha! One man obtained his chickens and dogs. I once meditated for the big boss in Patrick Star's character area, and it was so cool. Woo, I'm from the Kingzio mountain area. I want to change districts, I want to change districts. All of a sudden, the people in the Bird's Nest Stadium were shouting and wrangling. Some people were even more distressed and secretly vowed that they would work hard and meditate in the next competition so that their game suits could enter the other world. Chapter 289, The Strange World of Gourmet. The wizard community had a total of 1,000 game servers. Now that 3 of them had left them and entered a different world, it would be a lie to say that he didn't feel heartbroken. After all, there were nearly 3,000 players in the entire server. It was equivalent to moving the server to another world. Oh my god, this benefit is too great. Back then, how many Thulhu had entered? You're blowing up the production team. As expected, you won't let us down every time. This was crazy. The entire wizard community on the internet was in pain and envious of the players who won the lottery. After all, how many people had entered the other world until now? They were all big shots and could be counted on one hand. What a colorful second life, to live another life. Just the thought of it was something that people could only dream of. It was simply so precious that it could make people go crazy. Not to mention, these people, let alone becoming spore players, they couldn't even get a place to write a thesis. Thank you, Big Boss. Thank you, Father. Tears running. I love you, Daddy. To all my brothers who didn't make it into the top 3, do you think I'm as happy as you think I am? No. I'm a happiness you can't imagine. Happy. A bunch of people came out to show off their wealth, which made people gnash their teeth in hatred. Did you guys learn to be stoic and not speak? Countless people were so angry that their hearts ached. This was a collective glory. Their own district had lost, but they would definitely win it back next year. However, some people also looked forward to it. What kind of world was the food industry? When I heard it, I knew it was a friendly and leisurely world full of delicious food, happy. But thinking about it, something's not right. Esports, no food. This matter isn't as simple as it seems. I don't care. Once we go in, we'll definitely have a good meal. They all looked forward to it and began to cheer. They felt that this was a reward after the war. The food for the dinner party would not be too bad. Many people even had a good meal that night, expressing that they would enjoy the food in advance and prepare for the opening of the food world the next day. At this very moment, Su Ji left the small, exquisite sandbox building in the wizarding community and strode back to the living room, ready to eat and take a shower. The finals have come to an end. The food industry that was previously renewed has to continue. Su Ji was very indifferent. Where was it? Of course, it was in his stomach. Otherwise, how could it be called a delicacy? In fact, this was just a small world of leisure food. Since it was open to the public, the time of living things would naturally not be too fast. It was not 100 years in a day. It was still the time of the sorcerer community, 1 day to 1 year. As usual, they logged in one character alternately. Each person had a time limit of 30 seconds, which was 3 hours in the game. This was a large sandbox similar to the one in the sorcerer community. He was a level 6 giant. At this time, he had already deduced and opened his 6th aperture, and his inner world was even larger than the previous Delation. As for the position of each space, it could be adjusted to connect to a continent. Although the reasonable form of battle stability was the 9-star pearl, otherwise, the internal space was too big. When they were connected, if one space was broken, the whole space would be broken, and he would die instantly. However, Su Ji was not going to fight, so it was naturally not important. It's a beautiful environment. A mirror image appeared in his inner world. This was the second mirror image that Su Ji had just created. The further he went, the more difficult it became. Although it was the lowest level of the heartless mirror image, it would have taken some time, but it could not withstand the all-knowing scholar who loved to learn. However, the sun is still not ready. Su Ji's head ached. And his expression turned strange. But the rules of the food world have already been set. Perhaps I'll have to rely on the creatures in the world of gourmet to create a gourmet sundae. The next morning, the sun was shining brightly. The end of the first season was already a thing of the past. Everyone had worked hard for a long time, and the disappointment after the victory had been washed away. Their eyes were focused on the newly opened world of leisure, the world of gourmet. According to the speculations of some big shots, the food industry is not a community. It should be a special small world, but it's enough to experience life in a different world. If the wizard community is just a small social community, then the food industry may be a real online game world, a second life for us. As for the level experience, level up by killing monsters? I don't think there's a need to look forward to it. According to the characteristics of, there won't be any of these. Of course, it's because of this hardcore nature that we feel it's real. There were many speculations, but only 3 people entered. Patrick Star, Demon King Buck, and Batman were the 3 big bosses of the competition. Although they logged in alternately, they had glory and were naturally the first to log in and experience everything in the food industry. It was only natural. Another reason was that these 3 bosses had extraordinary combat power. He let them come in first and explore the unknown food world. Voila! A young man who looked like Batman, an alien covered in green hair, and a pink pentagram appeared in a green forest. They were surrounded by all kinds of incredible beasts, small animals, and plants. Please explore the rules of this world on your own. The 3 of them instantly felt their teeth ache. As expected, he was as stubborn as ever. They could only guess that it was related to food from the name. Just treat it as a decryption hardcore game. Be careful. After all, it's casual food world, but leisure. Yuan King Hua smiled. In the previous Spore Evolution sandbox, I started with a spore. It was also called leisure, but it turned out to be extremely hard. The food industry in front of us doesn't just provide us with good food. It's more likely that they treat us as good food. It's a very cruel world. It's possible. Delicious food. Maybe we're the delicious food. Kexi's face was serious. She felt that the benefits were not that simple. Let's explore the area and ensure the safety of the people who come later. After all, we only have one life. If we die, we'll probably leave this food industry. The noob said. They knew that each person could only be online for 3 hours, and then the next person would come online. The players that came later were not as fierce as them, and each of them was not as strong in battle. Even though they were now 4th-rank wizards. In theory, the gourmet world should not be a battle world. 4th-rank wizards were considered above average in the extraordinary world. With the 3 of them working together, they could even fight against a 5th-rank wizard without fear, but they still had to be careful. They explored for 3 hours and explored a large area around them. He found that the species in this world were simply too weak. They were all gourmet plants and animals. The highest level was only at the 2nd rank. The most powerful one was the final chicken. Its poison could kill a 4th rank, but its combat power was weak. Also, the sun in the sky was a little strange. The light it emitted was not soft, it was the unnatural sunlight, and upon closer inspection, it was oval in shape. It looked like a light bulb. Are we seeing things? They looked at the sky in a daze. This is really a leisure food world with low combat power. After a while, the 3 of them heaved a sigh of relief. The time was up, and they silently went offline, allowing the other player to come online. They had been in there for 3 hours, which was only 30 seconds in reality. In the eyes of outsiders, it was equivalent to entering and coming out. Everyone, we've explored the food world once. Unless there are some terrifying creatures that are hiding, it's very safe. Currently, no traces of intelligent civilization activity have been found. Screenshots. Screenshots. One by one, the screenshots were released. Everyone looked at the pictures and saw that they were all kinds of delicious plants and animals, including various magi, ancient worlds, and even some unknown delicious plants that they did not understand. What? It's really a world of leisure and entertainment. You want us to cook delicious food in there? A place to relax. Come to think of it, it's really quite boring. But it's indeed a very good place. Countless people looked at the screenshots and were delighted. The world was so big and vast, but they somewhat failed to live up to their expectations. It was just food, all the living things in the world were made up of food. But in reality, they were looking forward to a corrupted civilization with intelligent creatures and all kinds of intelligent races, a vast and beautiful extraordinary world like the sorcerer world and the ancient primordial world. However, someone said, I don't think it's that simple. The planning team must have had a deeper meaning. Yup. The planning team had a good conscience. Perhaps, there were really humans in this world? Various civilizations? We just didn't notice it. If that's the case, we have to be careful. After all, we're using the same account and the same server. If one of us dies while controlling his body, our entire server will be wiped out. It's like this. It looks ordinary, but perhaps there are some rules of the world inside? For example, the ancient tree world has the rebirth alters world law, and the world law inside is related to food. In just a few minutes of discussion, a batch came out every 30 seconds. Several batches had already come out, and more than 10 hours had passed. Many players said that they had tried to cook and make delicious food, but nothing had happened. Everyone was instantly disappointed. But suddenly, a player came out and said, something strange is happening. The food I make will glow. Screenshots. It was an extremely delicious dish. Just looking at it would cause one's appetite to increase, and it was emitting a faint white light. A dish that can glow. Everyone was stunned. Then, another person from the group of 3 continued to say, you'll never imagine it if I tell you. What happened? The 3 of us were dumbfounded. The delicious food he made actually gave birth to a new life. The gourmet cells. At this time, the last person came out. His tone was even more exaggerated and extremely strange. It affected everyone's nerves. This world may be more terrifying than the latitude courtyard of the god of creation and the sandbox of spore evolution. A good scheme. I'm blowing my own trumpet. In the future, our Magus community will no longer be afraid of those spore players. What kind of terrifying secret was hidden in that food world? Everyone was shocked and immediately asked what had happened. Chapter 290, Love of Food. Sitting in front of the computer, everyone's expression became strange. They had originally thought that this leisure food world was made up of gourmet creatures and plants. It was a place for everyone to cook, relax, gather, and have fun. It was a place where everyone could relax for this battle. So, it wasn't simple? That world seemed to contain a mysterious mystery. Gourmet cells? What did it mean to create a new life? As for this screenshot of the delicious food? Everyone's eyes widened as they waited for the 3 players to continue. The player who made the glowing food seemed to be a female player. She also explained seriously. For the exploration of that world, we have to work together. This is the first stage of the dungeon for 3 servers and 3 guilds with close to 9,000 players. First of all, I have to report to the decision makers of the district server. I've already been in the 3 hours of my controlled character. In the world of gourmet, when you make good food, there will be special things happening. This girl player was called Celine, looking for BB Dragon. She seemed to be a veteran online player. Her words were very organized and she was very reasonable. One look and one could tell that she was reliable. However, everyone was still puzzled. Did you have a reaction when you cooked? Then why didn't it happen when other people were cooking? The female player laughed. You stinky little brothers, damn otakus. Could he really cook? Are you sure they're really making good food? Everyone was speechless. Shut up. Shameless old thief. They felt countless critical hits and were extremely sorrowful. They quickly explained that they usually lived alone. Although they spent most of their time ordering takeaway, they would occasionally cook for themselves. This was the norm for many people, and it was not an exaggeration. The female player explained, I can't compare to you guys in the game. But in terms of life and cooking, you guys definitely can't compare to me. In reality, there was a kitchen, all kinds of ready-made seasonings, and meat that was bought and slaughtered for you. As long as it was a person who often cooked for himself, he would not do too badly. But in a pure wild environment? Are you sure you can really cook? Everyone reacted and didn't deny it. She took a deep breath. Gu Yang was right. In the world of gourmet food, there was no salt, no seasoning, everything was natural. Furthermore, you chose the ingredients, which parts were delicious and which were bad. Those who were not professionals would not understand. For example, the edible part of the gourmet plant inside was the root of a potato. If you picked the leaf to cook it, the result would be self-evident. There was no salt, no seasoning. It was not strange at all for ordinary people to cook and make it into a dark cuisine. Suddenly, everyone burst into tears. This game was so realistic. Even the cooking was so particular. Did trade profession players really have to be proficient in life? At this moment, the female player said. What they're making is pig food. So, nothing happened. Although I'm an otaku and love to play games, I'm also a food lover in reality. I often cook and study cooking methods. So, I spent 3 hours with 2 other otakus and made an original grilled tenderloin. And so, that dish started to shine. Screenshot. A dish was shining. On the screenshot, there was a line of delicate words, a dish that didn't glow wasn't a good dish. The 3 of us sat around the fire and ate it. We thought it was delicious. Then, something strange happened. The dish began to glow, and some spore cells were born on it. Using this dish as a breeding ground, like bacteria on a petri dish, the spores continued to multiply crazily. Finally, a special life was born on this dish. Another screenshot was posted. The dish on the grey stone plate was gone. In its place was a slime-sized soft mud creature. It was very simple and cute, but also a little strange. It's so cute. This gourmet creature must taste good. If I make delicious food, I'll have gourmet cells in my food? Give birth to life. What kind of worldview is this? The decision makers of the 3 servers started to discuss and felt that it was really outrageous. They had been enemies before, but now they had become friends. This was normal. The veterans of online guilds all knew that this wasn't only true in real life. Even between guilds, alliances were formed because of interests. The world of gourmet was the superior world of the sorcerer world, just like the sandbox of spore evolution, the superior world was the myriad heavens. For the future of the wizarding community, they had to be serious. But the following explanation completely subverted their 3 views. That player had said that she had become the sludge monster born from the delicacy. In another screenshot, the sludge monster made a V-shaped hand gesture. She continued, I finally understand the rules of the food industry. As long as we make food in there, food cells will be born in the food, and life will evolve. Then, we will leave the server and become that delicious life. It sounded simple, but it was extremely playable. We're all a different kind of creator, aren't we? A sandbox game with infinite possibilities. Our main character server can be disconnected. It's not hard to imagine that in the future, we'll all be able to make delicious food one by one. We'll break away from being 4th-rank wizards and become delicious creatures and plants. A total of 8,000 players will form a food world full of fantasy and precious ingredients together. After listening to the story, countless people felt that it was amazing. In that case, there were still so many twists and turns in the food industry, and it was too fun to play with. Bai Ziajun said, this is a game that loves learning. Before this, he asked us to study physics, chemistry, pharmacy, mathematics. However, this was not enough. This was just a nerd who didn't know how to take care of his own life. Therefore, the game designer waved his hand and said that the flowers of the motherland must be all-rounded, so. It makes me love cooking. Everyone was speechless. Everyone was stunned. They felt that this player, Bai Jun, had indeed understood the thoughts and intentions of the game designers. The players who wanted to play this game had all become well-rounded. Bastard! Was this the truth behind the opening of the food industry? As a good young man of the new era, mathematics, physics, chemistry, and pharmacy are all just nerds who can't live alone. Now, we have to complete our last skill? They had seen ruthless people, but they had never seen someone as ruthless as this lousy planner. It's a wolf slayer, lighting a cigarette and thinking about life.jpg. To be honest, many of the thousands of players here were internet addicts in various popular online games before they came. They had been playing in various major online games and were indeed addicted to the game world and alienated from reality. It was not until the launch of this social media community that they could get closer to people and even let us meditate to relieve the pressure of life. I've noticed it too. When I chat with them, there are many internet-addicted teenagers in the server. They are 16 or 17 years old and have abandoned their studies to be addicted to computers and internet cafes. They don't go home at night, but now they are all passionate about learning. Their parents are crying. This game has saved many families, thank you. Yup. Many parents have written many thank you letters. In order to save internet-addicted teenagers like us in society, the planning team released such a game to guide us back on the right path. It's simply brutal. Everyone was instantly moved to tears of gratitude. It had to be said that ever since the game was developed, the social atmosphere had changed. People loved to study and no longer exaggerated. Many young people who loved internet addiction were changing. Now, not only are we passionate about studying, but we're also being allowed to enjoy life and love cooking. We've blown up his good intentions from the start to the end. Su Ji was speechless. Are you guys crazy? Chapter 291, The Real Plan. You guys are poisonous. Even Su Ji felt that there was no way he could communicate with them properly. I just started a food industry to squeeze your hairline and make you work like crazy. Why didn't you guys discuss the food industry properly? Why did you suddenly change the topic and start licking it? You're making my conscience uneasy, okay? He ate the apple, touched his exuberant black hair, and took a deep breath, as if he wanted to spit out all the depression at this time. Yes, 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 you play a lot of games, are good at strategies, you are reasonable, and you have discovered my deeply hidden good intentions. I have always been bearing your expectations and nurturing the flowers of your motherland. At this moment, everyone could not help but sigh at the game's planning. They had invested countless manpower and resources just to make them love to learn. Their conscience was simply incomprehensible. The more he thought about it, the more touched he was. However, after a long discussion, everyone's gazes turned back. The female player continued, in that food world, we kept breaking away and becoming food species. We no longer shared a body, and we were completely liberated. Everyone reacted. In the past, he could only go online for 30 seconds a day, which was 3 hours in the game, and then someone else would come online. A body that could be used by nearly 3,000 people was a pain for countless players. But now, he had become an independent life. One had to know that the time flow inside was 1 day to 1 year. He could only come online for 30 seconds before, but now he didn't have to share it with others. Heavens! The 3 servers that won the combat tournament, the benefits are too explosive. Every player in your server can have a second life, 1 day and 1 year. Jealousy has changed me beyond recognition. After the group of players explored the land and found out the rules, everyone was extremely excited. Even the spore players from the neighboring world came over to join in the fun and expressed their envy. Although it couldn't be compared to the real world where 100 years passed in a day passing by in a year was already exaggerated enough. Although there weren't any brilliant extraordinary civilizations or creatures, there were many people. 3 servers, close to 8,000 people, 1 day 1 year, what couldn't he develop in there? This food world might be one of the 10,000 worlds, but it was not an extraordinary world. Instead, it was a small world. The time flow was very small, but it was enough to surprise him. A good scheme. This word flashed through many people's minds. They were even more touched, and countless people were crazily flattering him. Hehe, some people criticized the game producers before, saying that the food world would definitely be full of dangers given the game's hardcore level. Even delicacies might treat us as delicacies. Go ahead. JPY. Yup. This was the heart of a vile person. Clenched teeth. The players in the remaining 997 servers were also envious. One by one, the servers began to plan to play hard, meditate, learn, fight, and wait for the second full-service fighting competition. Don't get excited too early. However, at this moment, the female player continued, after we split up, the real way of playing in the food industry has begun. In the future, we can enjoy a day and a year? In fact, this was not the case. At this moment, what is limiting us is not time, but lifespan. Although we are independent now, I think most players won't live for more than a year, which is one day in the game, before they're eliminated. The female player said that the food species that she had become had a very short lifespan, only about 10 days. After all, this was not strange. Many life forms with lower structures had short lifespans. Then you'll only live for a dozen days before you leave. Everyone's eyes were wide open and they felt uncomfortable. Of course not. The female player spoke again, this involves another way of playing, the gourmet cell. As long as I continue to create delicacies, I will be able to continuously produce gourmet cells and transform into a more powerful life form. It's just that as a gourmet creature, the sludge monster's taste seems to have become higher. Ordinary food can't satisfy me anymore. I can only make more delicious food to reincarnate into a higher grade gourmet creature. Continuously eating delicacies could cause one's life to transform. For example, I've already made my second dish, but I won't be able to reincarnate into my original form from that dish. Instead, after using that dish, my entire body trembled. As a slime sludge monster, I've begun the second stage of evolution in the midst of delicious food and happiness. Another screenshot was released. It was a slime jello that looked even more delicious. Everyone was terrified. He could only watch helplessly as this stinky mud evolved into stinky mud. Isn't this the advanced level of a Pokelm? The female player continued, for this kind of reincarnation, we can define it as the first, second. If that was the case, it would be a test of everyone's cooking skills. By making more delicious food, he could continuously surpass his own transformation and make himself more delicious. And use himself to make even more delicious ingredients. Continue to break through? Was this a virtuous cycle? Countless people felt that something was wrong the more they thought about it. They wanted to cry but had no tears. This game producer wanted them to cook with themselves. At this moment, everyone somewhat understood the rules and ways of the food industry. It was very interesting, and many people even felt very satisfied. Life can evolve after eating good food. It will resonate with the nature of life and give birth to gourmet cells, transforming one's own life level and extending one's lifespan. At the same time, one will possess strength that surpasses ordinary creatures, even surpassing the limits of living creatures. Even though everyone was making a fuss, someone still concluded. In this world, we are all food hunters and also food captives. He had finally discovered it. Suji looked at the bustling players in his inner world. After he was no longer bashful, he smiled brightly. I've finally used my intelligence in the right place, instead of crazily imagining some strange things. This was a brand new attempt. He once again adjusted the rules of the world gourmet cells, the advancement of gourmet creatures. The principle of the adjustment was very simple. The essence of the food cells born from the food was to secretly put spores in the food. In the past, the spore evolution sandpit and the single cell life evolution were all completed in one go, evolving into the final life form. After that, they began to cultivate, and their biological form could not be changed. And now? This was Suji's new attempt at single cell evolution as the creator A-staged evolution. After eating a special and powerful delicacy, a huge amount of energy would flow into the body. Suji would take the opportunity to adjust the biological flow rate and let it return to the crazy speed of evolution of spores, which was 10,000 times faster, to achieve an instant transformation. Those delicacies contained great energy. Just like Yao, in an energy-rich environment, their life level would transform. What was delicious food? They were the same kind. They were the corpses and skeletons of transcendent creatures. For example, if you were a stage 2 gourmet creature, you would have to kill the stage 2 creature, make it into a delicacy, and devour its energy to evolve. In essence, this was an evolution of devouring and killing. It was like rearing venomous insects and evolving spores. Species would kill each other, devour each other, and obtain each other's energy to evolve into stronger species. Delicious food. It was just beautifying. Those dishes could even be called a kind of medicinal pill, which was made by extracting all kinds of enemy corpses and all kinds of natural treasures. As for the taste, the higher a transcendence level was, the more energy they would possess, and naturally, the more delicious they would be. Furthermore, the foundation of this world was originally delicious species. The higher the level of the delicious species, the more delicious it would be. In essence, the food that was mixed and cooked was similar to the medicinal pill formula. The more optimized the medicinal pill's energy was and the higher the grade, the more delicious it would be. Strictly speaking, they are all demons. Su Ji's expression became calm. The skin of a small world covered in delicious food. It's an alternative evolution of a brutal small world of food. I hope they can evolve into a pretty good food transcendent. In fact, it could be said that it was the world of alchemy. It was a world where many pharmacists who were good at refining medicine and making breakthroughs in alchemy had only been transformed by Su Ji into a world of delicious food. I want them to be good at fighting and taste good. Su Ji silently touched his stomach and vomited out his true expectations. They had been so arrogant in the past that Su Ji had to hide behind the scenes. They felt a little guilty and uneasy. After all, although he said that it was just a casual world in his body, he still wanted to create a small world of extraordinary level. This world was very small, but a lot of energy had been spent. In the past few days, the natural deaths of several magi and ancient worlds had given him a lot of energy, even if there had not been a mass extinction. However, he did not feel any heartache at all and threw all of them into this world. If you can't give up the child, you won't be able to catch the wolf. Using a small to catch a big fish to push the structure and breeding of a small world in his body, turning it into a seed. Perhaps, it would grow into a beautiful flower. At this time, the energy concentration inside was extremely rich. Many of the ingredients had even reached the level of level 1 and level 2, and there was even a possibility of becoming demons. The higher the energy, the more delicious it was. If they ate it, the huge energy, coupled with the 10,000 times evolution speed, would naturally transform. Chapter 292, The Strange Giant. This was a special world of food. They could fight and eat. A food paradise. This was the place where Su Ji's dream began. As a farmer in the entire orchard, Su Ji had great expectations for this world. After all, the 9 worlds of the real entity of Panga were his own backyard, and he could basically see the master's wishes. For example, the small world of the Phoenix was the wood world, where a bunch of plants and spirits lived together and cultivated in harmony. There were no resources to strengthen them, and they grew stronger together without any infighting. At this moment, the entire forum was in a frenzy. Many people began to quickly study food and cooking, but now that the direction was pointed out, they could basically make a dish in a short 3 hours, transform, and leave their original bodies. Because now, there was that BB, Long Xylan, who provided everyone with a few peerless secret books, charcoal braised tenderloin, steamed bamboo rat, red braised final chicken. With peerless secret manuals in hand, and the cooking of delicacies did not require one to be unique, many people began to follow the cooking order and create glowing delicacies, becoming the first rank 1 gourmet creature. However, they discovered that the amount of energy contained in each dish and the proportion of energy contained in each dish would give birth to different creatures. That dish was like a medium that cultivated the growth of spores and bacteria. The more delicious the food was and the better the combination, the stronger the creature born would be. It actually gives me a feeling similar to an elf's human form. Sprites are born by absorbing the fruits of life, while gourmet species like us are born by absorbing the delicacies in gourmet plates. Hehe, recipes are extremely important. In fact, the more powerful the secret recipe is, the more powerful it will be after the advancement. Shi Niangpi, don't cook, these common recipes have been born. I can't be like you guys. The first stage is the original form, and the dishes that can transform are very important. I want to study the unique culinary skill, 9 solitary dishes. Hee, it can't compare to my northern roasting divine art. The deformed creature put its hands behind its back. Tisk. I don't care about you guys. I'll transform first. I'll go look for precious food ingredients, trees with fresh meat, delicious fish that cries, and embark on the journey of a gourmet. Rank 1 is the foundation, and rank 2 advancement is more important. I'm going to cook unparalleled food, eat it, and advance to the rank 2 hidden gourmet creature profession. All of them were discussing, and countless strange creatures were quickly born. All of them began to cook in full swing. The entire land was plowed into a flat land, and a group of chefs were studying it. Boom! One by one, bright bonfires were started. In just a dozen days, they had left their magus bodies and quickly transformed into more than 8,000 people. The bodies of the three magi, as they transformed, completely abandoned their bodies and quickly disappeared. A player looked at his own gourmet body, which was in the shape of a 5-pointed star, and could not help but say, I'm a Tier 1 gourmet life form, so I'm called Sea Star. I'm going to evolve into a gem starfish in the future. A player who looked like a black mouse laughed and said, then I'll be Pikachu. It tastes very good and doesn't get heat stroke easily. A shell walked over. Then I look like the chrysanthemum beast in the Pokemon. So, I'll be called Chiao Biluo. They were all very excited. Ha 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 ha. A new life had begun. It was as if they were on a summer vacation. They quickly established their base, built houses, and built a large wall to protect themselves. They even divided themselves into 3 large areas, which were the players from the 3 regional servers. After all, it was necessary to build high walls. They had all become weaklings, and they couldn't even defeat a low-level life form. Stage 1 creatures could evolve by cooking. Stage 2 creatures required powerful and precious ingredients as well as cooking techniques. Basically, everyone had no experience in cooking, so they could only learn from scratch. Brothers, team up. To hunt jumping pigs. Collect Stage 2 ingredients. I'm looking for teammates. I'm an old monster hunter and my positioning is amazing. Brothers, we're short of one here. We're both good at damage output and we're lacking a tank. After the man finished speaking, he suddenly thought of something and shouted, Chiao Biluo, are you coming? In the central square, many gourmet creatures began to form teams to fight monsters. Very quickly, someone discovered that one could cheat. They were not good at cooking, but some people were good at cooking and studying cooking. They only needed to be responsible for getting ingredients and handing them to the chef to make themselves stronger. Even though the chefs had taken a lot of kickbacks. But even so, the environment outside was extremely dangerous. In the past 10 days, many people had hunted for food, but they had become food for other creatures and were eliminated. They had either been beaten to death in battle or died of old age. After all, the lifespan of a level 1 creature was only slightly more than 10 days. Of the 8,000, only 3,000 people were left. They could officially become chefs and become a second-rank gourmet species. They had a full 3 months of life. In fact, some of them didn't even manage to collect any Stage 2 ingredients and even attacked their own people. Brother, you're actually at the 2nd rank? I'm still a Stage 1, my life is short, I can't find any Stage 2 ingredients, and I'm dying of old age. Lend me an arm. Cooking rank 2 food advancement. That person was speechless. Don't worry. Once you break through to the 3rd rank, you'll be able to reconstruct your body. I'll give you 50,000 sand coins. What do you think? The deal was made. That's fine too. Spending money to level up is the power of money. Then this brother, lend me a leg? 50,000. At the gathering place. At this moment, the 3 Grand Masters of Combat, Yuan King Hua, Noob 052, and Kexi, were currently surrounding Bei Bei and Long Xilan, asking them to teach them how to cook. After all, this person was a rare cooking genius in the crowd. Get the ingredients, and I'll help you guys cook delicious food and help you guys advance. In the gourmet Chinese restaurant, Celine was a slimy slime chef. She held a wooden spatula and glanced at them. It's only because you guys can fight. Otherwise, those dark dishes you make would have been eliminated long ago. The 3 of them looked bitter. We think that you've taken too much commission. Xilan glanced at them and pointed at the door plate of the Chinese restaurant with a cooking spoon in her hand. I don't want you to think. I want me to think. In this world, the chef was respected. Without talent in cooking, they could only be hired thugs for these noble chefs, hunting for ingredients. After a few days, a glowing dish rose to the sky. It was a cooking duel between two chefs, breaking through the third-tier cuisine with their own developed food. Time for the auction. Very quickly, a high platform was set up in the crowd. Bidding, bidding. The Tier 3 gourmet dish rotten meat. Do you want to become the first rank 3 gourmet creature? Do you want to be number 1 on the level rankings? The starting price is 50,000 sand coins. 100,000 sand coins. 1 million sand coins. In the end, a rich man spent 2 million RMB in real life to buy sand coins from major players, and the first Tier 3 food hunter was born. However, this third-rank food hunter was a weak rich man. He had a realm, but he was a fake. On the other side, we only have one life. Cherishing your life starts from me. In the square, someone shouted and gave a speech, we reject violence. Now, we don't need to form a team to go out and fight monsters. That's too cruel. We only have 3,000 people left. We sacrificed a large number of people to build the settlement today and achieve self-sufficiency. We can't disappoint the hopes of the deceased. We can also have children. After all, many of us have evolved into the same species after eating the same dish. We can reproduce and then exchange children for food. Yes. Don't be violent, be harmonious and friendly. Then, these animals completely hid themselves within the walls and began to domesticate animals, plant plants, dig cellars, and build furnaces. They planned to hide until the end of time and develop in a wretched manner. After all, it was a gain to live. The more Su Ji looked at it, the stranger it became. These people were too slippery. They used all kinds of dirty tricks, cheated, and even made online and offline transactions. The first expert was actually a rich big shot. At this time, they were even divided into two groups. One group was in charge of cooking, and the other was in charge of learning how to cook and farming. It wasn't what he wanted at all. You're so shameless. It's a talent to be able to find so many loopholes in a game. The gathering place is the source of your fall. What I want is for you to become food hunters and embark on the journey of food. They just didn't want to level up and fight monsters. They wanted to be the hot-blooded protagonists. Su Ji crossed his arms and thought about it seriously for a while. He soon had an idea. He had planned to activate this mode later. After all, he had just started planting vegetables and he didn't want to start harvesting with a sickle. But now, it would only bring them some difficulties. The towering walls of the fortress were made of trees and were indestructible. Inside, there were many small houses, and there was an endless stream of strange-looking gourmet creatures coming and going, cooking delicious food. All of a sudden, thump! The sound of the ground shaking spread. Thump! Thump! The ground rippled, and outside the towering wall stood an expressionless giant. He was more than 60 meters tall, and he looked at them through the wall of the fortress as if he was a hunter who had seen wild food. Ah! What the hell is that? Oh my god! A 60-meter tall giant. He's carrying a wicker basket. Countless living beings were stunned on the streets. They mumbled and their faces were wooden and filled with fear. They looked at the vast giant and half of his head was looking at them. His face was shining with a ruthless light. Chapter 293. The giant's head was lying on the side. Everyone was frightened, but the next second, something even more terrifying happened. Voila! The giant suddenly stood up and instantly grew taller. The tall wall only reached his waist. Countless people gasped. He's not a 60-meter giant, he's a 100-meter giant. He's squatting down and peeking at us. He has intelligence. Observing in secret is like a mountain man picking mushrooms, squatting down to study the mushrooms in a dark pile. Countless people began to scream, feeling as if this was a horror movie. Was he being observed secretly? He was about to become a delicacy on the table? Wasn't this a horrifying supernatural world? It was a giant that was more than 100 meters tall. He was wearing simple linen clothes, carrying a basket and a vine on his back. He looked like a farmer in the mountains, but he was very ordinary and calm. It was the second mirror image that Su Ji had created. Its body size had also been reduced to a certain extent. According to the scale in real life, it was about the length of a finger. However, to ants like them, it was still large enough, with a height of more than 100 meters. Originally, according to the settings and expectations, this fantasy-filled world of exotic food would have all kinds of high-level creatures and invincible fantasy life forms. These powerful life forms were a combination of Rubik's cubes. Su Ji used the creatures that they had painstakingly cultivated and meditated to deal with them in turn, filling up the high-end combat power of the small world in his body. After all, they were chaotic and only had an instinctive appetite. For example, the 7 tortoises with volcanic rocks on their backs were made up of Rubik's cubes. Their bodies were as large as mountains. They moved slowly around the circular world like a pointer. Wherever they went, it would be half a summer day. It's very magical, isn't it? Such a transcendent being could actually influence a solar term? Even the gods of the 4 seasons of the primordial world had not been able to do so. They could only use the golden crow to affect the temperature. There were no big shots in the sandbox who could create such a potential species, but Su Ji had done it. He did not. The principle was simple. Each of them carried a large electric heater on their back. Another example was the Dragon of Miracles, which was in charge of rainfall. It was actually a Rubik's cube with an internal space and a watering can that kept flying. This was the law of the world. As for the sunlight, he could only use a fill light to illuminate the land below by hanging it above his central dantian. From this, it could be seen how much effort Su Ji had put into it. For the 4 seasons, for the rain, and for all kinds of colorful environments. Using all sorts of modern electrical appliances to decorate this world. This was already his full strength. After all, the creator was only at rank 6. He, who cultivated the 9 revolutions' mysterious art, had built a small world in his back garden. It wasn't like those extraordinary large worlds from the primordial era. There weren't any gods from the heaven realm, rank 7 celestial emperors, or rank 8 gods to help him perfect the rules. He was too poor, but it was still within his current ability. He hoped that he could embellish it more beautifully. Among these powerful beings, there were also some ferocious beasts, such as attacking at night, white-haired zombies that liked to drink blood, giants that only attacked during the day and loved to eat good food. There were more than a dozen of these Rubik's Cube creatures, and they were of different levels. Of course, the last giant who loved to eat good food was naturally Su Ji's mirror image. He had also snuck into the group of world bosses and took the opportunity to eat them. His original intention of establishing the food industry was to make an unprecedented attempt. He only had one goal. This was an alternative minor transcendent world. They hoped that they would evolve into a species with potential that was both powerful and delicious. This way, not only would it bring about the power of the death of experts, it would be comparable to a mass extinction. It would also be delicious, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Who knew that all the arrangements he had put in so much effort to make would be gone the moment they appeared? This group of people's sneaky thinking was beyond imagination. How could he not be angry? Fei. Chang. Qi. Su Ji's head was full of bumps as he read on. They spent money. They moved bricks and sold them for money. There was a bug in their level. They would hide and farm. Then what's the point of creating the lava summer turtle and the rain miracle dragon that I've worked so hard to create? Looking at the fortress wall that they had built, it was like a self-made novice village in an online game. It was in good order and turned into another closed wizard community. The outer wall was smashed into pieces in an instant. Shut-ins, go out and become food hunters. Experience the 4 seasons and explore the world. Boom! The wall collapsed instantly. Bang! The giant quickly smashed through the wall and stomped on the house. The ground cracked and dust rose. This giant looks so angry. Bicker's wall has been broken. The food giant is invading. There are monsters attacking cities in this food industry? Damn producer, get out here, you animal! Brutal and inhumane. Delicious cabbages, pigs, and dolphins, black cows, and all kinds of delicacies ran wildly. It was like a fantasy story. The giant was carrying a huge grey vine basket on his back. He bent over continuously, picking them up one by one as if he was picking mushrooms, and throwing them into the basket frame on his back. You have died. A series of notifications rang out, and many people's screens turned black. They were instantly filled with grief. So we're really good food. Someone's coming to eat us. Ha 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 ha. On this day, the food ingredients inside the high wall finally remembered the fear of being dominated by humans. Go and grab that big cabbage that can run. It's tender and juicy, don't grab me. I haven't taken a bath for a month. Ha ha ha. I, brother octopus, have many legs. I just need to run faster than you guys. Some people shouted, and they ran. Don't come and eat me. I've already spent more than 100,000 life coins. There were also delicious food species with big bellies. It was obvious that they had eaten so much that they could not run anymore. They quickly shivered and lay on the ground, pretending to be dead. They kept foaming at the mouth and mumbling, planning Team Daddy. You guys know, I've already paid for it. This boss must have a setting that doesn't eat corpses. Suji casually picked up the ingredient and threw it into the basket. Dead body? Wah-ah! The screams grew louder. Heavens! He's even picking up corpses. As expected, this lousy game producer is not like those coquettish outside. Seeing that we're hiding and not learning how to cook, they're coming to kill us. In an instant, the screams from the crowd became even more tragic, and the pigs' cries continued. That day, it was as if a catastrophe had befallen them. More than half of the fortress that they had painstakingly built had been destroyed. Ta-ta-ta! The houses were collapsing, the Chinese restaurant was destroyed, and Xylan was running away. However, she was only a chef after all. She was quickly caught by the giant. However, the giant only looked at her with a flickering expression. He did not crush her to death. Instead, he took a bite of the dish that she had already cooked. He revealed a satisfied expression and then threw her into the basket. Eh? I didn't die. Xylan's eyes widened. Soon, more than half of the fortress was destroyed. The giant picked up a bunch of the old, weak, sick, and disabled who ran the slowest and threw them into the basket. Only when it was full did he return with a full load and slowly turned around to leave. Behind him, there were broken walls and ruins. Xylan hid in a pile of corpses in a basket and shivered. After the giant left, she walked for more than half a day, passing through the dense forest and arriving at an unprecedented area. She found a huge thatched house in front of a lake. When she entered the room, she saw simple wooden tables, wooden chairs, and all kinds of ancient decorations. A hidden storyline. Xylan's eyes brightened and her breathing became rapid. However, her happy expression gradually froze because she soon realized that the person outside the house was chopping firewood and preparing to cook. I'm going to be eliminated too. She trembled in fear and curled up in the basket, unable to climb up. I have to think of a way to save my life. Chapter 294, The Beast Tide. Xylan was extremely anxious. The large furniture and all kinds of huge chairs gave her a magical feeling. They were too mysterious, and the game was too fun. He could also eat delicious food, his 5 senses were completely real, and he could have a second life. He didn't want to die so suddenly. She suddenly thought of something and her eyes lit up. She lowered her head and looked at her basket full of ingredients. She took out the bone knife that she carried with her. Brothers, you all died so miserably. I can only bury you. In a short while, the firewood was split and the fire was set. The giant returned to the basket and saw a strange slime creature. This mud monster prostrated on the ground like an ancient tribe native, kneeling and worshipping a god. He held the processed food and pointed at the fire, wanting to say, "Big brother, I'll help you cook." However, he was a little confused. They didn't understand each other. How could he explain what he meant? That's right. His tone and actions. Although there was a language barrier, his tone and actions could express his thoughts. But what tone should he use? She suddenly looked at the farmer giant with flirtatious expression, then pointed to the fire and bowed, revealing an expression that was uglier than crying. Taejun, I. Help me with the cooking, great. The farmer seemed to be intelligent. He understood her hand gesture and nodded. Sure enough, tone is useful. Stupid human, you don't know what kind of fatal mistake you have made. Today I will kneel and worship you, and another day I will send you to the anvil. She was overjoyed and secretly proud of her cleverness. However, she carefully went up to roast the meat. From time to time, she would look back at the giant and find that he was waving his fist at a towering tree, as if he was practicing martial arts. But soon, the entire forest was filled with the fragrance of delicious food. At this moment, the internet was full of complaints. You've lost your morals. It's all your fault for reproducing one after another and then eating your own children. The heavens can't tolerate this and triggered the monsters to attack the city. Clenched teeth. The consequences of not liking cooking. I've already been eliminated. Crying. Cool, cool. From today on, it will become a delicacy. Part of it will be fried raw, and part of it will be fried. It will be very quiet and very proud, tears. A group of people were calculating the death count. More than 600 players had died in the previous wave. It was a heavy loss, and they had not been prepared. Some people even speculated that if the giant boss hadn't only gathered ingredients and left with a basket full of them, they would have been wiped out. We don't dare to stay in the gathering place anymore. We're afraid that the giant will come back to eat again after he's full. Clenched teeth. As expected, the food industry must have a similar worldview. They don't allow us to live like salted fish. We've built colonies to stay together for warmth and farm like crazy. Since we are bound to be attacked by large creatures when we live in groups, we can only be real food hunters and travel around the world. Anyone want to form a party? The three big bosses of the finals, Noob 052, UN King Hua, and Kexi, please carry me. At this moment, many people thought of those three. If there was anyone who had the highest survival rate and lived the best life, it would be the three of them. Soon, they pulled themselves together and cleaned up the ruins of the village. Now was not the time to think about other things. They had to find a way to move their position and survive. One by one, they picked up their luggage and set off on their journey. However, it didn't take long for a shocking post to be posted. I'm the only player who survived. I've taken a photo of the giant boss's lair. Hello, everyone. I am befallen. I've already spent more than 2 days in the giant's home. I've become his chef and I'm helping him cook. I'm not going to blabber on, so I'll take a screenshot. Screenshots. 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 The screenshots were sent out. They showed the surroundings of the giant's house and an enlarged version of the furniture inside the house. There were wooden tables, chairs, and beds. You were actually turned into a monster chef by the boss, and you're only able to survive by cooking for him? Everyone was shocked. He only eats 1 meal a day, said Bibi. Everyone was instantly overjoyed. This job was so boring. Moreover, he could also take the opportunity to eat it. With such a big boss looking for ingredients, wouldn't he be able to advance in minutes? This time, he had triggered the hidden plot and encountered good fortune. He was sure to succeed. However, this person was on the verge of breaking down. Yes, yes. He only eats 1 meal a day, but the dishes for that meal require a large bathtub. That's right, it's not a bathtub for our size, but his bathtub that's over 100 meters long. What's that equivalent to? It's equivalent to 200 square meters. Everyone was speechless. He had thought that the boss had a big body, but its appetite was like a bottomless pit. I've already become a tragic tool, befallen said, roasting tens of skewers at the same time, constantly turning them back and forth, roasting them for over 10 hours a day. Everyone could feel her bitterness, which was worse than death. Then, something even more tragic happened. She said. Everyone was stunned. Could it be worse than this? He's starting to complain that I'm slow at cooking and he wants me to teach him how to cook, she continued. Isn't that good? You'll be free then. However, Xylan almost cried. She had thought that things would change in the future. But she was in despair. If teach him, I won't be of any use. I'll probably be cooked by him. I'm studying hard now to study new dishes and become a more powerful chef so that my cooking skills can improve faster than his learning speed. After all, he's learning very slowly because he spends most of his time training his body and fighting wild beasts. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This boss was poisonous. This was like boiling a frog in warm water, and the girl was about to cry. Xylan said, it's obvious that his style is primitive. He can't communicate with language. Other than eating, he practices martial arts and fights with monsters every day. He's very barbaric. Everyone instantly felt that this person was already living a life worse than death. At this moment, the cute girl ran out again and laughed. Little Aunt Liang, are you learning from my disciple? As long as I push the 9 revolutions mysterious art fast enough, Dichi will not be able to catch up with me. As long as there was a lively place, there would be this salted fish. Xylan completely broke down. Big bosses, please help. Although he had a large body, he was only at the 4th rank. When we have a tier 4 powerhouse, let's fight the boss. Let's work together from the inside and kill him. Right, wait for us to cultivate, then we'll kill him. This giant should also be a gourmet creature. Its meat must be delicious. Defeat the dragon and save our beautiful chef. Everyone's eyes lit up and they were filled with courage. A heated discussion began on the internet, and they began to study strategies. From the descriptions, they revealed a lot of information. Perhaps there was more than one such powerful monster. Otherwise, this primitive man wouldn't need to train his body every day. It was obvious that there was an existence stronger than him that was threatening his life. As they were discussing, Su Ji was sitting at the dining table with a very calm expression. La la la. Steaming hot dishes slowly appeared before his eyes, emitting a mesmerizing fragrance. Although it wasn't big, it was extremely exquisite. Bai Xiasheng's mirror image was used to learn knowledge, and the second mirror image in front of him was also used to learn knowledge. However, it was used to learn combat knowledge. One studied literature, the other practiced martial arts. After all, it was useless to have a high level of knowledge. One had to increase their combat experience. After all, without actual combat ability, even if they were on par with each other in strength, they would die instantly when they encountered old monsters with heaven-defying combat experience like Dichi and Medusa. This clone had learned it through constant battle as the beginning. And the targets were the players. Of course, the mirror image was also learning the culinary knowledge of the culinary world at this time, becoming an excellent chef. It would cook for itself as a way to send out delicious food. Su Ji sat in front of the dining table with a calm expression. He chewed on the food that was constantly being served, and he was as elegant as a gentleman in a black suit. The time inside is 1 day and 1 year. But under such circumstances, I reckon that most ordinary people will not be able to live for long. However, new people are constantly being replenished because of the competition. There are 12 months in a year when the giants attack the city. They can attack 3 times a year, once every 4 months. It gives them a sense of urgency and also trains the combat ability of my mirror image. He continued to ponder and finally spoke slowly, setting the rules of this world. God said that there must be a beast tide in the world of gourmet. 3 attacks a year, 3 meals a day. Chapter 295, Perfect. The Night of the Heavenly Witch. It gradually turned dark, and the sandbox in the orchard welcomed night again. Outside the window at the back of Su Ji's living room, there was a small town with exquisite, super small European architecture. The streets and people were in a hurry, bringing with them dust and wind. The air seemed to be suppressed by the darkness, making it hard for people to breathe. The night wind also gradually blew. 50 years of night and day symbolized the inauspiciousness of the world. Many people could not help but quickly return home. The war has begun. That world? This is unimaginable. Heavens! There was day and night every day? How was that possible? I can't believe there's such a beautiful world out there. They don't deserve such a beautiful world. In our world, after hundreds of years, the wind is getting stronger and colder, as if the end of the world is coming. In the tavern of the goddess of the night, professionals in cloaks and dark brown clothes were drinking ale, watching the hot dance of sexy girls, playing Gwent cards, and chatting. Even some white-robed high priests were drinking. It's always so noisy outside the window when it's dark. Can't I eat? Su Ji was chewing on his food in the living room. His calm expression made it seem as if he was saying that the couple downstairs had made too much of a move. But it's true that it's getting colder and colder. It's already been a month and a half since I opened the sandbox in autumn. Looking at the time, it's almost winter, right? He looked at the calendar. Winter was coming in Tongcheng, and he had to put on a coat. He was already an expert, so his hearing was too far away. In fact, due to the terrifying flow of time, their voices overlapped, making them sound like a group of flies buzzing. He closed his ears and continued to eat in the room, thinking about the matter at hand. This super small food world is really a rising star. Now that their gathering place has been scattered, a group of food hunters, who are both food hunters and food captives, can start to be self-reliant. They can go out to explore the world, research food, and advance into species with potential for food. Didn't they want to play online games? To level up by killing monsters? It was time to satisfy their desires. Although it was extremely real and so hardcore that it made people's scalps numb, after all, reality was not a game. Most people would find it difficult to survive in such a difficult jungle environment. Not everyone was like a shell master, who could eat anything with a crunchy sound. Furthermore, there were all kinds of level 1 and level 2 gourmet creatures, who would treat them as delicacies and hunt each other. But it was not a problem even if they all died. There would be more coming in for the next tournament. After all, due to the time flow problem in the wizard community, they had decided to hold a tournament every week. Now, he just had to wait for them to develop quietly and see what changes would happen. Civilization needed time to develop. This matter had only just begun, and he could indeed let it go for now. As he thought about it, he finished tonight's dinner. This was an unprecedented feast of food, and he was indescribably happy. Good food was a very important part of life. The happiness he was enjoying now was even greater than that of the other extraordinary worlds. He had opened up a new system and advanced a civilization that he had been looking forward to. The purpose of creating worlds and developing civilizations was to become stronger, but in essence, wasn't becoming stronger for the sake of living a better life? The world of gourmet had been established, and now there were only 2 words, comfortable. It was very fresh. In the future, he would have a world as his own kitchen. He would be able to eat all kinds of brand new, delicious, and special dishes for every meal. It was simply the highest dream of a foodie. As for the Phoenix Spirit tea that he had just finished, I'm sorry. He already had something better now. He could finally no longer hold grudges and think of ways to court Phoenix again. He threw the clothes he had changed out of into the washing machine, stirred them, and then went to take a shower. The water splashed down, and he silently sensed his body. Ha! Ha ha ha! A man was practicing martial arts in the dense forest. His blood was boiling and he was in full swing. At this moment, he was forging the combat abilities of the ancestral wizard system. He had suppressed his realm and was fighting with the wild beasts in the forest at the same level. His face was expressionless, as if he had no emotions or desires. He was just practicing combat robotically. It was precisely because he had no emotions that every training movement was extremely precise and repetitive, turning into muscle memory of the battle. However, this was only the appearance. His moves were empty. Next, he looked for a wild beast to fight. His melee combat skills in actual combat were very rough, and he was a novice. It was difficult for him to use them flexibly. After all, Su Ji had always been practicing the wizard system, and he was a mage. Hwalala. 1 day, 2 days. Life in the jungle was unusually boring. Injury, recovery, injury, recovery. In the huge house, there was a slime that was raised. It was already used to lying on his head. Battle maniac, do you know how to talk? Let me teach you. She tried to communicate with this strange giant creature, trying to convince it to turn it into her own combat power. This way, she could do whatever she wanted. However, he had obviously made the wrong decision. Although the mirror image had intelligence, it was only a tool and could not be bewitched. A person without emotions and desires would not be moved. Do you have any other clansmen? There was no sound. The giant's hair had been delicately tied into small braids and then coiled into a ball. Branches were used as a frame, turning it into a blackbird's nest. Slime made the ceiling, windows, and door, just like a small house. Hey, hey, do you want to find a woman? Slime twisted his waist, and the mud piled up with difficulty. He tried to twist it into the shape of a beautiful woman, but just as he stretched out a human figure, it turned back into mud with a puff. Damn it! There are also things that I can't change into. Arg! She was completely driven mad and felt like she was on the verge of a breakdown. By the way, do you want to learn cooking tonight? She regained her composure and mumbled. This giant was a battle maniac. He killed people crazily, which resulted in a lot of food for her to practice on. As a true cooking enthusiast, her level naturally rose very quickly. Ta ta ta! The giant ran quickly, its huge body attracting a large wolf pack, forming a dark mass. You're asking for death. I can save you if you die, but I can't die. The chef, who was lying on his scalp, shouted, "We are luring so many monsters at once. Kite them, quickly!" Hwalala! The shower continued to spray water, making a staff. When he saw this scene in the middle of his bath, Su Ji laughed carefreely, thinking that he was just watching for fun. Catching a player here is like stirring up a hornet's nest. Sooner or later, someone will come and save the damsel in distress. He walked out with a white towel draped over his shoulders and his upper body bare. His body was slender and muscular, but his expression was calm. "In front of me, the matter of the wizard community's final competition has been settled for the time being by opening up the food industry. I've dealt with those troublesome players, and it's considered opening up a bigger free sandbox. I've also completed my merit and completely perfected the structure of my orchard. However, things on the other side haven't stopped. The Magus world and the ancient primordial world have completely connected." He lay down on the large, comfortable white bed, covered himself with a blanket, turned off the lamp on the table, and sensed the sandbox world on the other side, have to go in. He thought. Perhaps, in the future, the surface and the underground world will merge completely. Chapter 296, Metaphysics, Floating Life. The Great Zhou Dynasty, Year 345. The mortal Lu Wenjian broke through the heavenly emperor realm and became an unrivaled emperor that suppressed the world. This was the era of Mount Shu. In less than 10 years, sword immortals gradually appeared in the world. They rode on clouds and mist, flew in the sky, turned into streams of light, and killed demons and devils, saved local plagues, eliminated evil spirits, and killed zombies. The Great Zhou Dynasty, Year 351. The Great Zhou Dynasty was at its peak, and the Dragon Vein system was complete. The Confucians gathered the power of will to cultivate the way of Confucius. The great Confucians and scholars wrote poems and articles, which became popular among the people. The wider the range of their praises, the more power of will they gathered. This was an empire that was filled with culture and could shock the heavens and earth. There were many imperial examinations in the Great Zhou Dynasty, and they placed great emphasis on the literary world over the martial arts world. It was an honor to be able to get through the imperial examinations. Gradually, there were hundreds of schools of thought and various schools of thought. The Confucian masters could shock the heavens and earth with their literary arts and attract the wind and thunder. With their official positions, they were filled with righteousness and could scold ghosts and gods with a shout. At the beginning of March, the current top scholar of the imperial court, Wang An, sailed on the Peach River in high spirits. He recited poems with his friends and wrote the story of paradise in a half-drunk state. In the book, it was written that the paradise was aloof from worldly affairs, making people look forward to it. It was spread all over the country, and countless people were familiar with it. They prayed and recited. As the days passed, not only did Wang An's cultivation level gradually decline, but heaven and earth phenomenons also gradually condensed in the mansion, forming a hazy paradise. There were villages in the cracks of the mountains and rivers, and there were lifelike people farming and herding livestock. The wish power of all living beings came through the dragon vein and condensed an illusory world in the book on the mansion of the great scholar who created the poems. Unbelievable. This was. I'm thinking, so I'm here. Beijing was in an uproar. All the scholars in the world were shocked. Many talented scholars heard the news and came to Wang An's mansion. They entered the paradise and found that it was like a real person inside. They could communicate with each other, just like the characters of the people in the Peach Blossom Village in the books. They didn't even know that they were fake. Writing stunning articles and the prayers of the people could gather the world in his own book? The mystery of the way of Confucius was beyond everyone's imagination. The 100 schools of Confucianism had never been so proud before. Although they had risen up before, they were still behind the sword immortal and martial arts. But now that they saw this phenomenon with their own eyes, they felt an indescribable pride in their hearts. A student came to ask for guidance. Wang An usually spent most of his time half-drunk at his wedding. He laughed in his drunken state, a world in a book, a floating life in a tree. He didn't say anything more. The disciple seemed to have gained some enlightenment and said to the other disciples, "Some things don't exist. When more people believe in them, they will exist." It was too profound. Everyone thought hard and gradually had some ideas. All living beings believe what is true, and what is false becomes true. This was the beauty of the path of incense. It's rare for the brush and ink to fall on the chapter. Someone exclaimed in admiration. The Great Zhou dynasty was at its peak. It cultivated the way of Confucius, established the dragon bloodline, established official positions, and cultivated the incense of all living beings. This bloodline had infinite possibilities. The next day, the Prime Minister of the Imperial Court, Hu Renong, heard of this interesting matter in his mansion and announced it to the world. Some people will die, but when there are many people who miss them, they will live in other people's hearts. This is the ultimate path of the Confucian sect that I have speculated undying, imperishable, and eternal in the world. I think, so I'm here. These words were too profound. Metaphysics was idealism. All the scholars and literati in the world continued to comprehend and seemed to have gained enlightenment, gradually spreading their understanding. One book, one world. It was the highest level of the way of Confucius. Writing a stunning essay would gather the thoughts and wishes of all living beings, forming a world in the book under one's own brush and ink. Perhaps this was the domain of the way of Confucius, and it could attack the enemy. However, it was not easy to form. Moreover, a world that was too powerful would require too much wish power. Only the ordinary villages in the story of paradise could easily gather and condense it. I think, so I'm here. It was the ultimate Confucian path. The thoughts of all living beings gathered to form the characters in the book. Then after his death, he would be like the characters in the book, carving the hearts of all living beings and returning because of their thoughts. In this way, he could truly be immortal. The stronger one's cultivation was, the more power of will they needed to gather. Thoughtless is why I am was the peak of the literary realm, the highest glory. It was a realm that thousands of scholars could only look up to. In this world, people who could reach this realm were perhaps as rare as phoenix feathers and Kylin horns. In the history of the current dynasty, the scholarly saints and Confucian gods had great merit, great talent, and opened up an era. That was why they were mourned by all living beings and were immortal. That was why they were reborn and entered the undying and imperishable ultimate realm. The way of literature and Confucianism is based on the longing of the people. Without the people, there will be no Confucianism. As long as the people lived and the dynasty was not destroyed, the power of will gathered from the thoughts would not be cut off. The saints that belonged to that dynasty would not die and would not be destroyed, returning as heroic spirits. During an exchange between the directorates, a student praised him, but he hesitated and said with confusion, "The Prime Minister has actually reached such an extreme realm in his divination more than 10 years ago. It's admirable, but he's already dead. He's just a corpse in the grave." He who had gathered all living beings was like a small heavenly Deo that stood above the dynasty. Even if his memories, thoughts, and talents were all his own self, how could he prove that he was his true self? And not another me who looks like me. This was a problem that troubled countless people. I'm already dead. The me who gathered the wishes of all living beings, even if I have my character and talent, is it really me? Thinking about it carefully, he was terrified. Are you trying to ask, how can I prove that I am me? Then what's your opinion? The me who thinks that I think, so I am, is it the real me or a fake me? The student hesitated, and his expression showed that he was struggling. Regardless of whether it was true or false, the various schools of thought seemed to have their reasons and evidence. Lord Prime Minister, please point out the wrong path for all the Confucians in the world. Many of the disciples spoke. Hu Reneng stood at a high point and slowly spoke. His voice wasn't loud, but it was like thunder that shook his heart. If you believe it's me, then it's me. If you don't believe it, then it's not me. It depends on the will of all living beings and also depends on yourself. As he spoke, countless people were suddenly enlightened and their minds were hit by the shock. The power of the will of all living beings gathered, and if they believed that he was their true self, they would be their true self? If the masses don't believe that I'm not the true me, then I'm not the true me? Depends on the people? To make a decision based on one's heart? Reality was not reality, but using one's heart to influence reality? Countless people were shocked. In the end, Hu Reneng used Wang An's words. Some things don't exist at the beginning. When more people believe in it, it will exist. One of the students slowly stood up and asked again, if that's the case, Prime Minister, do you think that your achievements in the present world will only allow you to enter the ultimate realm of Confucianism after your death? His question was a little provocative, as if he was deliberately targeting her. Don't need to think, it's the people who think, Hu Reneng said with smile. The white-haired old man put his hands behind his back and smiled faintly. After I die, I will be buried in heaven and earth, and a wordless monument will be erected. All the things that happened in my life were biased and unfair. After my death, I will leave them for future generations to judge. Hu Renong continued. This is not something I can decide. If all living beings truly acknowledge me, I will naturally come back to life. If no one thinks of me, I will not be. What is death? When people forget about him in history, it's true death. His voice was calm and thunderous. Countless people's expressions changed. The current Prime Minister, Hu Renong, had entered the state of Confucianism in the past few years. He had entered an incredible state. The entire capital was in shock. The next day, the Hu's Minister of Agriculture reported to the Emperor that Wang An was a world-shaking genius and could establish a school of the nation where Wang An could offer wine to the nation's son. With the help of the story of paradise, Wang An instantly became an important official of the imperial court. At this point, the path of Confucianism was completely perfected. On this day, when Hu Renong was giving a lecture to the imperial court's students, someone couldn't help but ask, the farmer and woman in the origin of the peach blossom were like real people. They didn't know that they were characters in the book and were just illusions. How can we prove that we are not illusionary characters living in the books in another place? Hu Renong had never encountered a problem that was difficult to solve, but he was hesitating. He hesitated for a long time. Suddenly, he held the black book in his hand and looked at the faint sky outside the window. How can we prove that we are not playthings created by other creatures? I don't know. Perhaps our lives are an illusion. Our 1,000 years of civilization are just people and other creatures' dreams. The white-haired old man murmured. Suddenly, he understood and laughed. What joy is there in getting it? What was there to worry about? Seeing Rong Hua blink so fast, it's like a dream in life. Boom! His words were like a bolt of lightning on a clear day. The wind blew and the clouds surged. Heaven and earth changed color. There seemed to be a roaring golden dragon of national fortune gathering in the vast dragon veins, soaring into the sky and opening the gate of heaven. On this day, the entire capital city was shaken by the Dao lecture. The entire world believed in it. During this period, discussions were like tides, and faith was like a surging river that surged from the dragon vein. Hu Renong's reputation grew even more, and he finally entered the heavenly emperor realm. Chapter 297, Encounter. Gilu. The 2 rows of wheels rolled as the carriage moved forward on the muddy road. An old man in white was riding a horse carriage to the south of the pugilistic world. It was a place that the imperial court couldn't reach, the land of Shu. This period of time was recorded in history. The Prime Minister, Hu Renong, had entered the capital as the Prime Minister because of an imperial edict. He had ruled the world for more than 20 years and was busy with matters. He had never left the capital. During this period, the Nanzhao kingdom was established and a mortal celestial emperor was born. Countless major events had happened. This was the first time in many years that he had left the capital. He would not return this time. At this moment, he looked at the scenery outside the curtain of the carriage. His eyes were filled with reminiscence as he recalled everything that had happened back then. He followed the scholar and wandered around. He used the heavens as his blanket and the earth as his mat. Those difficult and carefree days were perhaps the worst years of his life. I've finally taken this step. If life is really a rotten dream. Now that I'm happy, it's time for my nightmare. He looked tired and sighed. He slowly closed his old eyes and said, I'm thinking, so I'm here? This time, I might die. Will the world really remember me? Death. That is the ultimate fear of all living things in the world. This time, he was going to meet the most terrifying ancient existence in the outer realm. That existence had always been protecting his teacher, wandering know-it-all, reading books by his side, traveling all over the world, and enjoying the scenery of the pugilistic world. However, was it really just to see the scenery of the martial world? That existence had already gone to see the martial Dao Duanqinyu and the sword Dao Wen Liujian. He was waiting for the last hymn of the Confucian Dao. She was too old and time had no meaning to her. She was also open-minded enough. She was waiting for a chance encounter with herself. They had waited for him for more than 20 years, delayed for more than 20 years, and suppressed the idea of invading this world just to wait for him, to wait for his great Zhou dynasty to enter its peak. Today, I'm here. Shu Land, night. White Cloud City was located in the southern part of the Shu lands. Every Mid-Autumn festival, there were many lively festivals and an endless stream of tourists. It was so prosperous that small streets with lanterns hung everywhere. The river next to it had a floating boat suspended in it, and the lights were brightly lit. It was the Mid-Autumn festival again. Mooncake, the best 5-kernel mooncake. It's so hot and scalding my hands. Osman thus cake, freshly baked Osman thus cake. It has been passed down since ancient times. The beautiful legend of the laurel tree, does everyone remember? Let's get on the flower boat and guess the riddles. Meng Mei walked along the streets and looked at the bustling stalls around her. She gritted her teeth and said, "Damn it, the 5-kernel mooncake, this kind of anti-human mooncake, was created in the end. It's the Mid-Autumn festival again. It's rare to do as the Romans do." Medusa was very calm. She pulled the rope and walked down the street, holding the hand of a scholar who was reading a book behind her. "I heard that it's very effective to put lanterns in the river and make wishes. I wonder if it's true?" The little fox Hu Hai Han said. "Let's give it a try," Meng Mei said. The few of them bought a few small lanterns from a small lantern stall. They went to the river, wrote a note, and put the lanterns into the water. What Meng Mei wrote was naturally that she hoped she could become a saint and lie down happily. Then, she would take the opportunity to peek at the two people beside her. His disciple. "I hope everyone will live well and be safe. This one's also a salted fish, as expected of my disciple." Medusa's words seemed to be more casual, as she only said 4 words. "They're all mine." Meng Mei's face was bitter. What did this person mean? Such a mystical mystery? No wonder he peeked at her. Perhaps he had to go online and ask the netizens for help to study the psychology of this origin demon god. On the street, a horse carriage slowly approached. An old man slowly walked out of the carriage. He looked around and saw the bustling riverside streets with lanterns hanging everywhere. People were coming and going in an endless stream. Among them, a woman with black hair in a ponytail was the most eye-catching. "You're the last one. You're finally here," the woman said with a smile. She had a black ponytail and was wearing a black cheongsam-like dress. She looked exquisite and elegant. One could see a pair of ivory-like slender and delicate legs from the skirt. It had a very ancient oriental charm. Her skin was fair and there were white jade earrings hanging on both sides like crescent moons. Hu Reneng praised. No one would have guessed that this was the supreme demon god of the demon world, the origin of all demons, the demon god Medusa, who was known as the supreme and vast existence that one could not listen to or look at directly. The few of them slowly sat down from the roadside stall and called for the waiter to bring some barbecue and a few pots of wine. "In truth, I really admire you, Hu Reneng." Medusa poured herself a glass of wine and took a small sip. She then slowly poured another glass for the scholar beside her and handed him the barbecue. Su Ji, on the other hand, took it very indifferently. He held the book in his hands and ate it at the same time. After all, wandering know-it-all also needed to eat normally. This was very normal and would not attract any attention. The taste is not bad. Su Ji was very satisfied. He ate the barbecue very calmly and listened to the exchange between the two sides. However, he was thinking in his heart that the culinary world had just been opened and still needed to improve in order to catch up with the ancient primordial world, which had developed for hundreds of years. "Are you finally ready, Confucius Wei?" Medusa sipped her wine and said calmly, "The longer I stay in this world, the happier I feel. This is a fertile land with an extremely superior living environment. The sun is bright, and your 24 solar terms, various wonderful festivals, temple fairs, and sunrise and sunsets are all unimaginable to us. In my hometown, which is what you call the devil world, do you know what color it is? It was a desolate and silent world with little life. 50 years of day and 50 years of night. Most ordinary creatures only had a lifespan of 30 years. They had never seen the sun or the night in their entire lives. It was the greatest happiness to have a day divided between day and night. In our world, the only festival is the night of the heavenly witch, Arthas. However, it symbolizes the night of impurity, darkness, fear, and misfortune. It needs to be prayed, and the living would hide at home and not go out. Your world's spring festival and mid-autumn festival are truly something I look forward to." Hu Reneng quietly listened to the story as if it was a casual conversation between a friend about his hometown. However, he clearly understood that this was the reason why this demon god had secretly descended into this world. War was inevitable. Medusa laughed. Especially now. The temperature in our world has been dropping rapidly for the past few hundred years. Our strong people have traveled the entire world, mountains, rivers, and the edge of the world, but they cannot find the reason for the change in our world's environment. The temperature is getting lower and lower. The air in the various magic potion kingdoms was tightened, making it hard for people to breathe. Was our world going to be destroyed? No one knew. Perhaps, in this world that is about to become a world of ice and snow, it will be difficult for living creatures to live. We must find a way out. Suji held the book in his hand and was very calm. He held the barbecue in his hand and listened to the official declaration of war that had triggered the World War. This was about to enter the annals of history. He didn't want to interfere. He was just an observer, calmly watching history advance towards the unknown future. Although he knew that winter in Tongcheng was relatively cold, it was in the south. It didn't snow, and the winter temperature was only a few degrees. However, for the sorcerer world, the drop in temperature was unprecedented. It was unknown and terrifying, and the world might be destroyed. Medusa continued to speak. She took a sip of wine and opened her red lips to eat the roasted fish. 10 years ago, I had the confidence to break through and could officially start the attack on this world, but I did not break through. Instead, I waited. I waited for you for another 10 years. Do you know why? I'm waiting for you to become stronger. Otherwise, you'll be too weak to resist the invasion of our world. Because it's wrong to invade, and I'm very ashamed. I can only make it up to you by making us equal opponents and killing each other to start a contest. After all, everyone has the right to choose their own survival. The white-haired old man, Hu Renong, could not help but look at Medusa, at this beautiful girl. As the current prime minister, it was hard for him to imagine that the great ancient existence who had descended to this world, the magnanimous demon god of origin, did not seem to be evil. Instead, she was very kind. Moreover, she seemed to be guilty of invading this world and had her own difficulties. The cute girl beside him was speechless. I believed you. If I didn't know you before, I would have really been fooled by your words. You're clearly hiding it from Ermin to delay the invasion, waiting for the other side to become stronger, and then waiting for a fight to be evenly matched. You're a battle maniac. Pity the other party and not want the other party to die? The cute girl's face darkened. There were now 2 publicly acknowledged villains, a man and a woman, Medusa and Dichi. Medusa was far more dangerous than Emperor Qi. Emperor Qi basically never killed anyone personally, while Medusa had killed countless people. She was the #1 supervillain in history. He was the least qualified to say such beautiful words. Chapter 298, The Invasion of the Demonic World. The cute girl was heartbroken. As expected of the most brutal villain, smart and cunning, and still able to label himself as a kind person. Her heart couldn't stop sinking. Also, what's the situation with the Magus world now? We haven't been in contact with it for too long. Is it really in danger of being destroyed? The world is on the verge of destruction, and the temperature has been dropping rapidly for hundreds of years. I'm afraid it's true. Otherwise, Medusa would go crazy, but Ermin would not agree to start a war, right? The weather is getting cold? The Ice Age has arrived? Medusa had never revealed these things before, but now that she had heard them, she was already thinking about it. Perhaps she had to find a way to get help from the outside network and find a way to interfere and change this war. This Gu Yang's mind is full of little thoughts, her eyes can't stop turning. Suji, however, took the cute girl in his eyes. He was very calm. He sat at the barbecue table by the river that no one knew but was changing the world. He ate silently as if he was a bystander, listening to the friendly conversation between the 2 sides. He had no intention of interfering in this planar world war. Instead, he sat calmly at the top. Tanghulu, it's Tanghulu. Suddenly, an old artist walked past the stall with a long stick full of candied haws. Boss, I'd like 2. Medusa called out to him. All right. 2 candied haws. The old man shouted. After handing over the money, Medusa picked up one for herself and ate it. She then handed one to the scholar behind her with her hand. Suji, on the other hand, was very calm. He took the candied gourd, read a book, and sat down to eat it calmly, as if the tense and depressing atmosphere in front of him had nothing to do with him. Teacher. Hu Reneng looked at the scholar with a complicated expression. He suddenly sighed. How good would it have been if he didn't let this demon god discover his existence? It was said that this demon god was on the verge of a breakthrough because he had received enlightenment from his teacher. That's what made our world even more dangerous. He had no intention of returning from this trip. Even if he had to pay with his life, he would take his teacher away. He was already a newly advanced heavenly emperor. In the same realm, the other party was just a clone, and the price was his life. He might be able to save her. Medusa's expression was very calm. Your life is very delicate. There are people peddling food on the streets, and the only entertainment in our world is bars. They are rough and simple, and we have lost too much fun. It is very warm here under the sun. There are 4 seasons and day and night. We are here to avoid disaster. Medusa continued, you have already made up your mind to come here. What are you doing here? I'm well aware of that. When Hu Reneng heard this, he was expressionless. The reason why Lu Wenjian is not here is because she is recuperating. After all, as an ordinary person, Duan Qinyu is not here because he has not broken through to the Heavenly Emperor stage. However, he should be breaking through soon. You're the only one who came because you're not afraid of death. You're undying and indestructible. You've come to test my strength and have come with the determination to die. You don't intend to go back. Medusa sighed, as if she had seen through the other party. Not only did you test my background, but you also wanted to work with Green Vine Mother to snatch away your and Wen Liujian's master, wandering know-it-all, from my hands. After all, this existence has taught the two of you and created 2 eras each. He even gave me enlightenment. Of course, he's not willing to fall into my hands. The cute girl was speechless. I didn't. She was sitting at the side eating mooncakes when she suddenly lost her calm. She looked at Hu Reneng in shock. She hadn't expected her disciple to already have such determination. She then looked at Medusa. Medusa's expression was very calm, as if she was already planning to kill her. I'm just a salted fish, and I'm going to have a day like this? Her face was full of sorrow. Only he knew his own suffering. She really didn't want to be idle, but she really didn't have the ability to fight. Fighting required talent. She did not have any fighting talent. Although she was old and experienced, and with the accumulation of training over time, most people were not her match now. Medusa and the other peerless geniuses could beat her at any time. Hu Reneng said calmly, Mother Earth's green vine far surpasses all the celestial emperors in the world. It is only below the heavenly Dao. Its aura is powerful and has the battle strength of more than 10 ordinary celestial emperors. You are not immortal with your true body, so you are far from being its match. Meng Mei sat at the side and ate. She looked as calm as Bai Xiaosheng and had an unfathomable feeling. She even ate the same dishes as him and acted as if they were close brothers. He had stolen so many dragon veins, so was it strange to have the energy of a dozen celestial emperors? How could one become a saint without a huge amount of energy? Medusa smiled and looked at her. I know. Her aura is so strong that it is almost comparable to my original body. As the Mother Earth of this world, her combat power should not be weaker than mine. She has always been one of the opponents I have been looking forward to, but do you think? Don't I have a backup plan? Hu Reneng's expression tightened. Boom! Suddenly, a faint sound came from the dark mountain not far away. There seemed to be a huge totem array floating in the air and carved on the mountain. A vast amount of energy gathered and turned into a huge black flame vortex that slowly rotated. In the name of the original demonic god Medusa. My people! Descend! Medusa slowly opened her mouth and chanted an incantation. Layers of sound waves shook the world, and her long robe fluttered in the wind. The sorcerer world. In the various magic potion countries, the powerhouses, soldiers, and epic emperor professionals all felt the call in the depths of their hearts, and they felt numb all over. On the other side of the ocean, at the gate of the netherworld, a beautiful snake-haired demoness' huge body emerged from the water and slowly rose into the air. She gently stretched out her finger and pointed forward. Boom! An exquisite grey vortex gate appeared. Soon, the black mass of magical beasts that had been tamed for countless years in the mountain range of magical beasts emitted a brutal aura. Their eyes were bright red, and they were driven away by many professionals. They gathered from the gate and piled up like mud, rushing out of the teleportation gate and running out of the earth. This was just the cannon fodder of the vanguard of the war, a species unique to the magic medicine era, a magical beast. The disaster of the magical beasts can destroy many things in that world. Through the spatial door, he could vaguely see many powerful beings, as vast as the ocean. Even higher up were hundreds of ancient epic emperors. Their eyes were cold, and they emitted terrifying energy. At the highest point, there was an indescribable, vast demonic god. It was as if she was a world just by standing there. She was in the shadows, and just looking at her shadow was enough to make a celestial emperor collapse. This is, Hu Reneng's expression changed. They had hundreds of heavenly emperor-level powerhouses. Even though their auras were far inferior to those of the same level, there were simply too many of them. How many heavenly emperors were there in the primordial world? The 9 heavens of the heaven realm had not declined since the West era. It had developed for hundreds of years and produced many celestial emperors. In the 9 heavens, there were a total of 9 celestial emperors. Including himself in the mortal world, there were only 11 celestial emperors in the ancient desolate world. Ah! What's that? Countless people in the city shouted. The crowd instantly surged and ran in another direction. However, this was still the Shu land where the people were intrepid and martial arts had become a norm. The various martial arts sects that were expelled by the Great Zhou dynasty gathered here and were quickly evacuated by swordsman organizations. There were also various swordsmen who went to the mountain range to face the terrifying demonic beasts. All martial arts passages, the moon is full and mid-autumn. Demons are coming into the world. Go and resist. The sword immortals of Shu Dao are ethereal and agile. I'm afraid they'll find out soon and come to our aid. Freak! Don't cause any trouble. Terrifying auras exploded in the city as existences rushed into the sky one after another, but they didn't know that this was only the beginning. The whole street was running at a rapid speed, and soon there was no sign of people. Only a few people were still sitting in the stalls, drinking wine and eating meat. Do you understand now? Medusa smiled and looked at the magical beasts that were surging out. They were the vanguard of the invasion of the world. This is war. The power is increasing gradually. If an existence like Mother Earth were to attack from the start, my true body would be ready to descend at any time. If world-level existences like us were to end up in a battle, the gods of both worlds would not be able to control themselves. They would also end up in a battle. Medusa's words had completely stunned Hu Reneng. Meng Mei's eyes instantly lit up. Why didn't I think of that? Although I was a kitten in tiger skin and could not fight, Medusa did not know that I had successfully restrained her. She was very excited and felt that it was time to brag to the netizens outside that the most powerful violent villain in history was actually afraid of her big cute sister. In this case, both sides are already restraining each other, and it's difficult for Green Vine Mother Earth to make a move. Do you want to fight me? Snatching your teacher away. Medusa smiled and grabbed Wandering Noatal's shoulder. The expression of the white-haired old man, Hu Reneng, also froze. He grabbed Bai Xiaosheng's other shoulder, and it was impossible for him to let go. And NBSP, in fact, in order to save his teacher, Bai Xiaosheng, he had secretly discussed with Lu Wenjian and decided to start the war ahead of schedule. Boom! A terrifying aura suddenly erupted. The two's auras intertwined, and their divine senses converged into a storm. Their divine senses collided madly, but they were extremely exquisite. They deliberately avoided Bai Xiaosheng, who was still reading in the middle, and their faces became cold. They forced the other party to retreat, and then in an instant, they snatched Bai Xiaosheng. This was the battlefield. Su Ji was speechless. He sat in the middle and pulled the 2 heavenly emperors on his shoulders. He felt that they had to be careful not to tear him in half. After all, if they failed and the mirror image was shattered, they would be the ones to suffer. Thinking of this. This meat tastes pretty good. It's chewy. A huge storm swept through the entire city. The roofs collapsed and the streets shattered. In the center of the storm, where the 2 celestial emperors were fighting madly, Su Ji held a book in one hand and ate as he read. He was extremely calm. Chapter 299, Ultimate Technique. Dark clouds rolled in the sky, and heavy air waves spread out. The 2 terrifying heavenly emperor-level existences were fighting madly. The surrounding buildings were blurred, including the ships, lanterns, decorations, tea houses. The entire world turned into a heavy, hazy, and black. Meng Mei had already retreated from the center with the little fox. In the center of the storm, the only thing that was intact was the tea table in the center. The wooden all-knowing scholar was sitting on the chair, eating and holding a book. This kind of power was controlled exquisitely. He wanted to strike his opponent without hurting him. Heavens! In order to snatch Bookworm, the two worlds are going to start a war in advance. Hu Hai Han, the little fox, was shocked. His face was full of disbelief and shock. If the two transcendent worlds were to go to war, he would definitely have to stand in the camp of the ancient primordial world. The battle between the supreme celestial emperors would definitely result in a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Both sides had paid such a huge price just to snatch this bookworm. Meng Mei looked at her own disciple and felt that this guy didn't look like a vixen. Aren't vixens all smart and cunning? Had he protected her too well? Perhaps he had to let her go out and gain experience on her own. However, Meng Mei was also reluctant. She was afraid that the girl she had raised so painstakingly would be secretly taken by some pig. Wouldn't her heart ache to death? That's why I've been taking care of them like they're flowers in a greenhouse. As expected, raising male disciples is like raising wild animals. They can even be thrown out to be beggars, but raising female disciples is like raising a daughter. It's too difficult for me. Flower of Death. Medusa smiled and raised her hand, holding an exquisite black staff in her hand. This sorcerer was extremely elegant, and a dark red beautiful and exquisite flower swirled out. It was many times more exquisite than it was 1,000 years ago. Dao arts and sorcery arts were originally sorcery arts, and there were similarities when they reached a profound level. Medusa's sorcery arts had long reached an extremely profound level, and was even comparable to Emperor Qi's, who had gathered a complete system. Although she was only a clone, her combat strength was terrifying and heaven-defying. The executioner of Great Zhou, the world in the book. Hu Reneng extended his hand, and the scene around him changed. A magnificent palace appeared. Who's down there? Still not going to report your name? Hu Reneng had already put on the Prime Minister's black official robe, and his might was astonishing as he strode forward. In the blink of an eye, he was sitting on a high official position to interrogate the prisoner. There were already hundreds of civil and military officials around him, all of whom were strong. This was the supreme punishment hall of the Great Zhou dynasty. All the important officials of the imperial court were listening to the trials of the execution prison. Medusa was already standing in the court like a prisoner on trial. The current prime minister is here. Why aren't you kneeling? The officials of the imperial court shouted and stood up suddenly. Their Confucian aura was shocking, and it turned into heavy pressure. This was the domain of the great Confucians. He turned the torture chamber in the book world into reality and attacked. The world of books was formed from the prayers of the masses. The Great Zhou's criminal law was created by the Prime Minister Hu Reneng. All the scholars and citizens of the Great Zhou were required to memorize it since they were young. If there was one essay that had been passed down for generations, it would be this book of punishment. You are a Hu farmer. If one's mind isn't stable, one might be frightened by you. Medusa laughed and could not help but praise, is this the way of Confucius? A country's fate, gathering the power of all living beings in the world, is indeed powerful. It has already surpassed the simple use of incense in the Western era. Cultivating all living beings without cultivating one's own body does indeed have infinite possibilities, and it's an extremely terrifying path. Right now, the Great Zhou Imperial Court only has a population of several tens of millions. Billions, tens of billions? The endless joss flames of living beings might be able to materialize the void into reality and evolve the true world in a book. In the Imperial Court, Hu Reneng sat on the high ground without saying a word. Beside him, an official revealed an angry expression and announced the law, the 72nd law of the Great Zhou dynasty. Those who dare to disobey the court and refuse to kneel will be sentenced to 3 to 10 years of punishment. Boom! Chains, shackles, wooden staffs, and iron rods flew through the air. Do you know who I am in the Great Zhou dynasty? You dare to interrogate a demon god from another world. She strode forward and looked at the ministers around her. She was so excited that her face was flushed. She clapped her hands and smiled. You're really bold. This is so interesting, moreover, these torture tools of yours look so cruel, so cruel. Her brutal, bright red aura suddenly spread and soared to the sky. She was extremely arrogant, and her little face was slightly red. Looking at it. Really want to try it? Hu Reneng's scalp went numb. As expected of a demonic god. She's a wizard, so she attacked at close range. The court officials immediately obeyed the order. Close range. She was smiling. She was an old lady who had lived for more than 2,000 years, but she liked to dress like a young girl and still loved to look beautiful. At this moment, she suddenly threw down her wizard staff and 8 arms grew out from her ribs, waving her delicate and white fists. I've been cultivating martial arts since I came to this world. My Thulhu body has already simulated the true body of the wizard ancestor and I've started to cultivate both systems at the same time. Her 8 arms slowly got into a fighting posture and beckoned. Rong Hua's blink is as fast as a dream. You're really a studious scholar. I like it. I like it very much. I'd rather beat you to death and smash you into meat paste with my fists. Boom. She waved her 8 arms, and in an instant, her battle techniques were unparalleled. Her 8 arms turned into fists, palms, and fingers, and all the ministers in the book world were smashed into bloody red. The cute girl was speechless. Su Ji was speechless. He looked at Medusa, who was waving her 8 arms wildly and smashing people in high spirits, and was shocked on the spot. You've changed. You're the last of the traditional wizards. You threw away your staff and used your fists to hit people? Look at little Phoenix, she was also a cultivator of both Dao and body, cultivating the true body of Pangu. She abandoned her 8 arms and felt that they were too ugly, so she didn't take the path of close combat. In the end, you, a sorcerer, were so interested in learning this thing? Fortunately, this Magus still had the aesthetic sense. His 8 arms could be considered as an exotic beauty, and there were no bulging muscles, turning him into a muscular Magus. Otherwise, it would really be an eyesore. Sure enough, this one is really romantic. Su Ji sat in the middle with a speechless look on his face as he watched the 2 top celestial emperors fight. One after another, energy vortexes that made one gasp in admiration spun and exploded, then circled around his body. After all, he was only at the 6th step. How big was the difference between a single level? Anyone below the Heavenly Emperor level could be killed with a casual strike. At this very moment, Su Ji was watching the battle between the 2 Heavenly Emperors in his sandbox. To him, this was a huge and rare opportunity. After all, his actual realm was only at the 6th tier. This is a collision between 2 major systems. Su Ji's gaze was lowered as he sat in the middle, silently sensing the 2 celestial emperors who were fighting madly and constantly experiencing the flow of their power. Chapter 300, The Path to Grade 9. Boom! A transparent storm swirled around him. It was as if he was in an independent space-time and was not attacked. He was now at level 6, and his future goal was to become a level 7 Heavenly Emperor. The next step would no longer be purely about stacking energy and breaking through by relying on the energy of the major extinction. Instead, it would be the first and biggest threshold of the realm, which required perception. In other words, he had to be clear about his own path. He had to see the truth of the sorcerer world and understand the Dao heart of the ancient world. A heavenly emperor was already at the peak of the extremely high level. Even on a life planet, the top existence was a level 7 heavenly emperor, enough to suppress the world, and the gods 1 level higher could already start to leave the planet and slowly cross space. If he could break through to another realm, Su Ji would truly be the strongest combat power on Earth. Even if a celestial emperor on Earth was exposed in reality, he would still be very calm. Of course, this didn't take a direct nuclear attack into account. Unless a special system like Hu Reneng's could revive and not be destroyed, only a god could withstand that terrifying instant destruction energy. This is the first time I've truly experienced the shockwaves of their battle at 0 distance. I can sense how powerful they are. Su Ji could not help but exclaim in admiration as he read and ate his food. He was in the middle of the storm of battle between the 2 heavenly emperors and benefited greatly from it, constantly observing. One must know that an ordinary Tier 6 expert would never have such a heaven-defying opportunity. 2 peak heavenly emperors surrounded him and fought each other without injuring themselves. Each of them displayed their own Dao techniques and observed. Su Ji was naturally very attentive as he read, knowing that his level was low. After all, he had originally created the sandbox and deduced the cultivation system of the extraordinary with the geniuses of each era as his teachers. When they had perfected the cultivation system, the ready-made teachers would be right in front of him, so he naturally could not miss it. Soon, he had a sudden thought. Every celestial emperor has his own path. Medusa is the death domain, Ermin is the life ripple, Phoenix is the nature and space, and the plagiarizing emperor is the all-encompassing sea and the Deluo Heaven Sutra. What about me? He was a little expectant and curious. He had broken through too quickly. Before he could think too much, he had already reached the 6th step. Even though a 7th step heavenly emperor still required a lot of energy, and it was a long journey for him, he was already at the 6th step and had the power to think about his future path. He could already embark on the journey. Dao arts require one to explore their own Dao path and see the truth in one's heart before one can make a breakthrough. Even though I can cultivate my physical body first and break through the Dao with force, I still have to cultivate both physical and spell cultivation at the same time. Taking two paths at the same time was the general trend. If one wanted to be invincible among those of the same cultivation level, this was a necessary path. Su Ji felt that since he had created 3 major extraordinary worlds at this time, and 3 gods had already been born in each of them, it was time for him to find the path to advancement. He kept thinking. The more they fought, the fiercer they became, and their true anger completely erupted. He could still control his power before, but as he used all his strength, he could no longer contain it. Go up and fight. Medusa snorted coldly. The 2 of them instantly exploded and rose into the sky. Let's take the chance to escape. Meng Mei pulled her disciple and Bai Xiaosheng as they ran. Medusa only glanced at him with a calm expression. She had already seen through Mother Earth's nature. The all-knowing scholar had fallen into her hands, and she would be able to get him back sooner or later. She had already received Ermin's reply and roughly guessed the true identity of this existence. Ermin's reply to her was simple. Medusa, I have read through all of your letters. The way of Go is amazing, and it is in line with the rules of the world. It is extremely mysterious. The ultimate and the truth of the world are even more shocking. After thinking about it, I felt that we are small. The world is an era, and 1 UN is 129,600 worlds. We're just one of them. Even after becoming a god, he couldn't be proud. The stronger he was, the smaller he felt. The conversation between the god of creation that you heard from the all-knowing scholar is extremely important. It has completely opened the door for our sorcerer world's understanding of the universe. There are 3 speculations about the all-knowing scholar. First, the 129,600 worlds are vast and may have all kinds of heaven and earth phenomena. The all-knowing scholar is one of the laws that condense the heaven and earth phenomena. It symbolizes the recorder, the observer, and the seeker of truth. The one who obtains it is known as the all-knowing scholar, which is a rare treasure of heaven and earth. The one who obtains the person can truly step into the door of truth, which is in line with the name of the all-knowing scholar. Secondly, Wandering Know-It-All was an ancient and eternal existence that surpassed gods. What kind of life forms were level 9 and level 10 above level 8? We don't know. When the god of creation descended and gave us the red spider lily, he said that it seemed to be related to the laws. The all-knowing scholar is also related to the laws. Perhaps the all-knowing scholar is a level 9 or level 10 unknown existence that split into tens of thousands of clones and scattered in various major worlds. If that's the case, the all-knowing scholar could wake up at any time and use his main body to control his intelligence. Perhaps he can carefully contact the church. The third guess is that the all-knowing scholar is indeed an unknown level 9 or 10 existence. He might have been heavily injured and lost his sense of self. It was once said that there would be a great calamity in the era. The previous era was destroyed and 129,600 greater worlds were destroyed. The all-knowing scholar might be one of the ancient supreme existences who escaped from the previous era to this era. However, he had already lost his sense of self. At the end of the 3 conjectures was the last paragraph of the reply. In conclusion, the 2 of us must obtain the all-knowing scholar and make him our fellow Daoist at all costs. We can expect to reach level 9 and even know the ultimate secrets of heaven and earth, the mysteries of the 129,600 worlds, and explore the last era of destruction. Medusa had made up her mind the moment she received the letter. She silently watched Meng Mei leave with Bai Xiaosheng. With your personality, I know where you are going. There is already an inescapable net waiting for you there. To Medusa, Wandering Know-It-All was willing to pay any price to obtain it. It might be the true essence of the path to level 9, which was above God. He was also the best deist friend. Tap 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 tap. Sitting in the carriage, Su Ji was secretly taken away by the Menmei duo. It was as if he had picked up a salted fish, and his face was full of happiness and joy. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the two of them, but he thought to himself, "Sigh, I'm still at the 6th rank. I don't know how much energy I'll need to break through to the 7th rank and become a heavenly emperor. I still have to comprehend the Dao heart. It's really too difficult for me." Medusa and Su Ji were fantasizing wildly, thinking that he could help them break through to level 9, while Su Ji himself was troubled by level 6. He did not know about the letter at all, and he was not interested in it. The players in this world are the idle Menmei and a few red name players who are in seclusion. They are not afraid of interfering too much in the war between the two worlds. Do they have the ability to continue to cause trouble? I don't think so. Alright. After all, in the face of the tide of war, the strength of red players was too little, and cute girls had good opportunities, but they were just idle fish with energy and no combat power. Su Ji thought about it as he walked. Perhaps I'll have to make a trip on my own to understand my Taoist heart. He was still thinking about his own development. Boom! In the sky, they exchanged blows madly. Since things have developed to this point, it's time to start. Medusa looked coldly at the Green Vine Mother's departure. While her 8 arms were fighting with Hu Renong, she suddenly raised a snow-white arm, which turned into a palm and opened. I, Medusa, the snake-haired banshee, the demonic god of the origin of all things, the ancestor of the magic potion world, control the death of all things, the one and only truth sorcerer, am here to pass down an order. Kakat. Countless black electric arcs flashed in the sky, and the demonic gate expanded rapidly. In my name, my people, descend! Medusa suddenly roared. The black sky suddenly turned gloomy. The clouds rolled and turned into a thick black gas, almost suffocating people. The entire city, which was during the Mid-Autumn Festival, completely collapsed and turned into a boundless black sea. No! Hu Renong roared and wanted to stop Medusa, but he could not do so in the battle between the two sides. On the other side, a huge demon god with long hair like countless tentacles twisted and danced behind him in the wind. It was huge and vast, coordinating from the inside to the outside. Suddenly, it clasped the world gate with both hands, as if a giant had grabbed the curtains on both sides. She opened her arms wide and instantly pulled open the entire demonic door. Boom! A large net of dark red light lit up in the sky. Countless dark red runes flickered and turned into a huge gust of wind that swept across the land. The exquisite vortex demonic world gate slowly expanded and pressed in all directions. Countless survivors who were fleeing from the town suddenly turned their heads. The black rainwater was as thick as a swamp and had the smell of blood. It fell on their confused faces bit by bit. Who's that? Some people looked at the huge black figure that opened the gate in the sky and fell down instantly. Plop! Plop! One by one, they turned around and fell to the ground. Don't look! I'll die! We can't watch! After a large number of people died, someone suddenly realized it and let out a mournful roar. She's an unknown, incomprehensible, indescribable, and terrifying existence. Anyone who sees her face will die instantly. Some of them were crying hysterically. Wah-ah! Some people wailed, their faces twisted in fear, snot and tears flowing uncontrollably. From the world gate, a beautiful head as huge as a hill poked in, and huge ripples spread out. The world gate is completely open. Disaster, death, and pain will befall you. It was pure demon world language, completely difficult to understand, but it turned into countless spirits and rushed into everyone's minds. All the people who were escaping fell to the ground one after another. Medusa had no intention of killing or bullying the weak, but they had fallen just because they had seen and heard her. This is the powerlessness of the weak. They can only be pushed forward by the tide of history and cannot change anything. This is what war is. Medusa had a faint smile on her face. Our world is about to enter the middle of winter, and it will be a world of ice and snow. Come on, I have already given you the right to fight. She was like a tyrant sitting on a blood-colored throne, her arrogant and fierce aura soaring into the sky. You dare to disobey me? And then kill me? Descend! Medusa raised her arms high and laughed. Descend! Medusa's roar drowned out the world's cries. With a loud boom, more and more demonic beasts swarmed out of the dark red vortex world gate. Their eyes were red and brutal, and they wriggled over like black, sticky tides. Gradually, mages from various magic potion kingdoms and vocational colleges appeared. A young lady wearing a beautiful silk stocking and a man wearing a large cloak strode out. They were slightly stunned. So beautiful! The world! The war and slaughter had begun.